Let's revolt against the globe.
You realize not a single founding father believed in the globe.
Not one of them.
Not one of them.
Not a single one of them.
Not a single founding father believed the globe was a globe.
Ain't that a
They
bitch?
all knew it was a flat earth. They traveled across it.
Yeah, they did, man. Those Mongos fucking rode that shit flat straight across, man. 2,500 miles. Yeah, they did.
Flat Earth was taught in America until the 1900s.
Yeah.
That's a simple fact.
Yeah,
indisputable.
Oh, but I'll tell you, Walt, they went and 2,500 years ago they had it all figured out, and it was the curve of the shadows and the
No. That's an apocryphal tale. He was a librarian at a library that burnt down. All of anything he ever wrote was burnt.
All of his primary information was destroyed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's a pity. It was just hearsay, is what you're saying. Man.
It's an apocryphal tale that's rewriting of history. They're going back in time and saying, "Oh, this guy knew. Aristophanes knew. Obviously, he's a librarian. He figured out the circumference of the Earth."
Damn.
If this simpleton, a librarian of Alexandria, could know,
librarian.
How do we not know?
But they constantly quote it and they want to reiterate.
It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a bald-faced lie. We don't have any writings from earlier than 1600. Any primary sources from earlier than 1600, all were burned in fires repeatedly. From this church to that library to that building, every single one of them have been burnt.
Yeah, the Alexandria Library. Oh my. That's the big one.
It's not just that one. It's every single one of them.
Yeah, right. But the big one was the Alexandria.
The oldest books are in the Vatican, and they're from like 1500 or 1600. That's the oldest as they get.
I saw a picture of a library in Cleveland, Ohio, and it showed like a really wide view of this. It was like 3 stories of books, right? 3 stories. And at some point, somebody said, "Hey, man, we need to get rid of this. This is not cool." And they fucking got rid of it. I mean, it blew my mind. I never seen a library so 3 stories of libraries. And I was like, damn, now look. And no, we got to get rid of that. That's a good idea.
What'd they do to it?
They just got rid of it. It's just destroyed it, and all that shit got taken away or burned. I don't know if they burned it or what. I don't know.
Isn't it amazing how every city in America had a fire?
Yep.
Every city in America had a fire. Every city in Europe had a fire.
Yeah.
That burned everything down. There's always these stories. Whatever city you go to, that's the story. That's
Chicago.
That's the fire of 18 whatever. That's the fire of 1790 whatever.
Burn, New York burn. Yeah.
Everything burned all the time. Everything was always on fire. People were born in fire.
They were burned out, man. They're like, dude, man, this is too much information. Burned out. Let's burn it. Okay.
Yeah, we built the White House once, but then it got burnt down. We had to build it again.
That's right.
Okay, everything in America burnt.
Yep.
Bullshit. I went to 27 different schools here in America. 27.
Damn.
Every single school I went to, whatever earth science I was in, they would always tell me about a great inland sea that covered whatever state I was in.
Yeah.
This covers 11 states. They range from seaboard to seaboard, and the southern seaboard. Everywhere was covered by a great inland sea. Well, that's not an inland sea then, is it? It's just
wow.
a sea. So
Right.
they're sitting there telling me in science about a great flood, and I'd ask them, so was there a great flood? And they tell me no. No, it was just an inland sea. Right. Okay, they covered the Appalachians in New York? The Catskills?
Right.
It covered all of
Syracuse,
California?
Buffalo.
It covered all of Illinois? Covered all of North Carolina? All of Texas?
Well, we
Give
had
me a fucking break. All of Wisconsin, everywhere I've ever been, they've always told me about this great inland sea that covered a part of America. And every time I'd be like, yeah, no, these guys said the same thing. So who's right, who's wrong? It can't be an inland sea if it's covering the whole thing. Fucking
Right.
stupid. Everywhere burned. Everywhere is covered by water. They're just covering the biblical stories with these stupid scientific stories that are apocryphal in the beginning. From the outset.
I watched a video last weekend regarding the it was a biblical context where Jesus was born and lived, and it was Moses, different mountains that he climbed and shit. And over here in Utah, it all matches up, man. They have all the same points in the Bible here in Utah.
My only problem with that is
It's interesting. I'm not saying I'm buying it, but I just thought it was interesting.
my only problem with that is that we named them.
And they named them out here. They named them from the book, right? Maybe.
Right. Well, I don't know. The story could be his supposition could be correct. But then we called that, the biggest park right there is Zion Park.
Well, Utah's an interesting place because, the Mormons came in there and built it all up like overnight. It was amazing. And they did stuff that was like, wow, man, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Utah is the place that the Aztecs call Aztlan, which is their holy place. Their Shangri-La.
Yeah, so they named all the mountains after the biblical. Yeah, because Utah was what 1840s or something. Okay.
Yeah, everything there was built in a year.
Yeah, it was all built there. There was nothing there.
In a year, everything was built.
Brigham Young, he rolled in there and said, "Hey, man, let's build some shit, bro. Let's go." And everybody went, "Yeah, let's build. I want to build a giant a sane asylum out here in the middle of fucking nowhere."
Same thing with San Francisco.
I got a couple of those. I got a couple of sane asylums in the middle of fucking nowhere. Yeah, we built those. Yeah, cool, man. We built them in like 10 years. Yeah, no problem.
The funny thing is that story is the same story in every city in America.
Right.
San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, fucking LA, New York, Chicago, every single state, every single city has the same fucking. Do you know what the oldest city in America is?
I go with Boston, but it's probably like San Francisco or some shit, right?
St. Petersburg, Florida.
Oh, way down there. Okay. Yeah, St. Petersburg.
Well, I don't believe it. Because I don't think they know.
Yeah, but out here on 1849 gold rush, and we got this giant city that was built overnight, and it went from like $1 an acre to like $500 an acre in like 2 years. I was like, what? Oh, what do you mean?
For barren soil.
Prime real estate, man. Prime.
Barren soil.
Yeah. But they built
they tell you how they filled in Oakland Harbor with trash.
Ugh.
It's a lie.
Yeah.
Alameda is a trash heap. Right. No, it's not.
Man, I've heard of a thing called the Great Wall of California.
I've been there.
I've heard of it. I've seen some video. I haven't been to it yet, but it's on my bucket list.
It's there. It's like 2 feet tall. You'll trip over it if you don't know it's there.
It goes everywhere, though. It's like 2 feet tall. Yeah. The Great Wall. Yeah. Cobblestone. Pretty sure it's cobblestone. California is an interesting place. I haven't found too many star forts out here yet, man. I'm still looking, but
they're there.
The team is on it, man.
You want to see an interesting one? Just go to Long Beach. The beach at Long Beach. They'll tell you about the submarine wall that they built and the 2 islands out there that are actual oil derricks.
Yeah.
Those stories are a lie.
Oh.
Go back and look at the pictures. That submarine wall was always there. You'll see a big Ferris wheel and basically like Santa Monica down in Long Beach. It was always there.
It was called Pikes Peak, I think is the name of it. Was it like an amusement park? They had like roller coaster that went over the ocean.
Yeah, on the pier,
right there on the pier. Yeah,
that was connected to that seawall that they built, the submarine seawall.
I wish Jim was still here, man. That guy works over there constantly. That's where he works. Fuck.
All that shit's a lie.
The L.A. Harbor, that big giant seawall. Man,
L.A. Harbor is in what's the city right next to Long Beach? I can't remember all of a sudden.
Palos Verdes.
No, not Palos Verdes.
San Pedro.
San Pedro, yeah. San Pedro that's L.A. Harbor.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, that's on the northern side of the harbor.
Yeah, you got Long Beach and then San Pedro.
Right. But yeah. I need to look, and they've destroyed any kind of evidence.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. Just look at it.
Shit.
Look at it and consider when they say they did it, and look at the earthwork they did. It's still there. Okay, so San Pedro has that the sunken city, right?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh shit. Now we're off into the forest now. All right.
You can go to the sunken city. Go to the glass beach. Go look at that. It's all around you. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
They tell you it's a modern day building. It's not. Not at all.
California, right here. Sunken City. Atlas Obscura. What the hell is that? Atlas Obscura? Like that.
The Obscured World?
The Obscured World. There you go. You nailed it. Yeah. It was the
hidden world.
The remnants of foundation streets and streetcar tracks inhabit the cliffs where the landslide occurred in 1929.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure you did.
But all of that shit is 20 feet below fucking level from the regular ground.
Wicked. A landslide caused all that. Yeah, okay.
That's downtown San Pedro is dog shit compared to the buildings that are in that landslide.
Yeah.
Actual trash. It looks like fucking. I mean, you might as well go to Florence.
I'm dropping it in the text. There you go. Atlas Obscura. I need that. Want a free book? Yeah, I do. Oh shit!
Yeah, dude, go down there and take pictures.
I will.
And look at where the regular level of the ground is compared to this.
Yeah,
And tell me if that could be a landslide.
that is wicked looking, man.
It's total bullshit.
Yeah,
That's right by the glass beach, right?
oh shit! What the hell is that?
It's a
man.
beach made out of glass.
Yeah, we got to go there. I have to go there now. It's like an hour away, man. I'm there. I'm gonna grab GM, man. We're gonna go down there, check it out.
I post this. I don't know if it
Sunken City, man.
Look, I'll post a picture of Glass Beach.
Holy shit, dude! Oh my god, that's. Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures now. And I'm like, oh shit.
Post a picture.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
This one fucking kind of snapped my head back. Hold on. Let me. There's like 85 photos, but here's one. I'll drop it real quick. Where the fuck did it go?
Yeah, they say this happened because of trash.
Yeah.
It's total bullshit.
That's crazy.
If this happened because of trash, why won't they let you take any of the glass off the beach? You'd be cleaning up trash.
Take the trash with you. Please take it with us. Please. All right, here you go. This is the one. I don't know. It's like.
Oh, that's the Sunken City.
That's the Sunken City. Yeah.
Where's Glass Beach? I told you to post a picture.
Glass Beach. Okay. You're in Glass Beach? Hold on. I'll get there. Glass Beach. Sunken City Glass Beach?
No, just Glass Beach.
Just Glass Beach. Okay. There we go. Is that Hawaii? No.
That's in California. It's
California.
Really close.
All right. Glass Beach, California. Here you go. Okay.
Why do you keep on saying here you go and not posting it?
Man, I'm like looking at through the pictures here. Where? Oh my goodness. Yes, I've heard about this place. Yes, this is the one I'm looking for right here. Yeah, my buddy, man, Flat Earther, went out there and grabbed a bunch of these rocks, man, and said, hey, man, check it out. Dude, there's this place called, yes, you can go on there and get some really cool rocks. So here, let me post a picture. Here you go. Oh yeah, that's Glass Beach right there. Check that out, man. That's fascinating, man. What are these glass rocks doing out there? And And it happens certain times a year that these things just show up, right?
No, they're there the whole time.
They're there all the whole time.
Yeah,
Okay.
they never leave.
Oh, shit. What a cool phenomenon that is, huh? Yeah, that looks great, man.
I'm just saying, like, there's some wild shit in California. And,
Yeah,
like,
there is.
you're like, oh, where are the star forts around me? Dude, just look.
Oh,
They're
dude,
everywhere. Everything there is fucking.
I've been to Death Valley and sequoias and the giant trees. I've been to all of that, but never been to the Glass Beach, man. Look at that. Damn. Fuck off. That's cool. That's really nice. Yeah. All right. Yeah. People rag on California, man. We get ragged on. You got just a bunch of libtards and yeah, whatever, man.
It's true. That part's true.
We get ragged on about. Wait, which part's true? That we get ragged on, or that
No, you're libtards.
Okay, I'm down. Yeah, I'm willing to own up to whatever transgressions.
I mean, you get what you vote. You get what you vote for. I love it when people tell me that. I love it when people tell me that it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Geographically speaking, you guys are literally the left side of the country.
That's true. That's true. According to the globe,
you guys tell me you don't care about voting, but then complain about fucking the degeneration of your fucking homeless encampment called California.
Well, if you're gonna be homeless, let me tell you, bro, the weather.
No better place. No better place.
I mean, come on. I mean, don't be. Is that just a coincidence, or is it just people being smart? I mean, if you're gonna be homeless, say, hey, man, I'm gonna be homeless in California. Hey, that's a good idea because it's warmer there, right?
Right. What brings a person so low that they want to be without a place to call home? What is a home?
Well,
the wind comes and goes where it listeth, so is everyone born of the Spirit.
But what is a home?
A shelter?
No.
No?
No, that's a dwelling. That's a house.
Okay.
A home is where you put your family, where you make your life.
Right. I agree with that.
You're saying you're giving up on life. There's no difference between killing yourself and deciding to be homeless. I'm not saying everybody who's homeless has decided to be homeless, but those who have are.
Right. That's a fact.
And that's a sad state of affairs.
Foxes have dens and birds have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head.
Where do your children lay their head? In a home.
Yep. That's a fact.
That you make for them.
Yeah. I'm just pointing out that there's interesting verses in the Bible that talk about this in a weird way is all.
Right. They're saying your place is not in the world. You're not of the world.
Yeah.
That's what those verses are saying. But in a larger view, you are supposed to make a place for your life
I believe in having a place to be, but I don't believe in having a true, like a strong emotional attachment to it. Because like there's another verse in the Bible that talks about basically not going back to your house to go get your stuff when there's a time of disaster happening because you're going to be dead.
Right.
So
that's pragmatic and it makes sense.
Yeah.
But being
But I
tied
agree
to
with you.
the
You should have a place that's like your homeland, your stomping grounds, your place that's
being
your place.
being tied to a land is archetypical. It is an ingrained knowledge. When you're born in a place, you smell the soil, you experience the foliage, the animals, and as a child you fall in love with it. And even as an adult that carries on with you, you will smell that soil even if you're not there. And you'll miss it because that's
Even nomadic people stick around a certain region, so they go back to the same areas.
yeah, because you are tied to that land. It's your ancestral home.
Yeah. What's interesting about that is the inheritance that the three brothers got from Noah and how that manifests and how the world is today. There's like three main regions and three different kinds of people with a bunch of subvariants of those different kinds of people.
Hey, good night, Flat Earth dude.
Oh crap, it's like almost 5 o'clock in the morning for me.
Yeah, I didn't
Time
realize it
flies.
was so late until he said good night.
Shit.
Yeah. Well, God did make the nations. That was my
Yeah.
only point.
He raises up kings and brings them down as needed.
And he at the end he will separate the sheep from the goats.
The way I see it, like whether it be Trump or Biden, America gets what it deserves.
100%. I'm happy whether it succeeds or falls, but I'd rather it succeed.
Yeah. Whether it rise or fall, Yah's will be done.
Exactly. All right, man. Well, you have a good night.
Stay blessed.
You too, bud.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
So our next speaker, he's got to use every second that he's got on this clock. Trust me, he's got a lot to go over. Sorry? Oh, they're testing. He's got to use every second that he's got, and it's worth it. I'm telling you. I'm wearing the shirt. How many of you saw the little Chicago skyline thing that we did? This is interesting. And some of you, my name is Rick Hummer. I'm from northern Indiana. I grew up 20 minutes from this launch site where Rob and I went. Long story short, the reason why Rob and I went to this was because I could see Chicago growing up all the way across the lake. I actually got kicked out of class when I was 12 years old because I told my teacher when we were doing these tests that I could see Chicago. They said, no way, go to the office, quit being, and I didn't shut up, trust me, I just kept going. And I was called a liar basically, and I basically said, well, you can call my dad a liar. He was with me, and that's when I went to the office. The principal takes me back to class because the principal had seen the same thing that I had seen. You can see Chicago across Lake Michigan, okay? I told Rob that. Rob is the one that got me involved in this. I told Rob that. I said, you can see, he goes, no way. Yes, that'd be cool. We got to do this test. It took us a year, but the night that we started discussing this is not a joke. This is how I believe that the Most High works. He's got a sense of humor. The night that we discussed this pretty in depth, that night I called Rob and said, you're not going to believe this, dude. Our local weather guy just tried to say that Chicago is a mirage.
Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline.
This is from my market, my TV market. I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, you can't write this stuff. This happened. So a year later, this guy comes up to Indiana, we do this thing, and without further ado, a guy that I love dearly, and I'm just so thankful that I know him and all these speakers and all you guys that I've gotten to meet, but Rob Skiba is one of us, and I just love you, brother. Come on up and do your thing. And guess what? Guess what? It's not a mirage. Not a mirage. Not a mirage.
It's not a mirage. All right, we can hit go on the PowerPoint and the timer. I'm going to do my best here. Do we have a PowerPoint? All right, very good. All right, welcome to the mother that gave birth to the motherlode of all conspiracies, and probably the deepest rabbit hole I've ever been in, for sure. Just want to say thank you guys for your love, for your prayers, for your support. It has meant more to me than I could possibly ever express in words. So just please accept those two simple words right there, thank you. Because I have 96 slides, I have 90 minutes, and 36 of those are video. So I hope you're ready to listen fast, because I'm ready to speak fast and turn on the fire hose. All right, I've titled my presentation, April 15th, 2015, The Day Mark Sargent Ruined My Life. No, not really. The actual title of the presentation is Testing the Globe, Why Do You Believe What You Believe? My goal with this presentation is not so much to try to convince anybody that the earth is flat, although most of you are probably already convinced of that. My goal is to get you to question why you believe what you believe. Because that's basically the question that Mark Sargent asked me on April 15th, 2015. Thank you. On April 13th, I listened to an interview that he did with Canary Cry Radio, Basil and Gons, a couple of guys that I enjoy listening to. I had to go do my taxes, and it's an hour and a half drive to my accountant's office. And so I thought, I'm going to listen to something. It's an hour and a half drive. So I looked for some podcasts to download. I downloaded their podcast, Mark Sargent, Flat Earth. I'm like, this must be like a April Fool's joke or something. So I listened to it, and in the beginning of it, I'm rolling my eyes. This is crazy. This is stupid. But the time I got to my accountant's office, I'm going, shoot, that guy kind of made a little bit of sense. Could barely focus the whole time I was there. So I got to listen to that again. Listen to it again on the way home. And of course, he referenced his Flat Earth clues, so I immediately started watching the videos. I watched the Flat Earth clues, and that was April 13th and April 14th. April 15th, I called him up because he's got his phone number there, right? Everybody's sharing the same story. And I had him on my radio show April 15th. And if you've heard that show, you know that I was very much in favor of the Neil Adams expanding globe theory. I was hardcore on that. And I don't remember if it was on the air or if it was at some point after we got off the air. But Mark said, yeah, I get it. Okay, you believe the Earth's a globe. Cool. Prove it. But do so without using NASA, the government, or the military. How many of you think the government's 100% trustworthy? Anybody? Insert crickets. How many of you know the military answers to the government? And that goes for every nation, not just the United States. So we already acknowledge that the government is not trustworthy. It's not a trustworthy source. What about NASA? Think they're a trustworthy source? And one of the things Mark said is one thing about Flat Club is you don't talk about Flat Club. Well, as soon as you first hear about this, that's all you can talk about, right? So I start looking into all these things. And when I look at that date, April 15th, 2015, I remember the days when I was a NASA fanboy and I thought that Star Trek painted a reasonable picture of the future. And the phrase, where no man has gone before, had a different meaning than it does for me now. Back in the sweet bliss of ignorance, before I knew the things that I know today, and before, several hundred trolls decided to wake up every morning and assault every single thing I say on social media. Those were the good old days before them. Well, those days are gone. So we're going to talk about my journey here today. A quest for truth. Who am I, first of all? All right, well, first and foremost, I am a believer in and a follower of Yeshua, also known as Jesus Christ. Thank you. He defines my being, and I try to do everything I can to please him. I am a filmmaker by trade and a researcher by hobby. Although in the last few years they've kind of switched. I've done a whole lot more of the researching type of stuff than I have the filmmaking, but that's about to change. I'm about to switch gears and go back in the filmmaking side of things again. And at least according to some, I'm a evil shill by accusation, apparently on the payroll of the Illuminati. So if somebody can help me, though, I'm really trying to get a hold of the accounting department because for some reason the checks haven't been coming. So if somebody can help me out with that, that would be awesome. All right, some of the things that influenced my life. Well, first of all, my parents. I have amazing parents. They just celebrated their 50th anniversary. How cool is that in today's society? I was raised in a Christian home. My dad was a Baptist minister when I was a kid. They taught me the Bible and brought me to church. That's why I came to know Yeshua at age 7. And like I said, I've been trying to serve him ever since. Also, when I was 7 years old, I saw this movie. Star Wars, right? When that ship came overhead, whew, man, I was in. Totally. And within a year, I made a public declaration. I said, I will either be an astronaut, a movie star, or a filmmaker by the time I'm 30 or I'd be dead. It wasn't that I had a death wish. It's just that I'm a very passionate person, and I go after the things that I believe. And my thinking process was at age 8, when you think about 30, that's like, ooh, that's a long way. It would have to be because I was dead if I didn't achieve those things. So I set my sights, first of all, to be an astronaut. And Jim Irwin came to my little Baptist church in Chicopee, Massachusetts when I was a kid, and signed this picture of him allegedly on the moon. It said, Rob Skiba, reach for your dreams, aim high. And I did. I went into the Army, flew helicopters. My goal was to transition to flying jets. Once I had that down, I put my application in for NASA and all that. I was all about that. In fact, until very recently, that photograph was always right above my computer monitor, right in front of my face, just until like about a year ago. All right. So that was something that, I was very passionate about. So let me just say that I went into this whole thing kicking and screaming. I didn't want to look at this, like many others probably. Now, let me just ask you something. How many of you would claim this book as your source for truth? Okay. I definitely do. I believe it is the divinely inspired Word of God, inspired by the Holy Spirit, written by men. Again, try to live my life by that. You notice that I didn't ask how many of you put your faith and trust in church or in religion, right? Now, if you look at that sign, You could kind of take it two different ways, couldn't you? Scripture says that pure and undefiled religion is that we take care of widows and orphans, right? And Yeshua had two commandments: love God and love your neighbors, right? And so you could look at that and say, that's right, the church, they love people who are hurting. Or, yeah, that's right, they love hurting people. That's what churches are all about. Absolutely. And sadly, it has been my experience that Christians have the only military that assembles its firing squad in a circle. And if you followed me at all on social media, you know that I'm usually somewhere in the middle of that. So if you have issues with religion, I'm with you. Okay? I am not about religion, I'm about a relationship. And that book shows you how to have that relationship. I've spent my entire life in that book. And when it comes to this subject, that's what got me in trouble. Because like it or not, I know there's some here that's going to disagree with me, that book is a flat earth book from Genesis to Revelation. It just is. And we'll cover that shortly. So, I've got several parts of this presentation. Part one, taking a trip down the rabbit hole. What does that look like? Well, prior to coming into this research, I had already written several books, a few of which became Amazon bestsellers, and I had already been on the speaking circuit, traveling the world, talking about various subjects, from government conspiracies to the Nephilim giants and things of that nature. And I actually really enjoyed being in the in crowd at one point, until I was promptly kicked out of it. And Robbie Davidson said something to me a while back, and I think he's absolutely right. He said, when it comes to this particular subject, you really have to kind of feel your audience out first and see, okay, where are they with 9/11? Okay, where are they with the moon landing? Especially those two. Because if they understand, if they've taken the red pill, so to speak, on especially those two subjects, then it's pretty easy to continue the discussion. If they believe the official story of either one of those, forget it. Just walk away. Talk about sports, whatever. So for those of you who maybe don't yet know what I'm talking about, I prepared a little 6-minute clip, a video that's taken from a longer video that I have online from my Babylon Rising research regarding 9/11. So we'll use this as a primer.
The core of each tower was a rectangular pillar, 87 by 133 feet. Comprised of 47 steel box columns ranging from 36 by 16 to 52 by 22 inches.
The story we were told. This rock-like steel grid gave way because fire warped the trusses, causing the bolts to fail. As the trusses sagged and fell, the floors dropped with them. In its 2002 documentary, Why the Towers Fell, PBS creates a video model.
Once the trusses failed, the floors they were holding cascade down with a force too great to be withstood. The result is what's called a progressive collapse, as each floor pancakes down onto the one below.
What remains standing? The tall, indestructible core. Why does PBS fail to explain the complete disappearance of the Twin Towers cores?
By that evening, eyewitnesses and experts alike were rushing to defend the official narrative of events, claiming that raging jet fuel fires melted the steel inside the Twin Towers.
I saw this plane come out of nowhere and just ream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
Marlene Davis is the Dean of Architecture at the University of Tennessee. She calls the 110-story tall twin tower tube structures. That means there are no internal columns holding it up.
When we saw this yesterday, people said, oh my goodness, there was a bomb on there. There must have been a bomb that collapsed. Must have been a bomb below. Right, that finished the job. Well, it turns out we heard from experts who said that, the fire on those floors, probably 1,500 degrees. Steel can only withstand so much because the steel structure that holds the building up was on the outside, and essentially the building started to melt and it gave way and it toppled.
CBS's Jim Stewart in Washington has been tracking events all day and has the latest. Jim?
We're told rescue workers have recovered a passport and the debris. It belonged to one of the dead hijackers.
Another development on Saturday, New York officials revealed at a news conference here in the city that a hijacker's passport was found blocks from the World Trade Center crash site, if you can believe that.
Well, Dan, not far from here, a passerby found the passport of one of the hijackers. Evidence this disaster scene is also a crime scene.
These passports are so magical and so wonderful that, like Gollum's ring, they call to you. They call to who they want to find them, but not any normal mortal. No. The ring calls out only to FBI agents.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th. Malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves, away from the guilty.
On the morning of September 11th, 2001, 19 men armed with box cutters, directed by a man on dialysis in a cave fortress halfway around the world using a satellite phone and a laptop, directed the most sophisticated penetration of the most heavily defended airspace in the world, overpowering the passengers and the military combat-trained pilots on 4 commercial aircraft before flying those planes wildly off course for over an hour without being molested by a single fighter interceptor. These 19 hijackers, devout religious fundamentalists who like to drink alcohol, snort cocaine, and live with pink-haired strippers, managed to knock down 3 buildings with 2 planes in New York, while in Washington, a pilot who couldn't handle a single-engine Cessna was able to fly a 757 in an 8,000-foot descending 270-degree corkscrew turn to come exactly level with the ground, hitting the Pentagon in the budget analyst office where DoD staffers were working on the mystery of the $2.3 trillion that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld had announced missing from the Pentagon's coffers in a press conference the day before, on September 10th, 2001. Luckily, the news anchors knew who did it within minutes.
Osama bin Laden.
The pundits knew within hours.
Osama bin Laden.
The administration knew within the day.
Terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
And the evidence literally fell into the FBI's lap.
That a hijacker's passport was found blocks from the World Trade Center crash site, if you can believe that.
But for some reason, a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists demanded an investigation into the greatest attack on American soil in history. That investigation was delayed, underfunded, set up to fail, a conflict of interest, and a cover-up from start to finish. It was based on testimony extracted through torture, the records of which were destroyed. It failed to mention the existence of WTC-7, Able Danger, P-TECH, Sibel Edmonds, OBL and the CIA, and the drills of hijacked aircraft being flown into buildings that were being simulated at the precise same time that those events were actually happening. It was lied to by the Pentagon, the CIA, the Bush administration, and as for Bush and Cheney, well, no one knows what they told it because they testified in secret, off the record, not under oath, and behind closed doors. It didn't bother to look at who funded the attacks because that question is ultimately of little practical significance. Still, the 9/11 Commission did brilliantly, answering all of the questions the public had, except most of the victims' family members' questions, and pinned blame on all the people responsible, although no one so much as lost their job, determining the attacks were
failure of imagination.
Because
nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government that could envision flying airplanes into buildings.
Except the Pentagon, FEMA, NORAD, and the NRO. The DIA destroyed 2.5 terabytes of data on Able Danger, but that's okay because it probably wasn't important. NIST has classified the data that they used for their model of WTC-7's collapse, but that's okay because knowing how they made their model of the collapse would jeopardize public safety. Osama bin Laden lived in a cave fortress in the hills of Afghanistan, but somehow got away. Then he was hiding out in Tora Bora, but somehow got away. Then he lived in Abbottabad for years, taunting the most comprehensive intelligence dragnet employing the most sophisticated technology in the history of the world for a decade, releasing video after video with complete impunity and getting younger and younger as he did so, before finally being found in a daring SEAL team raid which wasn't recorded on video, in which he didn't resist or use his wife as a human shield, and in which these crack special forces operatives panicked and killed this unarmed man, supposedly the best source of intelligence about those dastardly terrorists on the entire planet. Then they dumped his body in the ocean before telling anyone about it. Then a couple dozen of that team's members died in a helicopter crash in Afghanistan. You will never ever express doubts about any part of this story to anyone. Ever.
How ridiculous is the official story? After you finally wake up and realize, guess what? Your government can and does lie to you. It took me a while. I believed the official story just like everybody else. I didn't wake up till 2006. And if this is brand new for you, well, there's a little teaser. Time for you to get busy. It's 2017, folks. Okay? Time to wake up, especially on that deal. All right, so then fine. What about the Apollo moon landings? You know, I was a big NASA fanboy. We could spend a whole weekend just talking about this alone. We don't have time to, so I'll just recommend you check out these videos right here. A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon and Astronauts Gone Wild by Bart Sabro. You need to check those videos out if you have not seen them. Of course, if you watch them on YouTube, lots of other videos will populate and you'll be, binge watching for weeks. And then this other video that recently came out, it's a movie that came out, and it's made to look like a documentary that was filmed back in the 60s. And it attempts to explain why would they do this? Why would they fake this in the first place? It's very well done, and the people who did that movie, I think it came out last year, clearly did their research. They had a little bit of everything sprinkled into that movie. But one of the things that really stood out to me that made the most sense, because when people hear what we're talking about here at this conference, they'll say, this is too big a conspiracy. There's no way. It can't possibly happen. How can all these people lie to us? And, no. Okay, first of all, compartmentalization solves most of that. Okay, but there was a scene in the movie, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact dialogue, but they were like, well, how are we going to convince everybody? How are we going to convince everybody that what we're trying to do is real? And one of the characters says, we don't need to convince everybody. We only need to convince Walter Cronkite. Because if he believes it, then all of his passion and zeal, and he's the trusted news source, attention media, everybody else is going to believe because he believes. You should watch the movie. Check it out. It's called Operation Avalanche. All right, now thinking about the Apollo moon landings, Apollo 11 in particular, you know what area of the moon Apollo landed on? What part of the moon? Sea of Tranquility. Okay, Sea of Tranquility. Well, no, actually that's Arizona. That's where they blew up the desert of Arizona to make it look like the moon. You can actually go on Google Earth and still see that site today. In fact, I went there recently, checked it out for myself. You might have seen the video, Rob Skiba Walks on the Moon. A little freeze frame for you. I went there. Interesting when you start seeing pictures like this. Buzz Aldrin standing in front of that mountain range, right? Some say that may be Hawaii and not Arizona. I'm not sure. It looked like the same mountains that I saw in Arizona. Whatever the case may be, got your little astronaut down there walking in front of the same thing. Official NASA photograph. Still looking at other photographs like the Apollo 15 mission, where you've got this background and there's no lunar lander there, and then you have the exact same background, all of a sudden, boom, the lander's there. As far as I know, they didn't have the ability to pick up and move that thing. It landed and that's it. They superimposed the two pictures right on top and the backgrounds match exactly. That's from Apollo 15. The same mission this picture came from, supposedly. Oh, and by the way, Jim Irwin, right? Good Christian guy. I hear, Scripture actually says that Satan appears as an angel of light. Paul also goes on to say that it should be no wonder then that his guys will also appear as ministers of righteousness. Oh, he's a Christian astronaut. So what? Somebody says that? That's like a politician finding Jesus on the campaign trail. I didn't know that Jesus was lost. Oh, yeah, every politician finds Jesus on the campaign trail. Convenient. Okay, we got Christian astronauts. Okay, that's between God and them. I don't know. I don't know if they are or not. But I'll tell you this, when I see a card-carrying Freemason claiming to be a Christian, I've checked out. Nope. Not with you, buddy. Sorry. And if you come back with the Genesis rock that comes back and refutes Genesis, yeah, I'm really going to question you. The Genesis rock, was discovered by Jim Irwin and company, supposedly proves the Earth 4.6 billion years or whatever the garbage is they're peddling. Contradicting the Genesis timeline. Same guy, same mission. Faulty backgrounds. You start messing around with some of this stuff, I don't think that they were counting on Photoshop when they published all these pictures from the 60s and 70s. Because you can bring these pictures in, and you can download them from the NASA websites, bring them in Photoshop, and you start seeing, I don't know if you can see it on the screen there, rectangular boxes around the Earth in the background there. Look at this the picture in the lower right here. I'll just adjust the contrast for you. Ooh, what is that? That's interesting. Huh. What about this picture right here? Ooh, that's a famous picture. Let's tweak the contrast and see what happens. Ooh. What's up with that? I did one, the most famous picture of the Earth that you've seen in every textbook was from Apollo, the last Apollo mission, Apollo 17. I'd go to Apollo 17 on the NASA website, I'd download that picture, did this live on a Google Hangout. I was talking with some guy, Josh Peck, I think it was. We did it live on the air. I went to the website, NASA's website, went to the Apollo mission, went to that picture, downloaded it, adjusted it in Photoshop. I don't know if you can see it with the resolution there, but there's a rectangular box over the Earth. And this was just a few days before June 16th, 2015. Just a couple days prior is when I did that interview. Right after June 16th, some guys on Facebook said, hey, I want to go back to the website. Went back to the website. The website, probably can't read it there, but where the arrow is, it says that that page was updated with a new picture. And if you download the new picture and adjust the contrast, all of a sudden you see stars and everything. Wow. How many astronauts said, oh, yeah, we didn't see any stars when we were up there? Oh, but the new Photoshop picture, you got stars but no box. Interesting. Why the heck were they in Antarctica prior to the moon landings looking for moon rocks? Look that up. Werner von Braun and company out there down in Antarctica looking for moon rocks. Okay, first of all, at that point we haven't even been to the moon yet. And it's not like you could find a rock, pick it up and go, oh, made on the moon. Cool. Let's put that over here. Made on Mars. Oh, that could go over here. We haven't been there yet. And we're supposedly in the middle of a space race with Russia, right? Oh, the Russians, they're up there and they're big. We're going to beat the Russians. Hey, let's take a vacation down to Antarctica right in the middle of the race. Some of you know about my trip to Amsterdam. I go to Amsterdam, and it turns out they were the first to expose the moon rock as a fraud. Because Apollo 11 astronauts that went around, went on tour, and they were giving various people in royalty and whatnot, moon rocks. Well, a few years back, they decided they wanted to take out an insurance policy on it, so they had it tested. And it turned out to be petrified wood. Interesting. Maybe that's why you have sort of before and after pictures like this, right? Have you guys seen the press conference of these guys when they came back? I'm pretty spazzed as a person as it is. If I had been on the moon, man, I'd still be floating. I'd have been spazzed out of my mind. These guys look like they just found out Santa Claus isn't real, the Easter is a fraud, Watch the first 3 to 4 minutes of that press conference. Wow. It actually looks to me like probably some really good patriotic guys doing their duty for God and country, so they believe, being forced to tell a lie. That's just my opinion. If this is new to you, I suggest you spend some time on this website right here, aulis.com, A-U-L-I-S. Who am I? You saw my resume up there, right? I mean, I don't have any pictures, showing me in a fancy robe with a square hat and a tassel hanging down. There's no letters after my name. There's no reason for you to listen to me. In fact, I would say don't listen to me. Don't believe a thing I say. Go out and look this stuff up for yourself. But this is PhD level people analyzing the Apollo missions and exposing it as a fraud. So you want to listen to this crazy guy from Texas, go listen to them. All right, go check that out. Or we could just let NASA speak for themselves, shall we? Let's listen to what they have to say.
Go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
We're also really pushing the boundaries in terms of where we're going forward with exploration. I think humans are naturally driven to do this, and this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit. I certainly plan on being around to see that.
The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. We only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Once we travel beyond low Earth orbit, the crew will be exposed to larger amounts of radiation. So we have to design both the crew protection systems and our electronic systems to withstand this radiation.
If there is something that definitely, at least in my opinion, exposes the Apollo program as a fraud, it's the Orion project. The Orion project, after they retired the space shuttle, the next project that's on the board right now is called Project Orion. And they're pretty much telling you that Apollo never happened, especially when they put out videos like this talking about the Van Allen radiation belts.
We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
What?
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
One more time.
An area of dangerous radiation.
Oh. What's wrong with that radiation?
Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back.
That doesn't sound good.
Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What? We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space? I thought this problem was solved over 40 years ago when he sent a bunch of people in jumpsuits and tin cans through it there and back a half dozen times. Oh, but I forgot. The Apollo guys, they were clueless regarding the radiation belt. It didn't affect them.
I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt, and if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And then we build it that way.
I help manage the Orion Crew and Service Module office. We're responsible for developing the crew capsule, which is where the crew lives and works when they're in space, and the service module, which is what provides the power and the fuel and the consumables then that is plumbed over to the crew module. We don't have the ultimate answer for radiation on Orion. We're still working on that. If we were to build Orion out of the materials we need and the sole job was to protect for the radiation environment, the vehicle would really be too heavy. So we have to balance the weight of the materials that we put on the spacecraft with how much protection it's providing the crew. So we're really looking at it from an operational perspective. If we understand a radiation event has happened, the crew will actually take shelter in the aft bay of the vehicle. We have found over the years that water is a really great radiation absorbing material. So we could do things like water that's already there in the water bags for drinking and things like that. That water could be used to shield them. As well as we've had some concepts like a water-filled vest that they could put on should they know there's an event and need to be protected.
We don't have a clue when it comes to like how to protect them from like radiation. So we're gonna just like put them up there in like water suits. Yeah, we like water suits, and like we put water all around them, so the radiation could go like into the water, and then they could drink it, and it could be like a Fantastic Four. Everybody they'll come back and be mutants when they get back. But we just got some ideas, yeah. But don't worry about it. Yeah, I know there are refugees everywhere, and like people are starving and stuff, and like we have homeless all over the place. But if we spend like a few $1 trillion, I think we should be able to figure out how to make water suits for the astronauts in space, and then maybe it'll work out like it did for the guys in Apollo.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation.
Yeah, if you pretend that it's not really there, then you can just go right through it.
To protect the astronauts from the Van Allen radiation belts, the lunar module would have required 6 feet of lead shielding. But here's what they really had for protection.
Obviously, the only shielding they had was the literally paper-thin outer hull of aluminum, and their suits consisting of glass fiber, some aluminum fibers, and silicon rubber.
It's very interesting concerning radiation that the astronauts were protected by a thin film of aluminum, when here on Earth they put a lead shield on us when they take a dental x-ray.
In conclusion, when NASA themselves admit to never having left low Earth orbit, and the fact that we don't even have the materials that could withstand the extreme temperatures and cosmic rays in space, how on earth can anyone believe that we ever went to the moon?
Good question. Okay, so if that didn't happen, if Apollo didn't happen, then neither did this picture. The most popular picture probably in the world. That's a significant sphere of influence right there. What's the saying? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Okay. Well, I mean, we have all of the Apollo missions, so you've got past fool me twice. You know, if it's fool us once, shame on you, fool us twice, shame on us, what happens if we continue to believe pathological liars? Well, we're a bunch of idiots. And they have picture after picture that they pass off as our Earth, the blue marble, right? The 2002 one's the most famous one. Did a show about that. I know a lot of other people in this room did shows on that too, showing the Photoshop replication tool, where the clouds, especially in the so-called southern hemisphere, are all replicated. And then when that picture came out in 2015, they actually said, this is the first picture we've had in, 43 years or something like that? wait, huh? What? And, somebody out there decided to take that picture from 2015 and flip it upside down, and they find out that the clouds spell sex. And it just makes me wonder if NASA isn't just a sci-fi wing of Disney. Especially when you go back and you realize just how seriously involved Walt Disney actually was with the space program. Found something else rather interesting when I was looking into all this. Pluto, right? We recently, New Horizons, whatever they say the probe was that's out there now, took this picture of Pluto, right? I was just doing some random research and discovered that Walt Disney created the dog Pluto the same year the planet Pluto was found, 1930. Probably just a coincidence. Now, he created the dog in 30, and 31, he named the dog, and so the story goes, he named the dog because at the time when they found Pluto, it was big news, everybody was talking about this new discovery, so he named the dog after the planet. Well, isn't it interesting that all these years later, the planet just so happens to have a picture of Pluto on it? Is that just NASA just giving a nod to Walt? I don't know, but I don't believe in coincidences, especially not with these people. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back next time.
Hello, hello, anyone chatting? Hello, hello. Can anyone read me?
From the beginning of recorded history, and for thousands upon thousands of years, cultures across the entire world all believed the earth was flat. Their various cosmologies and cosmogonies differed in slight ways, but their overall geographies and astronomies were incredibly consistent and in fact virtually identical. The earth was a stationary plane, void of any motion or curvature, flat across its entire expanse, except of course for hills, mountains, and valleys. The North Pole was the magnetic monopole center point of the flat Earth, with Polaris, the North Pole star, situated directly above. Polaris was the only motionless star in the heavens, with all the other constellations revolving perfect circles over the Earth every night. The stars were divided into two categories, known as the fixed stars and the wandering stars. The fixed stars were so called because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to stay fixed in their constellation patterns, night after night, year after year, century after century, never changing their relative positions. The wandering stars, what are today referred to as planets, were so called because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like patterns, making both forward and retrograde motions over and around the Earth during their cycles. The sun and moon were both of equal size, and they too revolved over and around the motionless Earth, as immortalized in the Chinese yin-yang symbol. The sun and moon were much closer to Earth than supposed nowadays, and each shined with their own unique opposite lights, the sun's being warm, golden, drying, preservative, and antiseptic, and the moon's light being cold, silver, damp, putrefying, and septic. The sun and moon, as though connected to a magnetic maypole, made alternating spiral journeys over and around the Earth every year. The sun began its journey at the Tropic of Capricorn at the winter solstice, where it made its fastest and largest circle over the Earth. For the next 3 months, every day the sun slightly narrowed its path and slowed its speed until by the spring equinox the sun had spiraled its way from the Tropic of Capricorn to the equator. Then for the next 3 months, again every day, the sun continued to slightly narrow its path and slow its speed until the summer solstice, when the sun made its smallest, slowest circle around the Tropic of Cancer. Once the sun reached this innermost circle, like the ribbons and dancers around the maypole, the sun would then begin its opposing, widening, quickening journey back to the Tropic of Capricorn. For the next 3 months, every day the sun slightly widened its path and hastened its speed until the autumnal equinox, the sun had spiraled its way from the Tropic of Cancer back to the equator. Then for the next 3 months again, every day the sun continued to slightly widen its path and hasten its speed until the winter solstice, when the sun made its largest, fastest circle around the Tropic of Capricorn, and the annual journey began again. The moon had a similar yearly path revolving over and around the Earth, but unlike the sun, which constantly changed its speed to keep a consistent 24-hour day, the moon's speed never changed, so depending on its latitude, the moon was observed then, as we can observe today, to take approximately 24.7 to 25 hours per cycle. This is why at different times and places during each month we can see the moon in the morning, afternoon, or night. This is also the origin of old fairy tales such as The Hare and the Hedgehog, or The Tortoise and the Hare. The hare, like the sun, begins the annual race full of energy, excitement, and ego, declaring himself the definite winner, and gets off to an immediate head start. Meanwhile, equally confident in his seemingly lesser abilities, the humble, slow, and steady tortoise moon begins as well, allowing the hare to lead. As the race carries on, the cocky hare tires and slows down, or takes a nap, at which point the tortoise overtakes him. This is analogous to the moon reaching the Tropic of Cancer before the sun each year and beginning its return journey. When the hare reaches this halfway point of the race, he realizes his lackluster attitude has resulted in being overtaken by the slower tortoise, and begins to speed up again. Then, for the remainder of the race, the sun picks up speed day by day, gaining on the moon, but ultimately losing as the slow and steady tortoise reaches the finish line before the hare and wins. So for ancient man, Earth and Polaris were the two immovable center points of the universe, around which the sun, moon, and other stars all revolved in a dome-like shape. Some cultures believed in a literal, physical, solid dome or firmament to which the fixed stars were bound. Other cultures mythologized the axis mundi as the world tree with Polaris at the center and all the other constellations forming the branches. In these flat Earth depictions, the North Pole occupied the center point, and south was all straight lines extending outwards from there. East and west were not straight lines, as is assumed nowadays, but were in fact circles, just like all lines of latitude and the paths of the celestial bodies. The southern circumference of Earth was surrounded by a gigantic wall of ice 150 to 200 feet above sea level, holding the interconnected oceans in like a World Cup. Beyond the ice wall, some cultures claimed a firm barrier existed through which no human could penetrate. Other cultures believed there were entire worlds and other civilizations existing beyond the Antarctic ice. Currently, and for the past half-century, there has existed an international Antarctic treaty preventing all independent exploration of Antarctica. Pre-approved guided tours exist which take visitors to a few coastal regions of Antarctica, but no independent exploration of the continent is allowed. Sailors like Jarl Andhøy have been caught attempting to explore Antarctica and threatened, turned around at gunpoint, fined, and jailed for violating this militarily enforced international treaty. As a result, the public currently has no way to confirm or deny the seemingly fantastical claims of ancient man concerning what may or may not exist at the southernmost extremities of the Earth. We can, however, confirm that this 200-foot ice wall surrounding the southern circumference of the Earth most certainly exists. We can confirm that Polaris is indeed the only non-moving star in the sky. All the fixed stars indeed rotate perfect circles around Polaris while remaining stuck in their relative constellations night after night, year after year, century after century. The wandering stars, or planets, do indeed wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like paths when charted from a geocentric perspective. The sun and moon are indeed observably of equal size and revolve over and around us in daily cycles. Just as the ancients observed, the sun's annual path does indeed travel from the Tropic of Capricorn at the winter solstice, to the equator at spring equinox, to the Tropic of Cancer at the summer solstice, back to the equator at autumnal equinox, and finally back to the Tropic of Cancer at winter solstice. The sun's light is indeed warm, golden, drying, preservative, and antiseptic, while the moon's light is indeed cold, silver, damp, putrefying, and septic. A thermometer placed in the sun's light will always read warmer than a thermometer placed in the sun's shade, while a thermometer placed in the moon's light will always read cooler than a thermometer placed in the moon's shade. Plant and animal substances exposed to sunlight quickly dry, shrink, coagulate, and lose their tendency to decompose and putrefy, whereas plant and animal substances exposed to moonlight will quickly show symptoms of putrefaction and decay. Last but not least, just as the ancients espoused, the Earth is observably motionless to all our senses, and the horizon remains perfectly flat as far as the eye can see. Not only does the horizon remain perfectly flat 360 degrees around the observer, but whether at sea level, the top of Mount Everest, 35,000 feet high in an airplane, or even at over 100,000 feet high, the highest any amateur hot air balloon has ever flown, the flat horizon actually rises to the eye level of the observer all the way up. On a globular Earth, no matter how large it is assumed to be, the horizon would remain where it was, and the rising observer would have to tilt his head downwards further and further the higher they rose to see the steadily falling horizon. Many people will be shocked to know that to this day, every single scientific experiment ever devised to show the alleged motion of the Earth has failed to do so, or, given evidence of the opposite, that the Earth is indeed motionless, and every attempt ever made to measure the alleged curvature of the Earth has failed to do so, or, given evidence of the opposite, that the Earth is indeed flat. The first person in recorded history to ever claim that Earth was anything but the flat, motionless center of the universe was a Greek mathematician and philosopher named Pythagoras of Samos around 500 BC. Interestingly enough, Pythagoras has also been touted by Freemasonic historians such as Albert Mackey, James Anderson, William Hutchinson, and William Preston as being the very first Freemason. Presented more as a thought experiment than a complete cosmology, Pythagoras posited that if the Earth were a spherical globe turning on its vertical axis once per day while revolving annually around a stationary sun, that this model could also equally explain the cyclical motions of the heavenly bodies. This heliocentric model was taught to initiates at Pythagoras's Crotona school, but never became popular or had an influence outside of Greece for another 2,000 years. A century later, another Greek mathematician and philosopher named Plato also espoused a spherical Earth cosmology, except he claimed the Earth globe to be the motionless center of the universe, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around. His most famous student, Aristotle, also wrote about this geocentric globe-Earth cosmology in his book On the Heavens, offering 3 main points of evidence for his theory. Firstly, Aristotle noted that when sailing away from an observer on shore, ships approaching the horizon disappeared from view hull before masthead, and he postulated that this occurrence was due to the curvature of the Earth. Aristotle argued that the hull disappeared first because beyond the horizon the globe Earth curved downwards, causing the hull and eventually the masthead and entire ship to drop below the curvature. Today, we can easily prove that Aristotle was incorrect in his assumption by using telescopes, binoculars, and zoom cameras. Once a ship has completely disappeared beyond the horizon, modern technology allows us to zoom in and bring the entire vessel, hull and all, back into full view. This proves that ships do not disappear hull first due to the alleged curvature of the Earth, and that the horizon line is in fact merely the vanishing point of perspective from a given observer's point of view, and not, as Aristotle supposed, the beginning of the Earth's curvature. The horizon is subjective and varies in distance depending on the weather, the observer's height, and the strength of his eyesight or instruments. As noted previously, the horizon actually rises to the eye of the observer no matter how high he climbs, which also proves that the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing point of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Aristotle's second point of evidence offered for his spherical Earth theory was the Earth's round shadow cast on the moon during lunar eclipses. To this day, heliocentrists still offer this argument as proof of a spherical Earth, claiming that during lunar eclipses, the Sun, Earth, and Moon align in a perfect 180-degree syzygy like 3 billiard balls, causing the Sun to cast the Earth's shadow onto the Moon. This clever but faulty assumption is rendered completely invalid, however, due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the Sun and Moon are still visible together above the horizon. As early as the time of Pliny the Elder, there are records of eclipses happening while both the Sun and Moon were visible in the sky, and continue to be recorded by the Royal Astronomical Society today. Obviously, if the Sun and Moon are both observable simultaneously during an eclipse, then they are not aligned in a 180-degree syzygy, and it is therefore impossible that the Sun could be casting Earth's shadow on the Moon, and some other explanation must be sought. Another explanation, in fact, already existed in many cultures around the world, who posited that a third celestial body known as Rahu, or the Black Sun, also existed, equal in size to the Sun and Moon. This translucent dark body passed affront the Sun and Moon during solar and lunar eclipses, causing their lights to dim. Aristotle's final point of evidence offered for his spherical Earth theory was the appearance of Polaris and other stars to gradually decline overhead as an observer travels southwards. He argued that the gradual declination and eventual disappearance beyond the horizon of certain stars and constellations as one traveled southwards was evidence that the observer was traveling over a convex curved surface. Similar to the ships disappearing over the horizon argument, Aristotle posited that the horizon line was the literal curvature of his spherical Earth, and the stars which declined and disappeared beyond it became invisible because a mass of curved Earth existed between them and the observer. In actual fact, however, the gradual declination of objects in the sky towards the horizon is merely a product of the law of perspective on plane surfaces. As any art student of point perspective knows, the human eye views the world in a pyramidal shape, so that when looking down a long hallway, the floor appears to rise, the ceiling appears to sink, and the walls appear to narrow into a point at the center of the observer's view. Of course, the dimensions of the hallway remain constant for its entire length. The floor does not actually rise, the ceiling does not actually sink, nor do the walls actually close in. But to the human eye, everything is perceived this way. Similarly, when the sun, moon, airplanes, or clouds appear to sink towards the horizon as they move away from us, they are not actually losing altitude and slowly approaching sea level. They are in fact maintaining the same altitude, except they are moving away from you, and so the law of perspective makes them appear to sink. A century after Aristotle, around 250 BC, yet another Greek mathematician and philosopher named Eratosthenes made his claim to fame with a new alleged proof of the spherical Earth. Eratosthenes noted that at noon during the summer solstice at Syene, the sun cast no shadow and the rays could reach straight to the bottom of his well, yet meanwhile in Alexandria, a vertically standing metal rod cast a significant shadow. By factoring the length of the shadow with his assumed distance to the sun, Eratosthenes recorded a measurement of Earth's circumference close to what heliocentrist astronomers still use today. The fact of the matter is, however, that Eratosthenes' calculations were made assuming the sun to be millions of miles away, so that its rays would fall perfectly parallel even in points as divergent as Syene and Alexandria. This faulty premise led to his faulty conclusion, which was eventually exposed upon the invention of the nautical sextant. Using sextants and plane trigonometry, by measuring the sun's angle at 2 points on Earth simultaneously and factoring their distance from each other, the Pythagorean theorem reveals both the height and dimensions of the sun. Using this method, the sun and moon have repeatedly been calculated to be approximately 32 miles in diameter, 3,000 miles from the surface of the Earth. High-altitude balloon footage has also filmed lighting hotspots on clouds, proving the sun to be local and acting as a spotlight, and not a burning ball of gas millions of miles away, as supposed by heliocentrists. After Eratosthenes, the globe Earth theory completely disappeared from philosophical thought and recorded history for almost 2 millennia. Geocentric flat Earth cosmologies continued to reign supreme, with even Eratosthenes himself, touted as the father of geography, depicting the Earth as flat in his famous 194 BC map of the world. Crates of Malis invented the first model globe Earth around this time as well, but it failed to have any effect on the world at large. Fast forward to 1522 AD, Portuguese explorer Ferdinand Magellan became the first person in known history to successfully sail around the world. This circumnavigation of Earth soon became and continues to be touted today as absolute proof of the spherical Earth theory. If Magellan was able to sail east to west around the entire world and return to his original starting point, surely the Earth cannot be flat and must be a globe, right? Wrong. Just as a compass can place its center point on a flat piece of paper, trace a circle either way around, and return to its original starting point, so can a ship or plane circumnavigate a flat Earth. The only kind of circumnavigation which could not happen on a flat Earth is north-southbound, which to this day has still never been done. Both the North Pole and Antarctica are military-enforced no-fly and no-sail zones due to restrictions originating from none other than the United Nations, the same United Nations that haughtily uses a flat Earth map in their official logo and flag. In 1543, just days before his death, Freemason and Jesuit Nicholas Copernicus published his book On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, which revived the old heliocentric cosmology of Pythagoras and began the so-called Copernican revolution away from a flat geocentric model and towards a global heliocentric model. Since his book claimed Earth to be a tilting, wobbling, spinning sphere revolving at breakneck speeds around a stationary sun, it was initially met with due incredulity. Copernicus always countered this by claiming his theories were merely hypotheses and shouldn't be considered truth. In his book, he even wrote, quote, "The Pythagorean teaching was founded upon hypothesis, and it is not necessary that the hypothesis should be true, or even probable. The hypothesis of the movement of the Earth is only one which is useful to explain phenomena, but it should not be considered as an absolute truth. Contemporaries of Copernicus, such as Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe, famously argued against his heliocentric model, positing that if the Earth revolved in an orbit around the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months of orbital motion could not fail to be seen. Brahe wrote that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, after millions of miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax could be detected in the stars. As even Wikipedia notes, quote, "The lack of any observable parallax was considered a fatal flaw in any non-geocentric theory." Copernicus's answer to this obvious problem was simple. He moved the stars so ridiculously far away from the Earth that even after millions of miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, no appreciable parallax could be detected. Copernicus simply needed to claim that the stars were trillions upon trillions of miles away, so then, mathematically speaking, it would indeed be impossible to detect such slight parallax. Again, contemporaries of Copernicus argued against this convenient correction of his, arguing quite rightly that if the stars were trillions of miles away, then there is no way we could see them. Backpedaling once again, Copernicus claimed the reason we could still see stars trillions of miles away was because they were not mere tiny points of translucent light in the night sky, but that stars were in fact gigantic gas balls billions of times larger than our Sun. So first, Copernicus had to move the stars trillions of miles from Earth to explain away lack of parallax, and then he had to make the stars billions of times larger to account for why we should see them at all from such fantastical distances. Lastly, he offered very specific distances and mathematical equations to solidify his theory, claiming, for instance, that he had accurately calculated the Sun's distance from Earth to be exactly 3,391,200 miles. At the turn of the 17th century, Tycho Brahe, under the patronage of Emperor Rudolf II, began construction of the largest, most state-of-the-art astronomical observatory ever built. Upon hearing this, German astronomer and Freemason Johannes Kepler was determined to apprentice under Brahe. Even though Kepler championed Copernicus's widely disputed heliocentric globe-Earth theory, Brahe begrudgingly accepted Kepler as his apprentice based on his merit as an astute astronomer and mathematician. Brahe allowed Kepler access to the observatory, but guarded his data and findings from him completely, which frustrated and angered Kepler to the point of eventually culminating in a heated argument between the two of them, resulting in Brahe kicking Kepler out. After much amends and apologizing, a year later, Brahe finally forgave Kepler and accepted him back as apprentice. This time, however, Kepler was not content with his role as mere apprentice and soon proposed and secured a commissioned position on Brahe and Emperor Rudolph's new project, the Rudolphine Astronomical Tables. Less than a month later, Tycho Brahe mysteriously dropped dead, and Johannes Kepler was given access to all of Brahe's coveted data, free rein of the observatory, and became Emperor Rudolph's new official astronomer. Abundant circumstantial evidence and obvious motive have long fed speculation that Kepler actually murdered Brahe. Brahe was only 54 years old and in fine health when suddenly he became deathly ill and passed away. His official cause of death was reported as a bladder infection, but subsequent autopsies of his body revealed toxic quantities of mercury present on his mustache hairs, which has led many researchers to conclude he was poisoned. The 2004 book Heavenly Intrigue suggested that Kepler had indeed murdered Brahe to gain access to his data. Kepler himself never denied this, and he actually wrote, quote, "I confess that when Tycho died, I quickly took advantage of the absence or lack of circumspection of the heirs by taking the observations under my care, or perhaps usurping them." And so for the remainder of his life, Kepler worked at Brahe's observatory for Brahe's employer, using Brahe's data to further his Copernican theories, which Brahe had always criticized. He modified Copernicus's calculations of celestial motions, changing them from perfect circles to irregular ellipses, and even formulated a new, updated distance of the Sun from Earth. While Copernicus had claimed positively the Sun to be 3,391,200 miles from Earth, Kepler assured the astronomical community that his new figure of 12,376,800 miles was the true distance. A few years later, in 1608, the first telescope was invented, and by 1609, the next champion of Copernicism, Italian astronomer, Freemason, and probable Jesuit Galileo Galilei, had purchased and built several of them. Galileo improved upon the telescope's design, boosting the zoom capabilities from the original 3 times up to 30 times magnification, and in 1610 made the most important alleged discovery of his career. With his 30-time zoom telescope, Galileo claimed to have seen what he described as, quote, 3 fixed stars, totally invisible by their smallness, all close to Jupiter and lying on a straight line through it. After tracking these invisible stars for a while and noticing they appeared sometimes but not others, Galileo concluded that when he could not find them, they must be hiding behind Jupiter, and therefore they must not be invisible stars at all, but rather invisible moons orbiting Jupiter. His alleged discovery of moons orbiting Jupiter was then touted as proof of the Copernican system, claiming that Earth must be a planet like Jupiter since both have orbiting moons. To this day, NASA claims to have special telescopes which can, on occasion, see these moons of Jupiter, just as Galileo claimed in his day to see, on occasion, with his special telescopes. Nowadays, with modern telescopes and zoom technology, we can see the celestial bodies far closer and with far more clarity than Galileo could have ever hoped for. A 2016 Nikon P900 has 83 times optical zoom and 332 times digital capabilities, which put Galilean telescopes to shame. Yet, even with this level of magnification, Galileo's alleged invisible stars orbiting Jupiter are nowhere to be found. Galileo and his fellow Mason predecessors, acting more like true believers of their heliocentric faith than legitimate scientists, were constantly guilty of inventing elaborate theories to support their foregone conclusion. This was never more evident than when Galileo presented his theory on the cause of tides in 1616. Cardinal Bellarmine had written Galileo the year before, stating that, quote, the Copernican system could not be defended without a true physical demonstration that the sun does not circle the earth, but the earth circles the sun. Taking this to heart, Galileo hoped to show that the Earth's tides were caused by the sloshing back and forth of water as a point on Earth's surface sped up and slowed down due to Earth's alleged rotation on axis and revolution around the sun. He argued that these hypothetical motions of his globular Earth were the cause of tides, and therefore the tides themselves were proof of Earth's motion. Unfortunately for Galileo, his ideas were not accepted and easily proven wrong by his contemporaries, who rightly pointed out that if his theory were correct, there would only be one high tide per day. Not only this, but if tides were caused by Earth's alleged motion, all lakes, ponds, and other inland bodies of water should be similarly affected, yet they are not. The next champion of heliocentricism was English mathematician and astronomer, knighted Freemason and Royal Society President Sir Isaac Newton. In 1687, Newton published his famous Principia Mathematica, which presented his idea of gravity to the world. The globe Earth theory had long faced criticism for being impractical due to the natural physics of spinning spherical objects, namely that anything placed on their surface should immediately fall or fly off. How could people, buildings, and the great oceans remain perfectly stuck to a ball Earth spinning faster than the speed of sound? The globe Earth theory needed a force that could keep everything in place somehow, a force strong enough to keep the oceans stuck to the Earth, but weak enough not to sink a sailboat, a force strong enough to drag the entire atmosphere along with Earth's breakneck speed, but weak enough to allow birds and bugs to travel freely and unabated in all directions. A force so strong it could make rain fall upwards and plants grow upside down, but yet so weak that it could not be detected by any contemporary methods. Newton's postulate of, quote, an invisible force able to act over vast distances led to him being heavily criticized for, quote, introducing occult agencies into the field of science. Previous to Newton's theory of universal gravitation, the natural laws of density and buoyancy already perfectly and adequately explained the world around us. For example, the reason a balloon filled with helium rises into the sky while a balloon filled with air drops to the ground is not because Newton's mystical pulling force has an aversion to helium, but rather simply because helium is lighter and less dense than the nitrogen, oxygen, and other elements which compose the air around it, so it floats up. And conversely, a balloon filled with your carbon dioxide exhalation is heavier and denser than the air around it, so it falls down to the ground. If you blow a dandelion seed out of your hands, a substance just barely heavier than the air, it will float away and slowly but eventually fall to the ground. If you drop an anvil from your hands, something much heavier than the air, it will quickly and directly fall straight to the ground. This is not because gravity prefers anvils to dandelion seeds, but rather because it is the natural physics of buoyancy for objects less dense than the medium surrounding them to rise, while objects denser than the medium surrounding them to sink. This is the reason raindrops fall down through the air and air bubbles rise up through the water, because of their relative densities. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the mystical pulling force of spinning balls from Newton's imagination. Newton's theory allegedly began when, upon seeing an apple fall from a tree at Woolsthorpe, as though no one in the history of humanity up to that point had ever seen a falling object and wondered why it fell, he had a veritable scientific epiphany. The apple fell not because it was heavier and denser than the air around it, but rather because a force at the center of the spinning ball earth pulled it to the ground. Newton quickly got to work formulating his theory of universal gravitation, which he used to explain not only falling objects, but also orbiting celestial bodies. Newton claimed that the sun, moon, earth, planets, and stars' gravity caused them to all orbit around the most massive nearby bodies. So not only was gravity fickle and selective about which objects it caused to fall and which it allowed to rise, gravity was also able to perform different functions on different scales. At the human scale, gravity allegedly caused people, buildings, and oceans to stick to the Earth, while at the planetary scale, gravity allegedly caused moons to orbit around planets, and planets to orbit around stars. Unfortunately, Newton never addressed this, but the question remains, how and why would gravity cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float around in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth, Moon, and planets to all be pulled and crash into the Sun. The two effects are very different, yet the same cause is attributed to both. Furthermore, this magnetic-like attraction of massive objects gravity is purported to have can be found nowhere in the natural world. There is no example in nature of a massive sphere or any other shaped object which, by virtue of its mass alone, causes smaller objects to stick to or orbit around it. There is nothing on Earth massive enough that it can be shown to cause even a dust bunny to stick to or orbit around it. Try spinning a wet tennis ball or any other spherical object with smaller things placed on its surface, and you will find that everything falls or flies off, and nothing sticks to or orbits around it. To claim the existence of a physical law without a single practical evidential example is hearsay, not science. By now, however, you are likely beginning to see that these Freemasonic heliocentric priests are less interested in science and truth than they are in propagating contrived evidences for their foregone conclusions. In like manner, as Copernicus had claimed positively the sun to be 3,391,200 miles away, and Kepler had calculated it to be positively 12,376,800 miles away, Newton was quoted as remarking, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." It appears he was correct, because the alleged distance to the heliocentrist's sun has continued to increase by the millions until today, where we stand with NASA's current official figure of 93 million miles. In 1773, Captain Cook became the first modern explorer known to have breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. This expedition offered an exciting chance to find proof of either the flat or globe Earth models, because Captain Cook intended to sail completely around Antarctica looking for inlets through the ice wall. If the Earth was indeed a globe 25,000 miles in equatorial circumference, as the heliocentrists claimed, then a complete circumnavigation of Antarctica would be approximately 12,000 miles. And if the Earth was flat, with Antarctica surrounding the entire circumference, a complete circumnavigation of Antarctica would have to take over 50,000 miles. During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and his crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. Captain Cook wrote, "The ice extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the ocean was illuminated by rays of light which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height." Later voyages by Captain James Clark Ross and Captain George Nares in the 19th century further confirmed Cook's findings. Ross's expedition spent 4 years and 5 months in heavily armored warships, failing to find an entry point beyond the southern glacial wall. And Nares spent over 3 years circumnavigating Antarctica, taking an admittedly indirect course, but clocking in nearly 69,000 miles total. If Antarctica truly was the tiny ice continent claimed by globe Earth proponents, all of these expeditions would have ended years sooner. In addition to this, many Antarctic explorers, including Captain James Clark Ross and Lieutenant Charles Wilkes, using globe Earth projection maps, wrote in their journals perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, later on further south increasing to as much as 29 miles per day. These huge discrepancies experienced by explorers the further south traveled are usually attributed to increasingly strong storms, winds, and currents, but if that were the case, they should have just as often found themselves ahead of their reckoning, which they never did. In 1783, the hot air balloon was invented, and for the first time in recorded history, people were able to float miles above the Earth's surface and see for themselves once and for all whether or not the Earth was flat or a globe. To many people's astonishment, as high as they rose, the horizon remained perfectly flat 360 degrees around them and rose to the level of their eyes all the way up. J. Glaisher wrote in his Travels in the Air that, quote, "On looking over the top of the car, the horizon appeared to be on level with the eye, and taking a grand view of the whole visible area beneath, I was struck with its great regularity. All was dwarfed to one plane. It seemed too flat." M. Victor Emmanuel, another hot air balloonist, wrote that, quote, "Instead of the Earth declining from the view on either side, and the higher part being under the car as is popularly supposed, it was the exact opposite. The lowest part like a huge basin being immediately under the car, and the horizon on all sides rising to the level of the eye. As stated previously, this is only possible on a flat plane." It would be an entire century after Newton published his theories on gravitation before any scientific experiment was devised to attempt to prove its existence. In 1797, Henry Cavendish, the British scientist, Freemason, and wealthy grandson of the Duke of Devonshire, created an experiment which he claimed successfully proved the existence of gravity, measured its constant, and provided accurate figures for the exact masses of the Earth, Sun, Moon, and planets. How did Cavendish achieve this quantum leap for heliocentric pseudoscience? He fixed 2 large lead balls on opposite ends of a torsion balance and hung them from the roof of his shed. By watching and recording slight motions of the contraption via telescope through his shed window so his mass would not affect the reading, Cavendish claimed to have proven gravity. 2 small lead balls were hung near the large ones, and any motion observed towards one another was touted as being the influence of gravity. Now, the Cavendish experiment has been widely criticized by the scientific community because never in over 2 centuries since its creation has anyone been able to replicate it. Firstly, the balls simply do not always attract one another as they must for the so-called gravitational constant to be constant at all. Sometimes the torsion balance turns towards the balls and sometimes away, as it is impossible not to give some slight tremulous motion when interacting with it. Henry even complained in his notes how often as he was performing the measurement, the contraption was still in oscillation. Secondly, since his calculated force of gravity was 10 to the 39th power weaker than the force of electromagnetism, from which all material objects are composed, there is no control for the experiment which can factor out and positively differentiate the alleged gravitational force from the known stronger electromagnetic force. In other words, the balls could simply be attracting each other through static electricity, a known force existing in all things, billions of times stronger than gravity, and impossible to control for the experiment. Even though no one could replicate Cavendish's findings, the experiment went down in history as a great success and is still taught as veritable proof of universal gravitation in science textbooks today. Half a century later, in 1851, a French scientist named Leon Foucault performed a similar experiment to Cavendish, but this time hanging a single ball from the ceiling, swinging it, and claiming all lateral motion observed to be proof that the Earth was turning beneath the pendulum. Since Foucault's original demonstration, these pendulums have regularly been swinging at museums and exhibition halls worldwide, purporting to provide everlasting perpetual proof of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth theory. The truth is, however, unbeknownst to most of the duped public, that Foucault's pendulum is a failed experiment which proves nothing but how easy it is for pseudoscience to deceive the malleable masses. To begin with, Foucault's pendulums do not uniformly swing in any one direction. Sometimes they rotate clockwise, and sometimes counterclockwise. Sometimes they fail to rotate, and sometimes they rotate far too much. Just like the Cavendish experiment, scientists who have attempted to replicate Foucault's findings have conceded time and again that, quote, it was difficult to avoid giving the pendulum some slight lateral bias at starting. In truth, the behavior of the pendulum actually depends on 1. The initial force beginning its swing, and 2. The ball and socket joint used, which most readily facilitates circular motion over any other. The supposed rotation of the Earth is completely inconsequential and irrelevant to the pendulum's swing. If the alleged constant rotation of the Earth affected pendulums in any way, then there should be no need to manually start pendulums in motion. If the Earth's diurnal rotation caused the 360-degree uniform diurnal rotation of pendulums, then there should not exist a stationary pendulum anywhere on Earth. Also in the mid-19th century, another Frenchman named Gaspard Gustave Coriolis performed several experiments showing the effect of kinetic energy on rotating systems, which have ever since become mythologized as proof of the heliocentric theory. His Coriolis effect is often said to cause sinks and toilet bowls in the northern hemisphere to drain spinning in one direction, while in the southern hemisphere causing them to spin the opposite way, thus providing proof of the spinning ball Earth. Once again, however, just like Foucault's swinging pendulums and Cavendish's hanging balls, sinks and toilets in northern and southern hemispheres do not consistently spin in any one direction. Sinks and toilets in the very same household are often found to spin opposite directions, depending entirely upon the shape of the basin and the angle of the water's entry, not the supposed rotation of the Earth. The Coriolis effect is also said to affect bullet trajectories and weather patterns as well, supposedly causing most storms in the northern hemisphere to rotate counterclockwise, and most storms in the southern hemisphere to rotate clockwise, to cause bullets from long-range guns to tend towards the right of the target in the northern hemisphere, and to the left in the southern hemisphere. Again, however, the same problems remain. Not every bullet and not every storm consistently displays the behavior, and therefore cannot reasonably be used as proof of anything. In the late 19th century, mostly thanks to the experiments, books, and lectures of an English inventor and author named Dr. Samuel Rowbotham, a flat Earth renaissance began sweeping the world. Rowbotham's findings, beginning with his 1864 book, Earth Not a Globe, an experimental inquiry into the true figure of the Earth, proving it a plane without axial or orbital motion and the only material world in the universe, caused quite a stir in the scientific community, and thanks to 3 decades of his effort, the shape of the Earth became a hot topic of debate around the turn of the 19th century. Dr. Rowbotham conducted several experiments using telescopes, spirit levels, and theodolites, special precision instruments used for measuring angles in horizontal or vertical planes. By positioning them at equal heights aimed at each other successively, he proved over and over the Earth to be perfectly flat for miles, without a single inch of curvature. In his most famous series of experiments, Rowbotham traveled to Cambridge, England, where there is a 20-mile canal called the Old Bedford, which passes in a straight line through the fenlands, known as the Bedford Level. The water has no interruption from locks or water gates of any kind, and remains stationary, making it perfectly suitable for determining whether any amount of convexity or curvature actually exists. If we were living on a ball Earth, every pond, lake, marsh, canal, and other large body of standing water, each part would have to comprise a slight arc or semicircle curving downwards from the central summit. If the ball Earth were truly 25,000 miles in circumference, as claimed by heliocentrists, then spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downwards an easily measurable 8 inches per mile, multiplied by the square of the distance. This means along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would have to curve 16 feet 8 inches downwards from one end to the other, and or dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak, depending where the measurement is taken. Rowbotham tested first by standing in the water holding a telescope 8 inches above the surface, while his partner rowed away from him in a small boat with a 5-foot-tall flag attached. If the Earth was indeed a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, by the time the boat reached Welney Bridge 6 miles away, the entire boat and flag should have been completely invisible, hidden behind a 6-foot-tall mass of curved water. In reality, however, every time tested, the entire boat and flag remained visible from start to finish. In a second experiment, Dr. Rowbotham placed 7 flags along the edge of the water, each 1 mile distant from the next, with their tops positioned 5 feet above the surface, and stood with his telescope behind the first. If the Earth was a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, each successive flag would have to decline a definite and determined amount below the last. The first and second flags established the line of sight. Then the third should fall 8 inches below the second, the fourth flag 32 inches below, the fifth 6 feet, the sixth 10 feet 8 inches, and the seventh flag should be a clear 16 feet 8 inches below the line of sight. Even if the Earth was a globe of 100,000 miles, an amount of easily measurable curvature should and would still be evident in this experiment. But the reality is, not a single inch of curvature was detected, and the flags all lined up perfectly as consistent with a flat plane. In 1870, one of Rowbotham's supporters, an English scientist of the Royal Academy named John Hampden, offered a public wager of £500 to anyone who thought they could prove the Earth spherical by repeating the Bedford Level experiment. Alfred Russel Wallace, a fellow English scientist, ardent evolutionist, and personal friend of Charles Darwin, accepted Hampden's wager, and the two met with referees to decide the matter at the Bedford Level. The original plan was to repeat Rowbotham's flag experiment, but after hours of attempting to align them one on each mile marker, upon looking through the telescope, quote, they could not even judge which was which, let alone decide whether the line of sight along them was flat or curved. Heated debate ensued, an angry quarrel followed, and the experiment descended into a farce. They called it a day, but a week later reconvened, this time Wallace setting new parameters for the experiment, which had never been tested or approved by Rowbotham or Hampden. Wallace hung a large calico sheet from the old Bedford Bridge, with a thick black line painted across its center, and positioned his telescope 6 miles south at Welney Bridge at the same elevation. Then, halfway between these 2 points, Wallace placed a long red pole topped with a marker disc designed to fall in line with the black painted marker and telescope. All of these he placed at a masonically significant 13 feet 3 inches above the water. Wallace's plan was to view the marker disc and black line through the telescope, and if the middle marker appeared below the line of sight, this would be taken as proof of the water's flat surface, and if the middle marker appeared above the line of sight, it would be taken as proof of Earth's curvature. Hampden immediately took issue with this new method of allegedly determining curvature, but begrudgingly accepted to continue. When viewed through the telescope, the center marker fell a tiny bit below the telescope crosshair, and the far marker on the bridge fell a tiny bit below that. This result was not expected by either party, but Wallace quickly claimed it proof that the Earth was curving downwards, while Hampden claimed the results to be in accordance with the law of perspective over flat surfaces. This time an even more heated debate ensued, until Wallace refused to speak another word with Hampden, gave him the silent treatment, and even had the police escort Hampden from his hotel room before leaving town the following day. The referees for the wager decided in favor of Wallace, and the money was given to him. In response, Hampden immediately published a 16-page pamphlet denouncing Wallace as a liar and cheat, called Is Water Level or Convex After All? The Bedford Canal Swindle Detected and Exposed. Another fellow English author and flat-earther, William Carpenter, also present during the experiment, wrote his equally scathing 30-page review of the swindle entitled Water Not Convex, The Earth Not a Globe, demonstrated by Alfred Russel Wallace on the 5th of March, 1870. Hampden later took Wallace to trial and sued him for his £500. The court formally decided in favor of Hampden that the bet was invalid and returned his money in full. Next, Hampden immediately reissued his challenge to Wallace, increasing the wager to £1,000 and inviting Dr. Rowbotham to attend. This time the experiment would be conducted as Rowbotham had originally done, standing in the water with telescope held 8 inches above the water, observing a boat with a 5-foot flag attached sailing 6 miles away from Welch's Dam to Welney Bridge. When the day of the wager came, poor weather prevented them from completing the experiment, so they postponed, met more bad weather, and postponed again. On their third and final attempt, before heading home with the weather still overcast, they attempted the experiment. Unfortunately, shortly after reaching the halfway point, the boat became indistinguishable beyond the haze, and the bet was called off. The boat and flag were visible, however, for the entire 3 miles. In 2015, a group of flat earthers once again repeated Rowbotham's experiment at the Bedford level, with similar results. They detected no curvature and saw the boat beyond the halfway marker, but became obscured by poor weather before reaching the full 6 miles. In 1871, after getting massive amounts of pressure from the public to address these claims from flat Earth proponents, Royal Astronomical Society President George Airy devised an experiment which he hoped would once and for all prove Earth's axial motion and forever silence the rabble-rousing flat earthers. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy planned to measure the speed of the telescope, and thereby the speed of the Earth, by extrapolating the amount of tilt needed to keep the starlight coming in straight. The experiment, however, would go down in history and forever be known as Airy's failure, because every time he repeated it, Airy found the starlight was already coming in the correct angle with no change necessary, proving that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth and not the other way around. Airy had meant to prove the heliocentric theory, but instead devised an everlasting proof of the geocentric model. In 1887, American physicists Albert Michelson and Edward Morley performed an experiment to determine Earth's speed through space, or what was then called the ether. By passing light through 2 pathways, one in the direction of Earth's alleged motion and the other at right angles to it, the light traveling with the Earth should have taken longer to return than light traveling at right angles to it. To the surprise of Michelson, Morley, and the scientific establishment, however, no difference whatsoever was detected, even after repeating the experiment several times in different places. To attempt to patch up this glaring problem, the heliocentric establishment created the Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction, which actually had the gall to claim that the light pathway going the same direction as the Earth became physically shorter during the experiment so that the time to return became equal to the other pathway. The implications of Michelson and Morley's experiment were so detrimental to the spinning globe Earth myth that they were forced to concoct this ludicrous backpedaling explanation, which even Arthur Miller denounced, calling it a physics of desperation. After Samuel Rowbotham's death, Lady Elizabeth Blunt, an English author, flat earther, vocal vegetarian, and anti-vivisectionist, founded the Universal Zetetic Society, which attracted thousands of members and published a journal called The Earth Not a Globe Review for several decades. Many other prominent flat earthers of the time also continued doing their best to spread the word. John Hampton continued publishing his own work and reprinted all of Samuel Rowbotham's material. In 1885, William Carpenter published his famous 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe. In 1892, Alexander Gleason released his New Standard Map of the World as It Is, which remains to this day one of the most accurate flat Earth maps ever created. He had hopes it would completely replace globes and Mercator maps the world over, but unfortunately his map's influence was short-lived. The next year, in 1893, Gleason published his flat Earth tome entitled Is the Bible from Heaven? Is the Earth a Globe? Does Modern Science and the Bible Agree? Which gave many flat Earth proofs and also explained his wonderful map. In 1899, the South African flat Earth author Thomas Winship published his excellent work, Zetetic Cosmogony, evidence that the world is not a rotating, revolving globe, but a stationary plane circle. 1903 marked the beginning of airplane travel, which, had it been invented in Copernicus's era, would have destroyed his spinning ball Earth fantasy long before takeoff. When hot air balloons were first invented, people were told the reason they cannot simply float in the air and wait for the spinning ball Earth to bring their destinations to them was because gravity somehow stuck the entire atmosphere and everything in it in place, dragging it along at 1,000 miles per hour so uniformly that we can't see it, feel it, hear it, or measure it in any way. Once airplane technology evolved so that we could fly at comparable speeds to the Earth's supposed rotation, however, it became immediately apparent that the Earth and its atmosphere could not be constantly rotating 1,000 miles per hour west to east. Simply put, if the Earth were constantly spinning eastward 1,000 miles per hour, then airplane flight durations going eastwards versus westwards would be significantly different. If the average commercial airliner travels 500 miles per hour, it follows that westbound equatorial flights should reach their destination at approximately 3 times the speed as their eastbound return flights. In reality, however, the differences in east and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a 1,000-mile-per-hour spinning ball Earth. For example, flights eastward with the alleged spin of the ball Earth from Tokyo to LA take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, the return flights westwards against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact, take an average of 11.5 hours. Also of note, if Earth were a globe, there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have the quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica instead, claiming the temperatures too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they are impossible. If the Earth was a ball and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way if absolutely necessary. In actual fact, however, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. On a ball Earth, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. A casual study of other South Hemisphere flight paths and stopover points will prove to even the most staunch skeptic the clear illegitimacy of globe map projections. Building on Michelson and Morley's experiment, in 1913, French physicist Georges Sagnac again proved the existence of the ether and the stillness of Earth by using a beam splitter to send light in opposite directions around a path, recombining them, then observing their interference fringes, first while stationary, and then while rotating the entire experiment table 2 revolutions per second. The changes in interference patterns between the moving and non-moving trials proved that the light, and therefore the Earth, was stationary. In 1914, William Westfield wrote his geocentric classic, Does the Earth Rotate? No. And when Gerard Hickson's masterpiece, Kings Dethroned, A History of the Evolution of Astronomy from the Time of the Roman Empire up to the Present Day, was published in 1922, the heliocentric theory of the universe was on its last legs. In 1925, the Michelson-Gale experiment again vouched for a stationary Earth, and it was clear to the establishment that they needed something big to bring public opinion back their way. In 1916, a Jewish physicist named Albert Einstein had published his General Theory of Relativity, a brilliant revision of heliocentrism which, in one philosophical swoop, abolished the ether from scientific study, replacing it with a form of relativism which allowed for heliocentrism and geocentrism to hold equal merit. If there was no absolute etheric medium within which all things exist, then hypothetically one could postulate complete relativism with regard to the movement of 2 objects, such as the Earth and Sun. In one philosophical leap, with no scientific evidence to support it, Einstein and the heliocentric establishment were thus able to sweep Airy's failure, Michelson, Morley, Sagnac, and Gale all conveniently under the carpet and pretend they didn't exist, simply by claiming that all motion in the universe was relative. By the late 1920s, Einstein and his theories had been pushed so vehemently, the heliocentric theory began making a comeback, and Einstein was being touted as a genius and one of the greatest minds in history. Far from it, even he himself admitted when asked, "What is it like to be the smartest man alive?" responded by saying, "I don't know, you'll have to ask Nikola Tesla," a true genius who in no way supported Einstein's relativity or the heliocentric theory. Einstein was even caught lying when he originally claimed to have never even heard of the Michelson-Morley experiment, but later admitted that he had indeed created special relativity with the intent of abolishing the ether and nullifying the Michelson-Morley result. By the 1930s, an eccentric Christian flat-earther named Wilbur Glenn Voliva was attracting widespread publicity around the world thanks to his American lecture tours and daily radio broadcasts from his personal station, which could be heard all the way to Australia. Voliva famously founded and built Zion City in Illinois, a town of 6,500 people, all of whom were Christian flat-earthers. Zion City even had its own schools and churches which taught flat-earth cosmology. In the spirit of Robotham and Hampton, throughout his life, Voliva offered an open-ended wager of $5,000 to anyone who thought they could disprove the flat Earth. Until his death in 1942, there were no takers. After the Second World War, Operation Paperclip brought hundreds of top German rocket scientists and physicists into the United States, and beginning in the late 50s employed them in NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Meanwhile, the Russian space program was also forming, and a so-called space race between America and Russia ensued. The geostationary communications satellite was first imagined in a 1945 proposal by Freemason science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke, and supposedly became science fact just over a decade later. In 1957, Russia allegedly launched the first satellite named Sputnik into low Earth orbit, followed in 1958 by America's Explorer 1. Nowadays, there are supposedly upwards of 20,000 such satellites constantly orbiting the Earth. They are allegedly floating around in the thermosphere, where temperatures are claimed to be upwards of 4,530 degrees Fahrenheit. The metals used in satellites, however, such as aluminum, gold, and titanium, have melting points of 1,221, 1,948, and 3,034 degrees respectively, all far lower than they could possibly handle. People even claim to see satellites with their naked eyes, but this is ridiculous considering they are smaller than a bus and allegedly 100+ miles away. It is impossible to see anything so small that far away. Even using telescopes, no one claims to discern the shape of satellites, but rather describes seeing passing moving lights, which could easily be any number of things, from airplanes to drones to shooting stars or other unidentified flying objects. The fact that they are geostationary means they would not appear to move through the sky anyway, but rather be perpetually stuck in the exact same place all day, every day. So-called satellite phones have been found to have reception problems in countries like Kazakhstan with very few cell phone towers. If the Earth were a ball with 20,000+ satellites surrounding, such blackouts should not regularly occur in any rural countryside and deep ocean areas. Also, satellite TV dishes, which existed for years before satellites were supposedly invented, are almost always positioned at a 45-degree angle towards the nearest ground-based repeater tower. If TV antenna were actually picking up signals from satellites 100+ miles in space, most TV dishes should be pointing more or less straight up to the sky. The fact that satellite dishes are never pointing straight up and almost always positioned at a 45-degree angle proves they are picking up ground-based tower signals. Before satellites, radio, television, and navigation systems like LORAN and Decca were already well established and worked fine using only ground-based technologies. Nowadays, huge fiber optic cables connect the internet across oceans, gigantic cell towers triangulate GPS signals, and ionospheric propagation allows radio waves to be bounced all without the aid of the science fiction bestseller known as satellites. Also in the late 50s, a sign maker from Dover, England named Samuel Shenton, in the spirit of Robotham and Lady Blunt's Zetetic Society, created IFERS, the International Flat Earth Research Society, and began giving lectures on television, in newspapers, to youth clubs and schools about our flat, motionless Earth. Shenton discovered the writings of the late 19th century flat Earth authors mentioned previously and made it his mission to spread the Zetetic message as far and wide as he could. With NASA's supposed satellite launches happening, people constantly questioned Shenton about satellites proving the globe Earth, to which he would always reply, "Does sailing around the Isle of Wight prove it is spherical?" When NASA claimed to have put the first man in space, Shenton said from the beginning that it was all photo and video trickery. When John Glenn supposedly orbited the world in 1963, Shenton even sent him a free IFERS membership with a personal message saying, "Okay, wise guy." Shenton knew that John Glenn, two-time U.S. Senator and one of NASA's first astronauts, was a lying Freemason, just like his heliocentric forefathers from Pythagoras to Copernicus, Kepler to Cavendish, along with most all of NASA's astronauts. Buzz Aldrin Jr. is an admitted ring-wearing, hand-sign-flashing 33rd-degree Mason from Montclair Lodge No. 144 in New Jersey. Edgar Mitchell is an Order of Demolay Mason at Aresta Lodge No. 29 in New Mexico. James Irwin was a Tejon Lodge No. 104 member in Colorado Springs. Don Eisel was a member of the Luther B. Turner Lodge No. 732 in Ohio. Gordon Cooper was a Master Mason in Carbondale Lodge No. 82 in Colorado. Virgil Grissom was a Master Mason from Mitchell Lodge No. 228 in Indiana. Walter Schira Jr. was a 33rd degree Mason at Canaveral Lodge No. 339 in Florida. Thomas Stafford is a Mason at Western Star Lodge No. 138 in Oklahoma. Paul Weitz is from Lawrence Lodge No. 708 in Pennsylvania. C. Fred Kleineknecht, the head of NASA during the Apollo program, shortly thereafter became Sovereign Grand Commander of the Council of the 33rd Degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry of the Southern Jurisdiction. NASA astronauts Neil Armstrong, Alan Shepard, William Pogue, Vance Brand, and Anthony England all had fathers who were Freemasons as well. The amount of astronauts known to be Freemasons or from Freemasonic families is astonishing. It is likely that more astronauts and people of key importance in NASA are affiliated with the Brotherhood as well, but not so open about their membership. For there to be this many Masons, members of the world's largest and oldest secret society, involved with the promotion and propagation of this globalist heliocentric doctrine from its outset to modern times, should raise some serious suspicion. Before the first Apollo missions ever even cleared the launch pad, 11 NASA astronauts died in highly suspicious accidents. Gus Grissom, Roger Chaffee, and Ed White were all cremated together in an Apollo capsule fire during a completely unnecessary and dangerous test where they were strapped down and locked into a 100% oxygen chamber which incinerated the three of them to death in seconds. 7 other astronauts, Ted Freeman, Charles Bassett, Elliot See., Russell Rogers, Clifton Williams, Michael Adams, and Robert Lawrence, died in 6 separate airplane crashes, and Ed Gibbons in a car crash. 8 of these deaths were in 1967 alone. So many astronauts coincidentally dying under such circumstances is highly unlikely and lends credence to the idea that these were intentional hits by the Masons trying to find the right people to sell their hoax. One of the most outspoken of the fallen astronauts was Gus Grissom. By 1967, Grissom had become increasingly irritated and vocally negative about NASA's chances of ever landing a man on the moon. He stated the odds were pretty slim, and famously hung a lemon on the Apollo capsule after it repeatedly failed safety testing procedures. Grissom threatened to go public with his complaints about the LEM, and even told his wife Betty, quote, "If there ever is a serious accident in the space program, it's likely to be me." Right after his murder, government agents raided Grissom's house before anyone had been informed about the fire or his death. They removed all his personal papers and his diary, never to be returned. From 1969 to 1972, the Freemasons at NASA claimed to have landed 6 of their Apollo missions on the moon. With this ingenious deception, a bit of rocket technology, a bunch of lying Freemasons, and photographs taken through a round window, with this one psyop, NASA managed to convince nearly everyone on Earth that they live on a spinning ball. However, in the documentary A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, you can watch official leaked NASA footage showing Apollo 11 astronauts Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins for almost an hour using transparencies and camera tricks to fake shots of around Earth. They communicate over audio with control in Houston about how to accurately stage the shot, and someone keeps prompting them on how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired effect. First they blacked out all the windows except for a downward-facing circular one, which they aimed the camera towards from several feet away. This created the illusion of a ball-shaped Earth surrounded by the blackness of space, when in fact it was simply a round window in their dark cabin. Neil Armstrong claimed at this point to be 130,000 miles from Earth, halfway to the moon, but when camera tricks were finished, the viewer could see for themselves the astronauts were not more than a couple dozen miles above the Earth's surface in a high-altitude plane. These images showing a globular world soon became the Freemasons' most valuable tool in altering public perception about the shape of the Earth. Since the original so-called blue marble image, NASA has provided the public with many more pictures and videos showing a globe Earth, touting veritable photographic proof that Pythagoras' 2,500-year-old theory was finally validated. When seen with a skeptical eye, however, professional photoanalysts have dissected several NASA images of the ball Earth and found undeniable proof of computer editing. For example, images of the Earth allegedly taken from the moon have proven to be copied and pasted in, as evidenced by rectangular cuts found in the black background around the Earth by adjusting brightness and contrast levels. If they were truly on the moon and Earth was truly a ball, there would be no need to fake such pictures. When NASA's images of the ball Earth are compared with one another, the coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents are consistently so drastically different from one another as to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that the pictures are all fake. NASA has many alleged photographs of the ball Earth which show several exact copy and pasted duplicate cloud patterns. Cheeky graphics artists have even placed things like faces, dragons, and the word sex into cloud patterns over various ball Earth pictures. One recent Pluto picture clearly has a picture of Disney's Pluto the dog layered into the background. On a clear afternoon, during a waxing or waning moon cycle, it is possible to see the blue sky right through the moon. For centuries, stars and planets have often been seen and recorded, even by the Royal Astronomical Society, to have been seen through the moon. If the moon is translucent enough to see objects through it, it cannot be the solid, spherical planetoid claimed by NASA and modern astronomers. Samuel Shenton, president of IFERS, was quoted before the Apollo supposed moon landing, stating that stars have been seen through the moon. The astronauts had better be ready to come right back, because there isn't anything much to land on. Besides Shenton, many of the first people to unequivocally call out the NASA moon landings as being a staged hoax were professional photographers. When the official NASA photographs of the moon are closely examined, it is clear that many were taken inside a studio using repetitive backgrounds, artificial lighting, wires, and cranes. Award-winning British photographer David Percy, photo analyst and historian Jack White, photographer and Nexus magazine publisher Marcus Allen, and many others all put their professional reputations on the line to expose NASA's so-called photographic evidence. None of the Apollo missions brought any extra studio lighting with them on the lunar lander, so the sun should be the only light source on the moon, and in all pictures taken there. In that case, the light should only come from one direction, and all shadows should be cast in the opposite direction. However, in dozens of official NASA photos, there are shadows being cast in up to 3 directions simultaneously, often at up to 90-degree angles, which can only be the result of multiple light sources not present on the moon. Several pictures even show overhead spotlights reflecting in astronauts' helmets and multiple lens flares originating from 2 or more light sources. Analyzing several images from the 6 missions shows repeated background features, the exact same hills, dunes, and craters, being used over and over again in supposedly different places on the moon, as well as visible foreground and backdrop lines indicative of a studio set. In images from Apollo 11, Buzz Aldrin can be seen wearing different color gloves and different length boots in pictures that were supposedly taken within minutes of each other. If Buzz was really in the vacuum of space in a pressurized spacesuit, he certainly would not have had the time or reason to depressurize and repressurize his suit just to make such fashion adjustments. Some pictures show the lunar rover with no tracks anywhere around it. Others show rover tracks all over the foreground while it is yet to be unpacked and unloaded. A couple pictures even show what appear to be sneakers and a lady's heel tracks on the moon, in addition to the astronauts' boot prints. Another glaring mistake is that none of NASA's images or videos show stars in the background as they should, just complete blackness, likely because exact star maps as they should appear from the moon would be nearly impossible to fake. The testimony of different astronauts on different missions in their autobiographies and interviews just muddies the water even more, some of them bragging about the, quote, astonishingly brilliant light of the stars, and others saying they, quote, don't remember seeing a single star while on the moon. Such inconsistencies, and the fact that none of NASA's moon pictures feature stars or planets in their appropriate positions, should raise a red flag that these astronauts were not on the moon. Many pictures of the sun on the moon are clearly spotlights and not the sun. Some images show studio lighting lens flares or studio lighting reflecting off a black background. One image clearly shows a shadow on the ceiling of space as the lunar lander lifts off. Many images show shadows of reticule crosshairs suspended in air over a print underneath, proving them to be doctored and not originals as claimed. Images of the lunar lander supposedly on the moon shows a pathetic 1969 attempt at creating high-tech futuristic-looking equipment using what appears to be construction paper, gold foil, scotch tape, and metal shower rods. The idea that the piece of junk shown in these official NASA photographs flew to the moon and back is so ludicrous it's laughable. Close-ups of the lunar lander footpads show them without a speck of dust on them and without a burn print under its 10,000-pound thrusters, like it was just gently set down in place. NASA scientists in their own documents were worried about the LEM falling into its own massive burn radius, yet there it sits with no burn print and spotless clean pads. Even the astronauts' boot prints made deep impressions on the moon dust, yet the lander's 10,000-pound thrusters left not a trace, no blast hole, and no dust on the pads. When the video evidence is examined, even more anomalies are found. In certain frames, light pings can be seen reflecting off overhead stage wires attached to astronauts' backpacks. In one Apollo 16 clip, an astronaut falls to his knees and is quickly jerked back up to his feet by what can only be an unseen wire hoisting him straight upwards. One of the more obvious video anomalies is how several Apollo missions show American flags flapping around in the non-existent space wind. The moon is supposed to have no atmosphere, and so the flags should remain perfectly still, but can often be seen moving quite boisterously. Another interesting video anomaly is discovered by playing NASA's moon footage at 2x speed, then watching the astronauts walking, running, jumping, or cruising around on their little buggy. Without the speed adjustment, there is a low-gravity illusion, as the astronauts seem to float, drift, and glide slowly and smoothly along. But once they are seen at 2x speed, it becomes clear that they are in, quote, normal gravity, walking, running, jumping, and cruising at normal speeds. They simply reduced the play speed by 50% in post-production, and voila, instant moon motion. Not only is the Apollo video record fraught with fraud, but NASA claims the original Apollo 11 videos have conveniently disappeared from their records so no one can analyze them for authenticity. You heard correctly. They spent over $30 billion of American taxpayer money traveling to the moon and then lost the video evidence. Those blurry, ghostly black and white images shown on TV were purposely lousy because NASA insisted at the time that all TV networks must broadcast directly from a big screen display in their operations room, a mandate which all the major networks accepted, and so what the public saw was just a video of a poorly magnified video, and now it is impossible to watch the original. Not only have the Apollo 11 originals disappeared, but NASA claims to have lost all original audio tapes from the Apollo missions, and that their contractors have lost all prints and plans for the lunar rover, LEM lander, and Apollo ship engines. It even recently came out that when curators at Amsterdam's Rijksmuseum investigated their moon rock, personally given to them by Armstrong and Aldrin in 1969, they found that it was actually just a worthless piece of petrified wood from Earth. In 1970, Freemason and philosophy professor at St. Thomas's University, Leo Ferrari, created the Flat Earth Society of Canada, which he soon shortened to simply the Flat Earth Society. Unlike Samuel Shenton's International Flat Earth Research Society in every way, Leo Ferrari's Flat Earth Society treated the entire subject as a deadpan joke, making a mockery of it, and even creating several intentionally false flat Earth arguments. For example, Leo Ferrari would always bring a pumpkin-sized rock with him during interviews and lectures, claiming he brought the stone back from the edge of our flat Earth. He would say, with a huge smirk on his face, how his boat had fallen over the edge, but he was luckily saved by hanging onto this rock. Clearly, treating our flat Earth in this tongue-in-cheek way discouraged people from taking the matter seriously, and creating this fake Flat Earth Society was the Freemasons' way of mitigating Shenton's Eifer's genuine threat to their global deception. In 1971, Samuel Shenton passed away, and the American former airplane mechanic Charles K. Johnson took his place as president of Eifer's. Charles and his wife Marjorie, like Lady Blunt and many of the original Zetetic Society members, were not only flat earthers, but outspoken vegetarians and anti-vivisectionists. Charles and Marjorie maintained a periodical called The Flat Earth News for many years, where they printed articles about NASA's lies, geocentricity, flat Earth, and vegetarianism. Unlike Leo Ferrari and his mock society spreading disinformation, Charles Johnson was a genuine voice speaking out against the evils of the world. In 1974, when Johnson heard of Ferrari's budding organization, he decided to contact him and wrote a cordial letter requesting further information about his society, to which Ferrari never replied. 2 years later, Johnson wrote another polite letter saying how he was delighted by the prospect of a like-minded campaigner, and said how it was a very happy day when he learned of Ferrari's society. Quote, "I feel sure at the core we cannot be too far apart in aims," Johnson wrote. "I do try to practice what I preach, to think and seek and search out reasonable ideas and concepts." He closed saying that he could hardly wait to hear from Ferrari and hoped very much he would please reply. After 6 months without a response, Johnson wrote one more time explaining again his sole purpose to enlarge his view and getting and holding on to the facts, which would benefit himself and in time the rest of the world. He requested a reply and a copy of Ferrari's FES magazine. In conclusion, Johnson signed, "Thanks from the bottom of my heart," in advance, but warned that if Ferrari insisted on ignoring him once again, quote, "I will then know for sure that you are some kind of enemy of the flat earth work." Eventually, Ferrari did reply this time, but not with a message or magazine as requested. He simply enclosed an FES paid application form. Johnson investigated Ferrari's organization further and found that he was using, quote, "the flat earth idea as a gimmick to entertain and promote the atheistic society." From then on, Johnson worked hard to expand his Eifers and constantly for the rest of his life exposed Ferrari's FES, calling him a false prophet, guilty of muddying the waters of truth. Near the end of his life, tragically, Johnson's house burned down, along with all the flat earth materials he and Shenton had collected over their lifetimes. Until his dying day, Johnson claimed the fire to be the result of arson by a NASA agent he had seen snooping around. Apparently finished with their moon landing propaganda, starting in 1976, NASA began faking Mars landings instead. To begin with, the planets, formerly known as wandering stars, are not terrestrial Earth-like habitations capable of landing anything on. The sun, moon, and stars are all simply luminaries, celestial lights relatively close to Earth, and not something tangibly solid that humans could ever walk on. This is painfully obvious to anyone with functioning eyeballs and a telescope or Nikon P900 camera, but NASA continues to this day to publish thousands of fake CGI images claiming to come from Mars. Even assuming Mars was an actual spherical desert planet as NASA claims, it is impossible for them to have safely landed the probes based on their own trials and statistics. They say the surface pressure on Mars is only 0.3% the surface pressure on Earth, and equivalent to the pressure at about 23 miles above the Earth. There is not enough air matter at that pressure, however, to provide any lift for opening up the parachutes NASA uses to land its Mars probes. No parachute ever devised has been able to successfully deploy at that altitude. They simply stream straight back, then never fill the rest of the way down. Joe Kittinger's record highest, fastest, and longest parachute dive from the Earth's upper atmosphere had him free-falling from only 19 miles high for 15 minutes at 767 miles per hour, and his drogue chute proved useless and offered no deceleration. Yet NASA would have us believe, for example, that Phoenix's parachute managed to somehow slow it down from 12,738 miles per hour to 123 miles per hour in just 2.86 minutes before its final landing. In other words, NASA is claiming to do something on Mars, millions of miles away, by remote control, something that we have no evidence is even possible on Earth at significantly lower altitude and 16 times slower speed. To this day, NASA continues to fake Mars landings, and more government space agencies around the world, including Russia, China, Japan, France, India, and others, are following the same Freemasonic model of fleecing their populations of taxpayer money to fund programs that provide the public nothing but propaganda. NASA and other space agencies' rocket launches never even go straight up. Every rocket forms a parabolic curve, peaks out, and inevitably starts falling back to Earth. The rockets which are declared successful are those few which don't explode or start falling too soon, but make it out of range of spectator view before crashing down into restricted waters and recovered. There is no magic altitude where rockets or anything else can simply go up, 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 and then suddenly just start free-floating in space. This is all science fiction illusion created by wires, green screens, dark pools, some permed hair, and zero-G planes. In 1998, NASA claimed to have sent up their first piece of the ISS, International Space Station. They have been caught, however, time and again with air bubbles forming and floating off in their official outer space footage. Astronauts have also been caught using scuba space gear, kicking their legs to move, and astronaut Luca Parmitano even almost drowned when water started filling up his helmet while allegedly on a spacewalk. It is admitted that astronauts train for their spacewalks in underwater training facilities like NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab, but what is obvious from their space bubbles and other blunders is that all official spacewalk footage is also fake and filmed underwater. Analysis of many interior videos from the International Space Station have shown the use of camera tricks such as green screens, harnesses, and even wildly permed hair to achieve a zero-gravity type effect. Footage of astronauts seemingly floating in the zero gravity of their space station is indistinguishable from Vomit Comet zero-G airplane footage. By flying parabolic maneuvers, this zero-G floating effect can be achieved over and over again, then edited together. For longer uncut shots, NASA has been caught using simple wires and green screens. In 2001, Charles K. Johnson died, and having lost all his flat Earth material and correspondence in his house fire, the IFERS was officially finished. Leo Ferrari's farcical Flat Earth Society, on the other hand, continued operation as usual, making a mockery of the Flat Earth subject. In 2004, the reins of FES presidency were handed over to Daniel Shenton, of no relation to genuine Flat Earther Samuel Shenton, who, true to Ferrari's example, maintains the Flat Earth Society website to this day, where they purport such fantastical, purposeful disinformation as the flat Earth disk constantly rising upwards forever through the universe to account for gravity. Their sole purpose, as Charles Johnson correctly stated, is clearly to poison the well and muddy the waters of truth. In 2008, teacher and author Eric Dubay, that's me, began a website and published a book titled The Atlantean Conspiracy, which exposed, among many other things, Freemasonry, the fake moon landings, geocentricity, and even featured a quote from IFERS president Charles K. Johnson. At the time, I had already read Samuel Rowbotham and William Carpenter's old 19th century Flat Earth books, and though personally still on the fence regarding the shape of the Earth, I was confident they were correct about the location, or geocentricity, of Earth, so I wrote about it. In 2009, after watching Alex Jones interview and praise several NASA astronauts on his show, I wrote an article and sent a message to him and his producers about the moon landing hoax, and included a link to Samuel Rowbotham's Flat Earth book for them to read. Alex even mentioned this on air the next day, and called me a flat earther who thinks he's covering up some Atlantean conspiracy, the title of my book and website.
The Earth being flat, that's clearly ridiculous, though I've actually been contacted by some flat earthers saying I'm covering up the fact that it's some Atlantean conspiracy.
For the next several years, I continued writing books and articles about various conspiracies and worked on building a huge social media presence. By making multiple accounts, adding as many friends and followers as possible, joining and posting to as many groups and pages as possible, over the course of a few years, I began building up very large followings on Facebook, Google+, LinkedIn, Twitter, StumbleUpon, Pinterest, Sue, and many other sites. To give you an example of their efficacy, you can see here my main Google+ account with over 135 million views, and my secondary one with over 87 million. In mid-2011, a professional artist, comedian, and Hollywood actor named Math Powerland, claiming to also be an ex-NASA whistleblower, created the NASA channel on YouTube. He made a few decent videos exposing NASA image fakery, but his channel certainly did not contain many flat earth proofs or evidence, and there are more videos of him ranting about Axe deodorant, hookers on Tinder, his championship sexual prowess, and other irrelevant topics than there are actually exposing the flat earth. For example, see his recent video entitled The History of the Flat Earth, the same name and comparable length as the video you are watching now, but contains almost no content relating to history or the flat earth, just him venting his various political frustrations. In short, anyone visiting his channel would not become a flat earther and would more likely be turned off from the subject due to his manic ranting style and lack of factual content. In November of 2014, after years of researching and writing, I released my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, the first pro-flat earth book written in nearly 50 years. I simultaneously released a flat earth conspiracy documentary on YouTube, began giving radio interviews, and published several influential articles on the subject. Within a very short space of time, the flat earth keyword saw a 600% rise in activity, and Google search results jumped from a few thousand to over 21 million. Soon after this, just as Johnson had experienced with Ferrari, I noticed a wave of disingenuous so-called flat earthers flooding into the movement with the obvious intent to muddy the waters. For example, when I began writing my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, I came across Paul Michael Bales on Facebook, a recent flat earth convert who had been collecting a library of old original flat earth books and letters. Hoping to find some good reference material, I messaged him asking for recommended titles, and he told me a few choice books to read. The full extent of our interaction consisted of a short Facebook conversation, yet curiously, after my book was published and the flat earth movement started growing, Paul began stating publicly that he was the Morpheus to my Neo, and that he taught me everything I know about the flat earth. He even made the ludicrous claim that my book was plagiarized from old Facebook posts of his. Matt Boylan, aka Math Powerland, also jumped in and had the gall to say that, quote, my entire book was plagiarized from his information, which is equally laughable considering he and his information are only mentioned in 2 paragraphs of my 252-page book. Needless to say, both of their claims are baseless and go to show how desperate they are to receive credit where it is not due. You can also see from this Google Analytics chart that the flat earth keyword had not made any significant change in 2011 since the launch of Matt's YouTube channel, nor in late 2012, early 2013 when Paul claims to have gotten his start. The moment when the flat earth tides shifted and the exponential growth of the movement began was clearly around and after November 2014, the exact month when I exploded all of my flat earth research onto the internet. In November 2014, I published the first pro-flat earth book written in 50 years, The Flat Earth Conspiracy. I also published several popular articles on the subject, uploaded the most popular flat earth conspiracy documentary on YouTube, began giving radio interviews, and soon restarted Charles Johnson's IFERS, the International Flat Earth Research Society, and published my most successful book ever, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, which has now been translated into 12 foreign languages and read by millions worldwide. These simultaneous actions, my intentional exploding of credible flat earth information onto the internet all at once, which I had been preparing for the entire year before, are undoubtedly the catalyst behind the exponential growth curve seen beginning here. Later on, around March 2015, recent flat earth convert Mark Sargent came out of nowhere, began uploading new flat earth videos every day, uploading new interviews several times per week, got offered his own radio show, started being heralded by many as the king of flat earth, and credited with starting the modern flat earth revival. At first I was glad to have him on board, until the cracks began to show and the clear disinformation campaign began. Mark claimed the moon and stars were holographic projections maintained by alleged dome builders who keep us inside a Truman Show enclosed structure, among much other nonsense. He even lied about me in several interviews, including one where he claimed that I promoted the idea of a constantly rising flat Earth to account for gravity, when in fact I constantly exposed this false concept as being disinformation. Mark was, and continues to be, the Leo Ferrari to my Charles Johnson. In fact, Mark has even bragged several times about being a card-carrying member of Ferrari's farcical organization. By New Year's Eve 2016, our new IFERS had gained over 3,000 members and was receiving 50,000 hits monthly when it was suddenly and without warning or explanation deleted from the internet. As the administrators and myself quickly worked on salvaging our material and creating a new site, the obvious parallels to Johnson losing everything in his NASA agent-initiated house fire were noteworthy. Around the same time, 2 disingenuous Flat Earth channels issued 2 fraudulent copyright strikes against me, which I managed to overturn by filing legal counterclaims against them. YouTube itself began a program of regularly unsubscribing old subscribers of mine and lowering view counts of popular videos. Shortly after that, Facebook also decided to jump on the Eric Dubé censorship bandwagon by deleting my account, all my pages, and giving my Atlantean Conspiracy group directly over to a team of Freemason shills who still administrate it to this day, filling the group with nothing but death threats to me, pictures of Masonic goats, and ridiculous belittling memes. After re-registering for new accounts and accumulating my friends lists again, Facebook has now deleted 2 more profiles, and I am currently on my 4th, still trying my best to spread the word. In 2016, the movement continued to grow, with many more genuine flat earthers taking up the reins and exposing the truth online, as well as many more disingenuous shills continuing to poison the well with misinformation. The new IFERS began thriving with more monthly visitors than ever before. Many new Flat Earth YouTube channels began creating and mirroring excellent content. Now, at the turn of 2017, I am truly pleased with the rapid growth of this wonderful Flat Earth movement, and I encourage everyone to please help speak out, share this video, and spread the good word as we look forward to a future where humanity is finally free from this grandest of all deceptions.
Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going out there? We got an action-packed show, complete with random weather and dinner data. You don't like that? Well, get stuffed. If you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's see who we got out there today on the panel. We got any QE cuties? Is Betty out there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sound off.
I'm the cutest cutie that there is.
That's right. That's right. We're off and rolling, man.
We got another cutie here.
Who might that be?
Yeah, the
Did
Meekin.
he not see that picture? Did he not see that picture in the war room? I posted. How cute was I in 1991?
I did see it. I couldn't
I
tell.
want that shell suit.
I couldn't tell which one you were. Were you on the far left?
That was Taz, the guy that looked like a 9/11 bomber, with dodgy shades included. No, he's a doctor now. Yeah. Just for people to know, there was only one white guy in the picture. Just out of curiosity.
You're a little hot, Adam. I have to turn you down.
You saw that picture, you know how hot I am.
Mic
check. Mic check.
Here we go with the mic checks. Good one. Adam, you're a little hot, man. You need to stay at the same. I'm going to be a Nathan on you. You need to stay at the same depth of your mic that you always are. No talking 10 feet away and 2 feet away. None of that.
I've moved the mic back. Is that a bit better?
Oh, geez. Now he's going to move it on me. Try it again.
I'm keeping the mic where it is, and I'm still talking the same. I'm still as excited about shell suits as I was then.
All right, who cares? I'm not worried about it anymore. Yeah.
I already got a super chat going.
Really?
Yeah, from James Richard. He's back again, I see. Where would Flat Earth be without the historic QE?
Thanks you, James. Appreciate it. Good to have you back.
Maybe he was here before, but I haven't seen the super chat from him for a while, so. Are you still doing admin or what?
No, I'm just relaxing.
Relaxing?
That's right.
How can that be? You're
I
doing
can
a
make
show.
it be. I'm in charge. I can do whatever I want.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's all sort of kick up, put up our feet up, and lay back.
Why can't we just all share moments of silence?
Okay.
What is so wrong with that?
Because usually when people are online, they tend to talk.
It's creepy.
Yeah.
It's creepy, right?
Isn't it? Yeah. They tend to talk, yeah.
It needed to be in today's after show today, Betty. There was a moment where Nathan asked I don't say baller anymore, anti-flat earther a question. It goes all quiet. It goes all quiet. And then Owen goes, shh, just like little bit of wind noise, and he called us all creepy, and that's why he didn't want to. That was his defense from that point on. Instead of answering,
Guys are spooky.
Yeah. Instead of answering whether or not, like, a plastic tube is whether an open container is a container, his point of defending the ball was to call us creepy. It's the state of the ball today. Quite class.
Unbelievable.
It's not much fun from a debating point of view, but from a where we've come from point of view, days like that are great. You know what I mean? When all they've got is stuff like that. He even said that he wouldn't answer the question whether an open container is a container or not, because it's a loaded question. It was a loaded question.
Well, in a sense, it is, of course. Yeah, he's sort of right? Because we all know what a container is. You can't go any other way.
Yeah, it was loaded with gas.
Isn't there one word in that that says what it is? One word? Isn't there that one word, very specific word, on what it is?
The one after open?
Yeah. It starts with a C.
Yeah.
All right, let me get I'm going to get squared away up in here. Thanks for that, Paul. You nearly blew my eardrums out.
Well, usually it's the other way around, right?
Yeah, it is.
You're a bit quiet.
Say again?
I said, I'm glad I can hear Paul for once.
What did?
Yeah, I actually got.
Hold on a second, Paul. Go ahead, Adam. What'd you say?
You're a bit quiet.
Yes, I am. Turn me up.
Light my fire.
That's why they have volume control knobs.
You guys want to wish those on women, I think, so that you can turn those up.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very intuitive.
All I was gonna say is I've got a new Bluetooth, so that might be why I'm coming in clear. New Bluetooth.
I hope I have some great teeth.
All right, so I promised everyone at the beginning of the show that there'll be some random weather and dinner data. So, in the Netherlands, what's the weather like? Quickly.
Well, it can rain and it can be sunshine, and now it's going to get a little bit darker earlier because of time issues. And but now it's dry, but it's a little bit cold for the time of the year.
So, is darkness weather data?
Well, it is sort of difficult to see if it's getting darker. What kind of weather you got? You can't say that the sun is up, for example.
Ooh, look at the time.
Yeah.
In England.
Now, today, it's lovely, and we've got prospects of a nice couple of weeks. But over the weekend, it was absolutely tipping it down. In fact, Sunday afternoon, a bloke went by in a boat. Yeah, his wife, 3 kids, loads of animals just went past my front window. It was raining that much, mate. So, fingers crossed, we've got a couple of weeks of nice weather, and it's clement skies this evening. 20 degrees C, mostly sunny, according to Google.
Okay, that'll be about it. Dinner, Betty.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What was for dinner?
I had some rice with Chinese sour pork strips.
That doesn't sound too bad. Did you have some sauce with that?
That's the sour sort of sweet sour sauce they have.
And it already had it on it. You didn't have any on the side or anything, right?
No, they make it that way. And there was some leftovers from the before last week that was in the fridge, and I took that out and reheated it. And it was quite enough and good still. So yeah, enjoy that.
Okay, you know what's coming, Adam.
It's a mixed bag this evening, if I'm being honest with you. I had to pay back. What I was being offered. So I ended up just having a standard prawn salad with Mary Rose sauce. A little bit of bread. We didn't, to be honest, I was a bit of a heathen. We didn't have any brown bread, and frankly, white bread, you should be having brown bread with a prawn cocktail. So that was it. But the reason I had to pay back was I called in this afternoon to the shop, a couple of shops down. It's run by Iraqis, and I've known him for years. But he's been running one of the shops, and he'd brought a huge buffet in. So I had loads of gorgeous stuff, which was like flatbread, and then he made it all for me. He said, "No, let me make it," and he stuffed it with like rice, this bean sauce, spicy bean sauce, this beautiful chicken. Oh, it was so tender, John. Oh, the dog's telling me, my wife's home, sorry, it's all right, Phoebes. So that, and then some beautiful salads which had pomegranate seeds in it as well, which was beautiful. So yeah, couldn't describe it much more than that, but yeah, that's why I had to pay back this evening. So just basically a prawn cocktail for me.
It's so refined. It's like listening to the rich and famous menus from Adam Meakin.
what I'd like to point out, I am not sophisticated and vaccinated. Yeah. I just like good fresh food, mate. The muck you get served, so much better fresh, isn't it? Real
Yes.
food.
Yeah, it's understandable. I've been on a Pico de Gallo trip. I've been having Pico de Gallo with everything.
I thought, right, I had something to tell my wife, intelligent or something. So I tell her about the cilantro, coriander, English Americanism. She knew straight away. Just blew me out of the water. It's rubbish. You know, like you think you're going to unveil something.
Yes.
Flat as a pancake. Flat as the earth. It's on the analogy.
Go ahead, Betty.
Go ahead with what?
We got some admin.
Do we?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I thought it was the same one as the last. Sorry. We got another one from James Richards, and he says, "I'm trying to look at the time, but it keeps bending." Yeah.
Thanks, James. Appreciate it. Yeah, the time's bent. Yeah, but what's bending? Is it the light bending when you're looking at the clock, or is the clock time and it's bending?
I think it's the gas that's bending.
Oh, we have Nathan
I could
Oakley.
agree with either.
We have Nathan Oakley out there in chat. I'm sure he's monitoring the sound closely. Hopefully, I got that squared away. He says, the Cinco de Mayo. You Cinco de Mayo. You Cinco de sandwich in the de Mayo, right?
Sounds more like Neil, that does.
Yeah, I think that's a numpty clip. I think that already played. I think it's Sly Sparkane. That was too funny. All right, what do we got, Nathan? Give me a sound check. How's it sounding out there? Let's do a little admin. Take your time. Radio check. Lost 3. This is lost 1, and you lost 2 over. Go ahead, Adam. Give him a radio check.
Well, let me sit back so I'm at the correct position.
He's still
talking the hot dog into the mayo. That's what Nathan's response is, it? Yeah.
Just being silly. Sounds ace.
Sounds
Good.
ace.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yep. Did a lot of work on that.
Yeah, and then your whole mic system went down.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. The whole sound system went down, but that wasn't because of what me and Nathan did. It was an ancillary issue. It was correlated. Yeah, that's pretty funny, huh, Jim West? You like forks in my eyes too? Yeah, everything went. It just went bonkers. Everything from Skype to Audacity, everything went into just haywire.
Yeah, we couldn't even talk over Skype.
Yeah, we couldn't talk over Skype. It was a nightmare.
Was that from the weather storm that you had the other day?
No, it was a software issue. But I bypassed it. I deleted it and then bypassed it.
He whole bypassed the whole software.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, Don. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll copy that.
So, what are we going to talk about today? It seems like terrestrial refraction should be the topic, shouldn't it?
Oh,
refraction?
Oh, here we go. Somebody else come in new, right? He's like 10,000 times louder than everyone else. Let me see who he is.
Yep. So my new mic's working.
Flatzoid, my God.
Well, he just got everybody turned up.
It seems that everybody's loud today.
Yeah.
For me too.
Well, I think when your stuff went down, Kiwi, it set it back to default. You may had everybody turned down before everything crashed.
No, turn.
I do have a new
Go
mic.
ahead, Flatzoid. Give us a radio check so you're okay.
Testing 1 2. I do have a new mic, so that could also be the problem.
Nope, you sound good, man.
Back up.
Okay, cool.
Back up. Just back off a foot like I got shouted at for earlier. Sorry. Hey, John.
Yes.
I'll tell you what. You've got Flatsoid here, and outside of the appalling timing issues of you two, both of you are on point here. We mentioned it in the debates today. Angular momentum to me. The two, whilst I say apart from the bad timings of the two, Flatsoid stuff I think is great for you to understand. You then take it apart in detail with citation. It's lovely. The two work very well in synergy or videos. Yesterday, from yesterday, and I missed the bit. I missed my appearance, John.
I know.
I've just listened to it before the show.
Oh, you did?
That was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'd had a number of whiskeys, and I think it's only reasonable, having listened to that from now on for all debates, it should only be. It's a bit like when you have a handicap race, yeah. Got to make things equal. So I think most flat earthers should have drunk at least 10 units of alcohol before they're allowed to engage with a sober anti-flat earther, because that roughly might even the odds up of there being a fair debate. But they're screwed otherwise, mate. I was absolutely paralytic, and I could spot the nonsense. Thanks for putting that bit in. Of all the bits I've said in flat Earth, it's when I'm absolutely pissed at 1 in the morning.
I knew you'd
Can you tell me where the radius is?
I'll tell you what, Neil, you scream in that mic one more time, I'm going to friggin' bubble your eye.
Came in hot.
Company leader in Raven, talk to me, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to you, all right.
I'm in the car. Maybe that's it. I'll go on mute.
No, you're good. If you talk like that, you're good. You're fine.
Yeah, thanks, John. That was funny.
You know what the irony was? There's some more irony, Adam, with me and Flatsoid. The irony was we were talking about the same thing at the same time because he decided to run his premiere at the same time as my numpty clap.
Sorry, and usually I do it at 9:30, but this time I decided at 9 for some odd reason.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. We just got to work around the scheduling conflicts. Mine's too easy. It's at 2 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central Time. Tuesdays. Now it's Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and every other Saturday. In a few weeks, the Nupty clips are kind of going to slow down. So just on Tuesdays, it's just remember, just don't go around 2 p.m. You'll be good.
Like I said, outside of the scheduling error, the two work very well in synergy. Flatsoid, mate, I've not seen a better descriptions and put together for angular momentum, linear retentions of, and then like I say, if you then follow it up with what John's done, which is the full destruction, the two work fantastic. I think for anyone together, it's great. And like, it's funny, like I say, I don't think you were talking to each other, but like I say, the two work very well together.
But we didn't. In fact, it was just like you said, it was ironic. We didn't talk to each other about it. It just so happened that we were talking about more or less the same thing.
Yeah, and I loved your take on it, Quantum. You did a very cool.
Well, thank you.
Spin
Appreciate
around
that.
in the way, yeah.
Yep, I thought so. He's finished. Hillbilly, did anyone check? Is his channel still up?
Well, he is ignoring me flat out, so.
Yeah, somebody should check. I wouldn't be surprised if it was still up. His subscribers must be dumber than he is. After that numpty clip, it's. I don't know how to characterize it other than just eviscerating. And he did all the work. Incredibly stupid.
Well, he's definitely the double speaking king. That's for sure.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. We might, at the end of the today's show, we might play that again. It all depends. Depends on how I feel about it. We'll see how it goes. Gotta love that silence. I love it. Let's try some more. It'll get the viewers in.
I could soak it up quite comfortably, but the other person that respectfully has been describing this for a while is in chat as well, which is Brian.
Yep.
He's the only one that I know took the ballers on that topic for a long time, and they've run away from him. I think your two's videos equip most people to be able to now take on exactly what Brian was doing with his deeper understanding.
I think people are starting to realize that are listening to it from the outside that what's happening here is, and I think I described this before, is that the majority of the numpties, what they're doing is pulling out like a 1956 physics glossary, and they're just poking, whatever term they poke at, they put that term or phrase and they spin it into their yarn, but it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. They have it's a scream and tell of where their background is. If you couldn't tell that from the numpty clip yesterday, I don't know what to tell you, because it was bad. If you don't think he's a pretender clown straight away, then you have issues.
Is Brian muted again?
Hey, everybody.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Hey, you can hear me now.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you.
I'm trying to be quiet. I'm trying to speak quiet so I don't get shouted at. Everyone else gets shouted at.
Everybody's coming in hot.
I can't turn down my microphone. I'm over.
No, you're good. You're sounding good right there. You're perfect. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, hello QE, hello Betty, hello Adam, and everyone else. That issue, that was too brilliant. I know they came out at the same time, and that shouldn't have happened. Flat side. But the two were really, really good. And and that topic of globiolis, which is where that is in the direction of, is kind of funny. I have to say, kind of funny. Because basically the conservation of angular momentum requires you to be, if I'm not mistaken, on the thing that's rotating and not off of it. So I don't know how, and that completely contradicts there being any Coriolis effect at all. So I don't know where they're going to go with that one.
Yep, not to mention it takes a linear path once it's left.
That's right. I remember saying that before. That as soon as you leave that rotating reference frame, if you're holding on to a children's roundabout or something when you're young, as soon as you leave that, as soon as you let go, you go off at an angle in a straight line.
That's what we were talking about, a yo-yo today. I'm not sure he was describing the yo-yo, but at the point you're spinning the yo-yo and it's conserving its angular momentum, and then the string snaps. It doesn't have any angular momentum anymore. It's just got conservation of the linear momentum at the point of release. That was what I thought was lovely with your bodyboarding skater dude. That's what that was great in your video. It kind of shows what linear momentum is, which is a continuation of any forward momentum. And the reason you've not got the forward is because you got the string. And those, it was a. I'll put it.
Well, it's a double.
To hold the angular momentum, you have to be going with the axis.
It's a double whammy. It just depends on what they're saying. Like Hillbilly was talking about, there's only one reference frame, the non-inertial rotating reference frame. Well, if there's only one, which is preposterous, if there's only one non-rotating reference frame, then nothing can leave it. if you only have one thing, nothing can leave that place at the baseline, right? Which was hilarious. Not even speaking to the conservation of angular momentum, which has nothing whatsoever to do with an object in a non-inertial reference frame moving to an inertial reference frame. It has nothing to do with any angular momentum. That object doesn't. The angular momentum has to do with the rotating object, not the object leaving it. So it's just a pile of horse shit piled on top of each other. And then you got to dig your way out. If he would say anything like this to like 6th grade intro to physics, junior high, he'd get laughed out of the building. They'd escort him out with security. I'm telling you. That's how bad it is. So I don't know what to say. I mean, keep talking. That's what I have to. Please keep talking. Thank you.
Look, we've had for, 5 years, 6 years? Yeah, but the reason we don't see Coriolis effect is conservation of angular momentum. That's been thrown in our faces for a while, and that's why it was great to have this clarified, both in terms of angular momentum and then how you've put it, John. The reference frame bit's even more destructive, but for me, the important bit, just the proper, correct definition of angular retention of angular momentum destroys their claim of how they try to bastardize it into their ball model to retain their fantasy world, as if retention of angular momentum could be applied. That's the thing that I got out of it, that I kind of thought it but not understood it, so I don't speak it, unlike a baller. If I don't understand something, I'm not going to claim it. But that's what's clear out of this to me. It is related to the object and its axis, nothing outside of that. And
right, exactly.
A long time they've used that against us, that lack of understanding of that specificity, to flim-flammers.
Well, I don't think. Go ahead.
You know where they're going to go. You know where they're going to go. They're going to go because of gravity. The aircraft or object or whatever we're talking about is tethered to the Earth.
That's preposterous.
So that would make. I know, but watch the discussion. Watch the discussion changes. What we'll start saying.
But that's fine. But we need to get past, don't we? That actually we need that concession now. I think that's what's important. That we're not going to use.
That's what
Yeah, go on, Platz.
Sorry, that's why I'm trying to get them to concede which vector is coming from this angular momentum. It goes totally against their gravity.
Yeah.
180.
Yep, you're right. It's kind of hard keeping all the begging the question fallacy conditions on one plate. It's preposterous on so many levels. And back to what Adam was saying, see, this conservation of momentum, this is a relatively new phenomenon. You heard inklings of it a couple years ago, but remember, they would just say conservation of momentum, because I remember busting people for saying it, and I'd ask them, what is the conservation of momentum? And then drop out of the call. Right. And then would get some more conservation of momentum. And, I'd go through the whole routine. I'd just ask them what it is. And no one has yet defined it. Have they? Has anyone defined the conservation of momentum? Of course, as soon as you say that, it's so ambiguous because there's two types, right? You have the conservation of linear momentum and then the law of conservation of angular momentum. And under angular momentum, you have two subtypes, spin and orbital. And under that, you have two conditionals, which is point and extended objects. So you've never heard that before. Has anyone heard that before? I brought it up.
No. Yeah, but not. And I think this is the point. Not to a point of full understanding of how that rhetoric fits within the ball paradigm. I think that's what I've gained this week between you two guys. Kudos to you both. Generally, that's We've all heard of these titles and that, and I think none of it, maybe from just apathy or laziness, because we're confident in our position, we've not needed to look them up. But like I say, from this point, we're well equipped to deal with that thingy now. So no, but yes, John. Is this
no, but definitely yes.
Oh yeah,
I
but
remember a Como virus. He was begging for you to tell him what are the two movements.
Right. Yep. But that was a while ago, right? Because he was the ones that brought it up. Before him, it was R.C. Meisty back in the day. Because he just, conservation of momentum. I said, can you define that? Bloop. Right out of the call. Right? I knew it. And it,
go
ahead.
Well, I'll say I doubt they'll understand which momentum it is if they don't even know what inertia is in the first instance.
Right.
Centrifugal force. Sorry.
Yeah, that brings us to another point of Newtonian mechanics. Even though it's all bunk, that I'm working in their paradigm, folks. It's so convoluted, right? If I talk about Newtonian mechanics, I'm talking about Newtonian mechanics in their paradigm. Just hopefully everyone's got that clear, right? Because Newtonian mechanics is debunked. We already been over that. But I have to entertain it to listen to their other nonsense and to bring these topics up because you're going to hear about them, right? And Newton's laws, even if they did exist, are invalid in a rotating reference frame. Didn't anyone know that? The ballers, do you know that? I don't think you do. Now, the condition where his laws are valid in the paradigm is in an inertial frame. So you guys, it's like I said, it's so muddied and muddled and it's a tangled web and everyone gets confused because there's so many cross currents. I hope that helped some people. If it didn't, just raise your hand and say, Huey, that was a bunch of nonsense. Can you say that again? Go ahead.
We can't hear you, Paul.
Yeah, robot then dropped out, dude.
Yep. Hopefully everyone got that. So it's ridiculous on many, many levels. And I pointed them out. Like I said, make sure you're listening to the numpty clips because they're not just a thumb in the eye, right? It may seem like that superficially, but if you listen closely, you're going to hear their arguments, and then I'm going to systematically deconstruct them for you. So go back, rewind. It has a rewind button or start over and go through it. Hey, I didn't catch that. Let me listen to that again. Stop it, start it, rewind, go back through those things again. You'll get it. This stuff is not that difficult at all. It's only man that gets in there with his grubby little hands to try to make things difficult. It's not, especially with angular and linear momentum. Not at all. And you want me to I'll put another little, there's another little problem that I didn't bring up because I thoroughly deconstructed it and I didn't want to add anything else. People would just go, oh God, there's another thing. There's a very special condition that must exist for the conservation of linear and angular momentum. And it depends on what system it is. It has to be a isolated system. Well, we got a big problem here because according to Georgia State, or I think it's Georgia State University, it's hyperphysics.edu. According to them, there are no isolated systems in nature. So that's just another layer, right, that just crushes it. So it's crushed on many different, from every angle that you come at it, you can just deconstruct and eviscerate it. So I shouldn't even brought that up, by the way, but I like to do it because it's fun. Right? And it has it right in the definition, by the way. And guess what they call it? With all conservation laws, there's a catch. That's how I'm telling you, it's in part of the definition. There's a catch. The catch is that it has to be an isolated system. Think about it. Yeah, but we ain't going to go down that road. I think we thoroughly destroyed it.
Well, I do want you to clarify on one bit, because I'd like to have it summarised. I've mentioned the bit that I liked, which is the kind of... just 1 second, the missus wants me. Just 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time, Al. We haven't heard too much from the QE cutie on the panel.
I'm going to tell him. You know what? You know what I was getting interrupted for there? She claimed I'd nicked her nuts. I mean, genuinely, live on air, I got my nuts nicked. There was a point of what I wanted to ask. That's why I've come back. I've kind of highlighted that what we've suffered is this acceptance of a misdefinition that they've used, and we've now got the full definition, so we can debunk that. But the bit you added on, the kind of the cherry on the top, the icing, the sprinkles, the little sprinkles, yeah, on the top is what you've said, which is the reality that all of this is within the reference frames. And I kind of get it, but not to do it justice. So will you just reiterate that point, because that's double devastating. On top of you can't apply this here. It's not even within the physics that you're suggesting. That to take it out of the realm is double slap to me.
Well, let's get the official. I don't want to butcher it or paraphrase it. I'll have to go track it down. Give me 1 second. Go ahead, QE cutie, while I'm looking for this.
With what?
There she is. I said, haven't heard too much from the QE cutie, and then Adam just come.
I get numbers anyway, so that doesn't matter. And I'm listening to the big guys here, and I'm enjoying myself listening to this.
Okay, I just wanted to say hi, and we hadn't forgot about you.
I'm still here.
I know you are.
Sorry if I rumpus you, but that's a demonstration that a man can't multitask, trying to hold two conversations at once.
Well, it demonstrates that men have a sort of a button that can sort of switch off women's sounds.
Now, it shows you that I might play the big man on here, yeah, but as soon as the missus turns up, I shit it.
Well, you tune her out as well, right? I mean, that's the thing that you guys do.
I could turn it around if she was listening, saying that she's more important than anything.
Unless she's making an hysterical sound, that's sort of like the alarm bell with you guys. Then you know that your yes and no didn't do a good job.
I told you what she came up for. She thought I'd nicked her nuts. Genuinely, she thought I nicked her mixed nuts.
When I heard that first time, I thought that you said something totally different, and I was sort of like shocked.
This is a just a reminder. It's a family show.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not going to say what I heard. So I think people get it.
All right, I tracked this down. That was hard to find. I need to put this in a better spot. Like I said, the concept of momentum conversation. Momentum conversation. Do we have momentum conversations?
Yes, we do. We just had one.
The concept of momentum conservation comes from and is in direct consequence, obviously, of Newton's third law. However, from Boston University Physics Department, listen to this closely, folks. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases, they do. But if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, that is the non-inertial spinning reference frame, while we're spinning around, like he said would be a good example, that is a non-inertial reference frame, then Newton's laws are not valid. A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
Can I ask the question? Can I
Uh,
ask the question? Can you hear me, Huey?
yeah, I got you. Go ahead, ask it.
I've been starting to ask this question to the baller. How could you ever prove Newton, in eccentric paradigm, that things will be at rest until acted upon by a force, is that everything's accelerating? How could you prove that? You can't, right? Am I understanding that? Because the inertial reference frame does not exist.
You were chopping for me, Paul. I'm sorry. Can you drop out, pop back in again?
Yep.
Thanks. Yeah, so folks, when Hillbilly Blue Ball said that there's only one reference frame, the non-inertial whenever you hear non-inertial reference frame, that's the rotating reference frame, if anyone was confused with that. Right? So as soon as he said there was only one reference frame, then you don't even need this definition that I just gave you that told you that Newton's laws are not valid in the rotating reference frame. But you don't even need that. It's intuitive that if you have only one reference frame, let's say a rotating reference frame, that which is in that, you can't leave that reference frame, so everything in that reference frame is rotating, according to him. Just think about that now. Go ahead.
Andy said the ball leaves the Earth's surface.
Exactly.
I mean, really?
Yeah, that doesn't. It's meaningless. If you say there's only one reference frame, then is it leaving anywhere? Because it's still in that rotating reference frame, right? It's non sequitur. It's hard to get your mind. It's hard to even argue it because it's so stupid. Oh well. Hey,
can you hear me now, QE?
Yeah, go ahead and make it quick, Paul, because we're gonna move on to actual substance of the show for today.
Sorry, just real quick. I've been asking the ballers, like one of Newton's laws is things will stay at rest unless it's acted upon by a force. I was like, how would you ever prove that in a heliocentric Einstein paradigm? Because everything is accelerating.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
Geodesics.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and which means the inertial reference frame does not exist and cannot exist in the heliocentric paradigm.
It's worse than that because they're actually. I've had a couple of them claim that inertia is not caused by weight. So when something is weightless, it still has inertia. How could it resist an acceleration or have any resistance to an acceleration when it doesn't have weight?
And what's weight?
It's like it's them bringing mass into it. It's like mass without any weight, which means mass out in the middle of space in their world, still has inertia. It has no weight. You need weight to have inertia.
What's weight?
Well, it's a calculated amount of matter within.
No, it's not.
If you want me to get into it,
this is the bullshittery. Weight is what we experience, what we know, everything. The trouble we have, and the way they have us, is they have us upside down. What we should struggle to explain is what the thing we experience and know to be true, how it would be experienced in the fantasy realm of space with no apologetic G there, which is supposedly its cause. That's how they have us. That we try to explain. We know what weight is. Yeah? Pick something up. What's its weight? You know what it is. That's reality. Stop misconstruing that you need G to define it. There's no G. There never has been a G. There's always been weight.
Yeah, weight is just simply a unit they gave for a measurement on that's force pushing onto a surface. It's easy as that. It's not actually anything other than just density.
Something's weight creates its inertia. We know what weight is. Stop trying to redefine it in some mathematical construct or something other than what works as a convention, which is sticking on a scales. It works. That's what a weight is. It's what it weighs. Don't try to be pseudo-intellectual.
But the gig is up.
That's the mugging off.
Adam, the gig is up. They had to define it because weight in their paradigm is W equal mg. Mg love you long time. They can't get out of that. So
that's
go ahead.
That's my point. Don't be pseudo-intellectual. Unless you can define it as something other than what you experience, as I know and can use in everyday life, unless you can define it as something else, don't try and mug me off and pretend it's F equals MA or anything. Any of this nonsense mathematically. Weight is what it is. It's what something weighs. Yeah, we can use a convention of scales to kind of quantify it in a way. Yeah, but as to try and describe it as the effect of some pseudo force, it's just nonsense. And that's where you end up when you try and place yourself in a place that can't exist because of the second law, and then describe the effects of something that doesn't exist and how the removal of that effect would affect you.
Yep. Any direction they go, Adam, because this has all this weight mass thing. Any direction they go, because they're pigeonholed, there's nothing that they can do. You got equivocation fallacy definitions for all the terms, and it's nothing but confusion. And that's okay, because if you go that route, ballers, you're finished. This is what we're doing. We're deconstructing everything you discuss because your pseudoscience priest has pigeonholed you with contradictions, and you can't get out of them. Right? Here's another one. This is really funny. So we all know that F equal MA is false, right? But we're pretending we're in their paradigm. So it's one of Newton's laws. And like I said, we all know all Newton's laws are bunk. But anyway, F equals MA. But some of them define M as the resistance to acceleration. So F equal MA now becomes force equals the resistance to acceleration times acceleration. Do you see the silliness in that? That's what it comes.
So what is inertia? What and mass?
Wait, now think about it. Yep. F equal MA, right? Newton's law. And if you define M in that equation as the resistance to acceleration, then F equal MA is force equals the resistance to acceleration times acceleration.
So it's moving and not moving at the same time. Wow.
That's what happens when you have contradictory definitions.
That shows you the maths is wrong, doesn't it, for reality? Yeah, if the two things are very different in reality, yet their mathematical description is the same, then from logic, it tells you that the mathematical description is either wrong for one of them or both.
Yep.
Yeah. But what it can't be is correct for both.
Yeah. You got it. Yep. Yeah. Flatzoid liked that one. I can see a show on that coming up.
Yeah, that was actually that's why I asked the 3 questions that Katz is even avoiding to answer.
Listen, I nicked that off somebody. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm usually really good with that, but I didn't catch that one. So somebody in my comments section underneath the video put forth that idea. I gave him kudos there. I said, good job, looking at something, paying attention to detail. So whoever that was, I should have got your name. I should have wrote it down, but I didn't do it. But you know who you are. Thumbs up to you. That's exactly what you do. Way to pay attention to detail. All right, we ready to roll into another fiasco, right?
Before you do, let me shout out a super chat.
Oh, we finally hear from a QE cutie.
Yeah, I'm here for the admin, of course.
Thanks for gracing. Thanks for gracing us with your presence. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, for talking me, right? So we got one from Unitox Pemu, Sasha, and he says, if I mix Newton and Einstein in double-blind experiment, then conservation of momentum is achieved.
That's way over my head.
I think so, yeah.
Thanks,
Even
Sasha.
over mine.
Oh my goodness gracious! I got blown out again.
That's Sasha.
All right, who was that?
That was
I don't know even. I don't know even what I wrote.
Sasha. Okay, I got you, Sasha. Now you're okay. You blew my eardrums out.
I wanted to be more, how to say, nonsensical.
Yeah, it is nonsensical. I got you, Sasha. It is all nonsensical. Yeah, and once you tear apart, and it comes from, like Adam was saying, from their mathematics. But see, they misdefined their terms. Any mathematician will tell you, all variables in any formula or equation must be defined rigorously. That's self-evident. I don't need to say that. You know, I shouldn't have to say it, but I'm going to say it just in case anyone's unsure about this. That's where the problem lies when you start defining them, because within the same conversation, people will change the definition on you. And just to let everyone know, that's fallacious. It's called bait and switch. It's an equivocation fallacy. Just to let everyone know. It's often done with gravity. They'll switch back and forth between Reverend John Michel, Cavendish, C.V. Boyes, and Einstein. They'll switch back and forth, force, no force, right? That's the one that stands out. But be careful. Mass, inertia, weight. You're in prime time real estate for equivocation fallacies to run rampant. And if they speak real fast and throw the formulas at you, if you're not familiar with the topic, you're through. Okay? Good. All right. I think we're ready to go. We want to get done this century. Go ahead. Somebody else wanted to say something good.
Just to clarify then. So if I threw a weight and use Newtonian mechanics to figure everything out, it's inertia, weight, land, etc., the impact, etc., etc., that's great. But all of those mechanics are based on a non-rotating reference frame after I throw it, yeah?
It would have to be an inertial reference frame.
Just one.
Yeah.
So when Newton worked all this out, his presupposition of everything that was working out was that the Earth wasn't rotating underneath him. Through the weight.
I don't know. We'll never know. Dave,
I'm just saying the mathematics makes that assumption, John, not Newton.
Listen, there's so much adulteration with Newton. Right now, I'm a little dizzy with all the convolutions. That's why I don't say Newtonian gravity. I make mistakes just like everyone, because that we've heard it over and over and over again, right? I try to step back and take that away from him because of what he said. It's so convoluted, Adam. I really don't know what to say. I don't know what they were thinking.
Necessarily.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying I want to ascribe that to him, John. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, within the purported mechanics, it doesn't account for it.
You're talking about Newton's. You're talking about Newton's debunked laws.
What I'm saying is, when I did A-level physics and I dropped it after a year, which is that year in the photo, funnily enough, because it was getting nonsensical. Yeah. When I was doing a calculation back then for throwing a weight and how far it goes a distance, that was based on those basic mechanics. At no point in those mechanics was there a rotating reference. Yeah. Was I on a rotating reference frame?
Sure.
Yeah? And at no point was I releasing it into a different reference frame, the object, yeah?
Right.
So no point in those mechanics when I was calculating as a kid was that in there, yeah?
Right.
Wasn't in there because it wouldn't be calculable, simply, and it therefore would mean Newton was wrong.
It would be non sequitur because it Yep. You got it, Adam.
Yeah, but like I was saying, even I mean, if you have to look at any physics that's taken in today with anything that's even got to do with planes and whatever, they have to work also on a non-rotating platform. Otherwise, it won't work.
Yep.
They need the maths to be on a non-rotating platform.
Exactly. You got it.
But if I as a high school kid took that same mathematics and threw it towards an American football goal, then I would have to consider that mathematics, wouldn't I?
Not if you're not rotating.
Well, suddenly we are, and we're told that these mathematics are worthy of consideration when taking a field goal, but not when I'm at high school figuring out how a weight flies through the air and how that distance relates to the force I've applied and its mass, right? So to calculate how far it'd go, that's what I have to take into consideration. At no point am I deciding which way I'm orientated to consider secondary reference frames and the effects of when I release that weight into it and I'm on a rotating one. Yeah, well, that is important to Newtonian mechanics because everything we calculate relates to that. I.e., when I drop a weight and I time out it's 9.8, the Earth should have moved underneath. Shouldn't be catching it directly underneath, should I? But none of that's calculated or explained. It's only then put in later. But it's not Newtonian. That's the point I wanted to raise, which is that none of it that you raised, none of this is in there. Yet they want it later on when they need it. But they can't because the mechanics they are espousing denies it. All the numbers they're going to use. Yeah. I'll finish rambling, John, but.
No, keep going, man. I'm halfway through the banana. Keep going.
I knew you. I could tell you, man. But I'll reiterate the point then. Yeah. They're trying to deny something and then use it. Yeah. But all the proof we had is all the mechanics we did, all the stuff you can do and test. But then they're trying to claim there's an extra force later on that isn't detectable in all this stuff, but would be on a field goal.
That's why they are pushing like Neil deGrasse with Coriolis, where he's trying to show it as physical when it's not actually physical. All because of this cluster screw. Because they have to make it work for them, even though he knows it's not possible using their maths.
If the Earth had rotated the field goal to be scored, yeah, then the Earth would rotate under planes, yeah, blimps, yeah, and flights would be shorter in one direction to the other. As simple as that. It's either there or it isn't. Whether that effect is 1.5 inches during the flight of the ball is irrelevant. They're either claiming it or they're not. You can't have picky choosy, can you? You can't have it one way or the other.
I mean, I used to do long jump, and I can swear I would jump to where I'm intended to jump to. The floor did not move away from me while I was jumping to my intended spot. Definitely not.
Well, that's a good point, isn't it? If what Neil claims is true, then it would be imperative that all Olympic long jump runs face the same direction with regards to rotation of a ball, wouldn't it? Because otherwise they'd be, you were going one way or the other, surely. As Neil claims, if the ball can be subject to it, then you, once you've launched yourself, would be subject to it too. So it would be unfair if at one Olympic Games you were running in favour with the rotation and the other Olympic Games against. That's surely would have been figured out by now and would be boldly stated. We've aligned the long jump to make sure it's fair with regards to rotation.
Good point.
Another scenario that I discussed yesterday, I was in one of the VCs on Discord, and this goes back to the planes flying backwards deal. Flat Earthers, you want to kill this thing quick and have some fun with it? Let me give you a scenario. I think you guys heard this before on an Numpty clip. So here's the scenario. You got a plane taking off in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's going to fly to Los Angeles. Straight flight. Now, Charlotte and Los Angeles are roughly the same latitude line, and it's going about 860 miles an hour. What we're going to do, we're going to round the number. We'll round it to 800, make it easy. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 800 miles an hour. Now, a plane on takeoff is about 170, it gets up to about 175 miles an hour, wheels up, right? So we'll just round that to 200. So we got 800 miles an hour and 200 miles an hour. You got those two figures, right? So we're in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we're going to head down the runway. The runway is facing directly west. So there's no other problems. It's facing directly towards Los Angeles. So with the Earth spinning from west to east, that plane starts chugging down the runway. And it gets up to 200 miles an hour. And at 200 miles an hour, it has wheels up. Now we're going to stop. We're going to stop frame right there. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 800 miles an hour. On wheels up, the plane is going 200 miles an hour. If somebody is in the inertial reference frame, like in a helicopter hovering, eyes on that airport, watching this plane take off, then according to the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, that plane has to be flying backwards at 600 miles an hour. Are you tracking with me? There is no way around that scenario must be true in their paradigm. There's no other way around it. And that's the conservation of linear momentum, by the way. So that's how stupid it is, folks. You can kill it just like that. Bring it up at parties. People will love it. But I just killed the whole heliocentric religion, imploded right then, right when I finished that statement.
It's a tough one to swallow. The way I got that one is one way, you've got all the aerodynamics we understand in terms of plane lift. The other way, you've not got that understanding of aerodynamics. You've actually got a plane that's being blown backwards at 600 mile an hour, but luckily it's been blown in such a lucky way that it feels like it's going forwards.
And it looks like it's going forwards in both reference frames.
And they can control it like they're going forwards, but actually, yeah, they can speed up a bit and only be going 550 miles an hour backwards.
You know, the spot that I want to see is the transition. When it overcomes that linear momentum, the conservation of linear momentum, when it overcomes that, right in between that and going forward, that suspended animation part, I want to see that.
No, that's like that transition you always get with space flights between things going up and then suddenly being in space. You'll never see the transition because it's magic.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you enjoyed that, right? Because that's what it boils down to. And if you remember, I took Danny T, truther, right where he wanted to go. Yep, that must be true if we're living on a spinning ball-tard. That's it. It's over right there.
I've seen these videos of people that are driving in a car next to an airport and something, and then they see a plane, and then they think that that plane is standing still in midair.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen videos of that actually. Somebody in a plane, and then they fly past the plane, and it looks like it's standing still.
Yep. And that's amazing, right? But that's of course the same thing when you're in a train station and there is a train next to you, and you're in the one that's standing next to that one, and then you think that you're moving, but that other train is moving, right? And then you see that you're still there, and that other train is, and that's the same with that plane. When people see that when they're driving in their car. That plane seems to be standing still, but it's because of their perspective, right? You just drive by in a certain amount of speed, and that plane is looks like it's standing still in midair, but it isn't.
Is that my suspended animation stage?
I think so.
All right. At least we pinpointed it.
Hmm. Maybe I can find some videos for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Quite amazing. Yep.
All right. We ready to roll? We've been talking for an hour, over an hour about before the presentation. It's gonna be a long day. Maybe I'll just highlight certain points. How about that?
I think that's the best, huh?
Yeah, I think that's the best. Adam, if I just stop at 5A for Adam, he'll be good. He'll say thank you, have a nice day.
I need to shout out this super chat, by the way.
Okay, good.
It's from James Mays, and he says, "Hello, Betty, QE. I'm working, enjoying the show. Shout out to Try Thinking and Flat Earth. Great content. Sorry about the interruption, sir. Proceed."
Thanks, James.
Good super chat.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, James. Go ahead. Go ahead. I rumpushed you. Hold on, Adam. I rumpushed you, Betty. You said I didn't catch a couple things that you said. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a rad super chat, so that's a good one.
It's a rad.
Thank you, Jay.
It's a rad super chat, is what you said?
Red.
Oh, red. Oh, thank you, James. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. Adam?
No, just other than 5A. I love it. I really do love it. There's things that I'd put bows on top, and that's one of them for me.
Yeah. If I just do 5A, hey James, if I just do 5A for Adam, he's good for the rest of the week, man. I didn't have to say anything to him.
And next week.
I could tell when we went through the presentation the first time. I could just tell in his voice. He said, "You just wait a cotton picking minute." I loved it. I like Adam for that.
I was going to say something blasphemous, but it's like the Pope saying something blasphemous. Yeah, it's like the complete antithesis. Everything you have suggested. Here's your high priest saying, no, that doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, he gives the whole story, and then
let me tell you about this other parable where I disprove the way we described the thing that's impossible, and point out that the way we described it was wrong. Not that what was happening was impossible.
Well, he tells you the whole story, right? And it's exciting, and everybody's on it, and it's great. And then right towards the end, he says, well, it's all not true.
What's not true, though? What's the bit that's not true? That's what I'm saying. The bit that's not true is array.
Betty, I hear typing.
Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't on mute.
You cutie, you. Make sure you mute.
Can't believe she rumpuses me all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Shut up. Get stuffed.
Get stuffed.
Got one back.
Yeah, I hear click, 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 click in the background. Is Zanuck in here? All right, yeah. So we'll just highlight some things in here. I wanted to go back through it, and I'm going to do it a bunch more times. I didn't do it last week because it seemed that everyone got it. But on my travelings through since I did the last presentation, I've heard the lack of holding ballers to task with it, because they've brought it up, and they've been walking on eggshells, doing it cautiously, saying refraction. And there's a lot of people out there, I give a lot of people thumbs up, you know who you are, that have stopped them. But a lot of people, I think maybe they're just not feeling comfortable with it just yet, and that's why I'm going to keep on doing it. I may not go over every single thing, but we'll do something like this. We'll see how this goes, and maybe just brush it, and then take any questions if anyone has. If you got a question about it, don't hesitate. You can either, put your question in chat, make sure we see it, put some type of super chat on there. It can be minimal, right? Or jump into VC. All right, because if you have a question, I'll bet you there's a lot of people that have the same question that I'm just not seeing. Okay? So like I said, here we go with refraction. Again, I'm not going to say again and again and again every time. You know it's again because I'm doing it again. So with any topic, you must define terms. It's the Socratic method. Now, I'm not talking about is and and. I'm not talking about that. But if you're bringing up topics for discussion, and this is one, refraction, you best define it and right from Jump Street. Don't wait. What is it? And provide citation for it. There's nothing wrong with asking people to provide citation for it. I don't want to know what you think this is. I want to know what it is, if you guys are following me. So, since we're talking about refraction, let's define this monkey. Well, we go to the physics classroom. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another material. Sounds pretty important right there. I highlighted it in red for you because that's really important as part of the definition. The refraction occurs at the boundary. That's you know what? I should highlight this whole thing, but it would make it, I can't do that because everything's highlighted, right? But every part of this definition is important. This part is really important. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Well, you have to have two different things for a boundary. There's no boundary in one thing. And is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing said boundary. Makes sense. So to have refraction, you need two different things, and you must have a boundary. You have to have a surface, an interface. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. It's pretty, and it's diagrammed or related in the formula. N material equals the speed of light in a vacuum over your reference material. Now, what is that N? Remember I said you had to define all your variables? N is the index of refraction. That's where they get the number from. So it's the speed of light over the speed of light in your reference material. It's a ratio is all I'm trying to say. It's got to be this because that's what refraction is. They just defined it for you, right? You can't make something up. And we got the refractive index here. This is the first introduction to Snell's law. It's over to the right. That's okay. I'm just going to show you how equivalent it is. You actually don't need Snell's law because you're going to get the same index of refraction with the known speeds of light going through each reference material. They're just different ratios, right? The first ratio, or N21, is the index of refraction in reference to material 2 versus material 1. That's all it is. And it comes from epsilon 1 over epsilon 2 right here. Or you can just use V. It doesn't matter. We can use V as velocity. It's not a big deal. So V1 over V2. Well, where's that formula? Well, it's right up here. I just showed it to you. That is also equal to the right side of this equation, which is Snell's law, which again is another ratio. It's just a trigonometric ratio. It's sine of the incident ray over the sine of the refracted ray equals a constant. That constant is the index of refraction. Hopefully everyone's getting this. I've went over this a few times up to this point. That's not that difficult. Go ahead. I hear somebody click off.
Yeah, only to point out that you're not decrying this.
No,
you're supporting it. Obviously, we point out that we can't measure the speed of light. But what you're saying here is this is a ratio of the two-way speed of light. Therefore, we're not making a referral to the speed of light per se as that means something. We're just saying that the two-way speeds have a ratio, and as you'll go on to validate, those ratios match the signs.
Yes.
So, that's all I want to say. You're not, just to reiterate the point, that you're not decrying the speed.
No, I'm not at all.
The speed of light is irrelevant to this at this point in terms of the determination of a refractive index.
Yes. As long as they're using the convention two-way speed, I have no problem with it. The most important thing is, I'm not debunking this. This is what refraction is. I'm just trying to point it out to you. What I'm trying to show you is that the people who are begocking refraction have no idea what it means or what it is. That's what I'm doing. So I'm just showing you what it actually is. From the experts in the field, not the numpties begocking refraction. Because that, we have to get down to defining terms. Once we start using the Socratic method, the Baltard numpties are through. It's over. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just making stuff up, as usual. So, the 5-dagger fistful of dipshittery. Like I said, I'm going to stop here. My favorite is obviously 1A versus Adams 5A. But mine's quite deadly, and it just stops the discussion in its tracks. There's no way around this, so we'll get into it. Number one, whenever Baltards refraction, they're unwittingly invoking terrestrial refraction. There is no question about this. That's what it's defined as. I mean, if you read anything from Andrew Thomas Young, he discusses this in depth. Those are no question here. And we have Andrew Thomas Young right here from San Diego State Astronomy Department. He's going to give you the description of terrestrial refraction. The atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth, and the calculations below will adopt a rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature to make the calculation simple. Now, you see, I've highlighted these two, right? To have these two conditions have to be known. This one and this one. Simple as that. Or it's not this, right? If I have a definition of a banana and it has, a banana is this color and this color, grows on trees. It's chock full of simple carbohydrates, potassium, and B6. If B6 is missing, let's say this is B6. If B6 is missing from the banana, then guess what? It's not a banana. Follow? Hopefully you guys got that. So, for terrestrial refraction to exist, like I said, two conditions that is necessary antecedents must exist. You must have curved gases, the atmosphere. And as we all know, atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape, gases have no inherent shape. Right? If you think they do, you would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Literally. From Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. So it's over right there. You can't have curved gases. So one of the necessary contingent facts up here is non-existent. It's a fairy tale, making this a fairy tale. Not refraction. Terrestrial refraction's a fairy tale. Hopefully everyone's got that. All right. So like I said, this is 1A, and I could follow it up with Chem Libre text. Anywhere you look, they're going to tell you that gases have no definite shape, even though you know it intuitively. If you ever been around gases, like the air, they have no definite shape. It's all over right here, folks. Exhibit 1A, they're finished. All right, you can stop it there. Now, you don't have to. If you want to have a little fun, you can keep on going. I'm just giving you the ammunition, to put in your depot or arrows in your quiver. Okay? So, like I said, here we go with the definition again. It has 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. Well, you need the radius of the Earth. Well, demonstrate the radius of the Earth. How'd you get that value? They have a begging the question fallacy radius wrapped in a contradiction in terms, paradox. The atmosphere is a paradox, folks. It's a contradiction in terms. Simple as that. Now, to the big guy, Snell's law. They must invoke Snell's law. Why? Well, because it's the law of refraction. What is it? It's not going to be too much different than that refraction that we defined above. It can't be because we're talking about refraction, right? You're not going to get too far away from the original, overall definition of refraction. So Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law and the law of refraction, is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary. Remember, we've seen that term before. Remember, I stressed that above. So it's the same thing. We have a boundary here between two different isotropic media. The other definition said between one material and another material. This is very easy. Two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air, right? Every depiction that you will see with Snell's law will have a reasonable facsimile to the one that you're looking at right here. You'll never see Snell's law without it designated as two different isotropic media. Why? Well, because it's in the definition, right? You're never going to find it with just one media. Why? Because that's not Snell's law, right? It's in the formula. You can't get around. You have the index of the incident ray with Ni and the incidence of the refracted ray. You ain't going to get around this. You got two angles here. You need two different media. It's as simple as that. In here, it has the air and water. Hope everyone gets this. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Now, I like to circle back and just remind everyone that you can get there another way from the original definition of refraction. Like I said, it's just a ratio. Just like Snell's law is a ratio itself. It's just a trigonometric ratio, right? But same thing. N, index of refraction, right there. C is the speed of light in the vacuum, and V is the speed of light in the reference medium. So there it is right there. It's depicted right here and is equal to Snell's law. So I just want to say those are interchangeable. You can use either or. You're going to get the same answer. And here's an equation. I'm not so much concerned with the equation. What they're doing here is they're giving you the indices of refraction, right? And they're asking you to just solve for the refractive angle. I'm not all that concerned about that. It's Mach's next. What I wanted to show you here, right? You got the sun, and it's going, you have light traveling through air. You have a surface and water. You see the two different media and the boundary, the surface. Huh? They put that there for a reason, right? Because you have to have it. It's part of the definition. Can you give me a surface for gases? Gases have no surfaces, folks. Unbelievable. So the married bachelor paradox atmosphere is only one medium. They're finished. Can't invoke Snell's law. You got to come up with something else. I don't know what you're going to come up with. You'll have to sidestep the law of refraction, right? And that's what they do. Andrew Thomas, I don't know if it was Andrew Thomas Young who first did it, but somebody conjured this, right? Their only recourse is to tie Snell's law to a tree and start to just feebly adulterate it, with their Tootsie Roll decks. Right? And then they get laughed at. They have to snatch a baseball bat and proceed to bob euchre flail blindly at the demobilized damsel and invoke the married bachelor paradox, curved gases atmosphere. They have to do that. That's how they do it. That's how they get rid of two mediums. They invoke a paradox. You think I'm kidding. From the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Snell's law, right? Snell's law gives the quantitative change of the direction of a ray of light in passing from one medium to another. We just read it above. He's not going to give you anything different. He can't, because that's the definition. He continues, the product n sine z is the same on both sides of a plane interface. See that? Interface between two media. Right, because you can't have an interface between one media. It's non sequitur. Where n is the local refractive index and z is the local angle the ray makes with the normal to the interface. Like everything right here, this whole thing is correct. It is Snell's law. He has to tell you that. But what's he going to do now? He has to get around this. He has to get around those two different media. And the way he does it, it's non sequitur in itself, even without the paradox. So it's a paradox wrapped within a non sequitur. And he does it right in front of your face. In the curved atmosphere, well, gases don't curve, Andrew. You would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. But he introduces the paradox and presto magico, Snell's law becomes, drum roll please, NR sine Z equals constant. That's not Snell's law. Where'd you get the R from? That's not in Snell's law. Let's go up here. Where's R? I don't see an R up here. Do you? No, because it's not there. Not a part of it. Right? But that's how he does it. NR sine Z equals constant, where R is the distance from the local center of curvature. See the page especially devoted to this refractive invariant. Yeah, it's an invariant, all right. It's a zombie. It's a paradoxical zombie. That's what he does, folks. There you go. Abracadabra. Same thing as Tinkerbell. He abracadabras you with pixie dust from the curved Atmo in Gondor. That's it. That's the trick. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Go ahead. Somebody wanted to add something there?
I did, John, because there was bits that I wrote notes on, and they are the tricks. First is to make that statement with regards to boundary layers and the application of Snell's law. Then is to, after that, is to convert it and then derive a formula. And derive a formula which is fundamentally no longer based in reality. It's no longer based in what we'll discuss, which is this non-boundary layer that doesn't exist. But even if we pretend there was this boundary layer that doesn't exist, that it did exist, and we pretend that, and this boundary layer is not actually based on atmospherics, it's based on R. Yeah? The one that's non-provable.
Yep.
And that is the filthy bastardization of good observations and science within all the point of getting to here. And as you say, the Sideshow Bob Act, as they flim-flam those two things and get you to that point that you're prepared to accept that equation.
Yep.
Right? And the second you are, you're done. The second you accept that, you're done.
Yep, because I'm going to compromise you.
Good. Good.
Good. It's, yeah, like I said, yeah, thanks, Adam. Yep. So it's just an abracadabra with a paradox. It's so funny. It's not funny. It's pathetic, is what it is. I don't know how anyone can be fooled with this. How can you? You must not have read through these things, baltards. That's painfully obvious.
Here's another thing. Am I coming through okay, QE?
Yeah, you're starting to robot a little bit, but go ahead.
Something else I was thinking. I've been thinking about when I used to play with the ray tracer and the refractionometer, whatever you want to call it, on that you can play online with.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one setting that you can look at, and it would show where, if you're looking at how the ray tracing is going, if you're the observer, where you would see the light, and like where it would be visible, where it would look like you would see it. And a lot of times when the angle comes in, you might, even though the light may be off to the right, but you would see it as if it was higher, right, than it really is.
Mm-hmm.
If the ray tracing, as they would argue, or if it's the light is following the curve of the Earth, then things would always look higher because it's having to curve over. So when you're looking at it, it would be more like an angled up in your observation. So it would always look higher than it really would be. You understand what I'm driving at? Does that make any sense? I was trying to find a picture where I can illustrate it, but I can't download it on my phone. But if anybody knows what I'm talking about, maybe help me unpack it.
Nah, I don't want to unpack that. We're going to unpack it with the rays down below.
Because the rays will help, I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yep. The rays down below will kill that. And you're already assuming a sphere and curved gases, so it's fun to go down there, but I don't want to play. So, like I said, they introduced the paradox. It's a bastardization. It's pathetic. It's done by religious zealot retards. Another tiny little problem. Like I said, I'm picking at it now, but I think justifiably so. If you're going to put a definition of something, especially in science, this is supposed to be science, right? It has to be highly specific. and accurate, right? In this definition, even I think this is a great definition. All they would have to do is put the caveat in. I'm going to show you what the caveat is here, and it would be good to go. I'm just nitpicking a bit, and I think I'm justified in doing so. So let's take a look at this. We're going to compare the definition, all the antecedents, necessary antecedents, to a refractive scenario and see what we get. Again, refraction is the bending of the path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another. Okay? We have one material, air, and we have another material, water. That's satisfied. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Do we have a boundary in between the two? Yeah, the surface of the water. So that's good to go. Caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing the boundary. We have all of it so far is good to go because the light's coming through here. It's going to cross from one medium to another. It's got a boundary, a surface, an interface, and it's going to change speed. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent on the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. All the conditions are satisfied in our depiction right here, but guess what? There's no refraction here. What did they forget? The incident ray has to be greater than 0. It's just right there for you. Refraction is 0. I put everything in here for you. There's no way out of this. Like you could say I'm being pedantic. I don't think I am. It has to be accurate. It has to be precise. It lacks both. All right? It's a small issue, but an important one. Here's another. I put this. This is a big one for me. I usually don't go here because it's way over with 1A, and I usually don't get down this far. This is just for background information, but it's important.
It's not a small issue, John. That's genius what you just said there. Yeah? Because even if I take a crystal to my eye and look through it and look at the world through it, the world's there. It's a bit blurry, a bit different, yeah? But it's there in the same way. And if there isn't an angle of incidence, and that's what we're talking about here, and the refraction doesn't occur, and that's another factor that's crucial. Because how does air and gases have an orientation? Yeah?
Yeah.
There isn't an orientation. So you can't use gases, surely, unless I'm being wrong here. It's fine when you're passing it through another medium, a crystal, a solid, a liquid. Yeah, fine, because they do have orientations. They've got a lattice to work with.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, gases don't.
Nope. Again, they don't have a surface. It's as simple as that. To have an interface, you must have a surface. Gases don't have surface.
The word keeps coming up. There is no boundary when you encounter the gas.
Yep. That word keeps on popping up. I tried to stress it earlier, right? But you're going to see it everywhere. Boundaries, and interfaces. Yep. Like I said, some people might think that it's pedant. That's okay. I think I made my point. The next one, again, I usually don't get this far. It's important, however, because it's in the definition. To establish the efficacy of Snell's law, please show photons as friggin' waves. Why do I say that? Well, waves are all throughout the definition. From Wiki, you got waves. From the physics classroom, there's light waves. There's 3 of them. Light wave in a single definition. Light wave here, light wave here. We got waves everywhere. You got a big problem, Shaggy. Because if we talk to Richard Feynman and Professor Shankar, physics at Yale, photons aren't waves. So there's contradictions upon paradoxes upon contradictions. See it right here. He tells you. Feynman, the first thing Newton believed light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view. And it was then explained that many of these strange properties were because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. He just comes right out and tell you you're wrong. Turns out he was right. It was a particle. Nothing you could do about this. There's no linguistic gymnastics that you can do to convert this. He sounds pretty confident, too. So does Professor Shankar. Everything is really particles. All things, electrons, photons, protons, we don't care about the other ones, just the photons. All are particles. So let there be no doubt about that. Pretty confident. You don't hear that confidence too many times. Not like this. I mean, this is right in front of your face. Well, he's confident because he knows it for a fact. That's why. So they have a problem. There's another problem. All right? So show photons as friggin' waves. Best wishes. It's not going to happen. Now, Adam brought up another point, and I bring up this point. Like I said, I always caveat it because if they're working within the convention, the two-way speed convention, I have no problem with it. I just wanted to make a point of order, Your Honor, about the speed of light. They do not know the one-way speed of light. It's forever illusory, never, ever to be discovered. Won't happen, right? But like I said, if they're using the two-way speed in convention, I give them a pass with it. So I can just pass this one by. If you want a more thorough explanation, go back to the original presentation and I go through it. Okay? One-way speed of light, they must know it. This has other ramifications for their other fairy tales, light years, measuring distances and stuff. It's a train wreck. If you've listened to the Numpty clips, you know why. So even if I play, I be kind of dumb animal, ball-tard booger eater week, and grant them all of the paradoxes and contradictions we just went over. If I just say, okay, to heck with it, I'm going to give you all of it. The curved gases, the Snell's law, Tootsie Roll decadulteration, waves, catastrophe, one-way speed of light, Bubby Baroni's fairy tale radius. I could give it all to you and say, okay, I'll grant that to you. There is no way your paradoxical refractive phenomena that takes the geometric horizon and jettisons it 10 times further than it should be. Not even in all your paradoxes and all your contradictions can you pick up and move, jettison the horizon 10 times further than it should be. You can't do anything about this. It's over. Somebody told me and stopped me right here and said, you know what? This is killer. On this one right here. Even granting them everything. That's how bad it is. We can move on. This is a good one right here, man. Oh, and now on the Rays. 5A. Now we're into Adam's realm. He's going to quickly take over here, folks. I'm telling you.
All I want to do is when it's on screen in YouTube is read the quote. Because I've been quoting it for a week or so. A week now, haven't I? And it was something I quickly scribbled down. So I say I'm lazy. I'm not bothered to go back and see it. But when it's time to read it, can I read that, John?
Yeah. You know what? It's time. No, it's not time. You're right. I have a couple other things to go through. When I get there, Adam, I will stop and let you do it. How about that?
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
I figured that, man. I knew you were hyped up for it. Fair enough. So I want to bring up rays. Now, why do I bring up rays? Well, there's a good reason for it. I'll bet you can't guess what my reason is for bringing up rays. That's rhetorical, by the way. You don't have to answer. Well, because it's in the definitions. From Hyperphysics, Georgia State University.edu. Refraction is the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed is different. The refraction of light when it passes from a fast to a slow medium bends the light ray towards normal, towards the boundary. See the boundaries again? We had the boundaries between, here we go again, two media. They can't get around this. The amount of bending depends on the indices of refraction of the two media. Two. And is described quantitatively by Snell's law. But we're focusing on rays. Even the subject matter expert, right? Rays. He's got it all through his definitions. Rays, everywhere. Where's Ray? Adam.
So, rays is one that bugs me. What you were talking about earlier with regards to the nature of light. How do you conceptualize rays interacting with crystal lattices, with gas, and how the difference occurs? This weird mixing of what we see is a ray. Okay, how we perceive it, how we perceive the way those photons are, we call it a ray. But to conceptualize the behavior of the light as a ray is, I think, something you have to step outside of like teenage sci-fi for and realize it is a 60s word that doesn't mean anything in the slightest, and to me is confusing. And I think that's the admission here, isn't it? However, and that I see you've called it up now, John. This is the bit that, for me, allows you to ignore the previous stuff and go and say to your baller, I'll give you curve gases, yeah. I'll give you gas pressure without containment, yeah. Curve. I'll give you your R, the rate at which it's going to curve, yeah. I'll give you Snell's law. I'll give you another. I'll give you the one thing I will accept. So I won't give you. One thing I want you to accept is what refraction is. What John stated at the beginning, with regards to all of this, and this is refraction, and we'll come back to that word. Refraction occurs at the boundary layer, and that is a point of principle of Snell's law, which is what's then stated later, yeah, and used for this. But what Mr. Andrew Thomas Young, is it San Diego State University astronomy department, there's some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light, because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of Earth's surface, but here we are only concerned with the rays bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. The simple solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are unrealistic mental constructs. In reality, we have always have a beam of light. Infinite rays don't really exist. And that last bit, I think, is lovely, because it's total flim-flam to take you away from the point that he's saying what we're saying happens. It doesn't happen. But let me talk about something else. It's a bit like a politician, isn't it? At the point of something really crucial that they're going to go down for, it's better to go down for something less. I did not have relations with that woman. It's probably a better thing to go down for than the truth of what he did. Hence, let's ignore the beginning of the what I've just admitted and focus on me admitting that rays don't really exist, instead of what we've said the effect of rays are and the impact of that with regards to all the things I'm previously happy to concede, not in reality, but just for the sake of this argument. And it's enough to destroy them. That's why, John, I got excited, because I think it's fantastic. It's their priest, their guy, it's their statement telling them that what they say happens. It doesn't happen. I'm rambling.
No, that's okay. What I was going to say is I can rest. I don't even have to present my case. I can just let Andrew Thomas Young present his, and it destroys the entire fairy tale of terrestrial refraction with this one sentence. The first sentence. We didn't even get to the ray part yet. This sentence right here. Some people have worried about that. That cracks me up. Worried about. Well, why are they worried, Andrew? How to apply the refraction law? Well, what is that? That's Snell's law to such a horizontal ray of light. But this is the important part, because it does not cross any boundaries. Get back here. Horizontal boundaries. Well,
Then
that's
there's no need to worry, is there?
Yeah.
It's absolute. If it doesn't cross a boundary, then you don't have to worry about Snell's law because
Yeah.
it's not applicable.
Exactly. You got it. Yep. Yep. It kills it right there. I don't have to do anything. It does it itself. Now, back to the rays. Now, he goes on to say the simplest solution. This cracked me up. When I first read this, I said the simplest solution. Solution to what? This problem? How can this below that I'm going to read be a solution to this problem up here? It's not. I don't know why this statement is even in here. I sure wish somebody would explain it. Andrew, can you come on here and explain what this means? You didn't offer. Now, you said simplest solution. There is no solution. I'll read it. Please, somebody tell me what the solution is. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light. Infinitely narrow rays don't really exist. Anyone? What's the solution? It's lost on me. I don't see a solution here. What I see here is a statement that's relieving him the responsibility of his volumes of horseshit prior. That's what I see. Because that doesn't make, this is non sequitur. The simplest solution, this part right here, it's non sequitur. And then the horizontal ray paradox, unrealistic mental construct, really? The rays don't really exist? They must exist. They're in your definitions there, Andrew. So what you're doing is you're conjuring, like you conjured the curved atmosphere. This time you're conjuring rays. It's a conjuring squared. You're like a witch. But at least actual witches, they have physical substances in their brew, like bat pee and frog's legs and Winchester shells, right? You don't have that. You have concepts. You're conceptual witch, right? Because you have to have rays. This is a physical effect in our reality you're attempting to describe, and you're telling everyone that they don't exist. It's over. It's all over. It was over with the first sentence. Like I said, we're just dancing on the graves. And then this final one, if you're unsure, if you think he made a mistake in this reference, we'll go to another reference. From Andrew Thomas Young. Astronomy Department. Thanks, Adam. In the diagrams below, heavy lines represent rays of light. If you're not familiar with this conceptual fiction, what? You have conceptual fictions as descriptions in your definitions of physical effects in reality. It's preposterous. It's a reification fallacy at the very best. Please check the Optics for Beginners page before continuing here. We don't have to. Ballers, what you have to do is check his Optics for Beginners page before you continue. Well, you didn't even start, so you can't continue. You have to start first. So once you start, make sure you check out this reference right here. Optics for Beginners, right? Unbelievable. Now, let's now take the terrestrial paradoxical Narnia refraction to its logical ends, right? We've got all the pedigree information. Now we want to see if it follows. You know it doesn't because it's a train wreck of all the contradictions and paradoxes. You know where it's going to end. But let's go ahead and do it and show everyone. There's nothing hidden. We're going to practically show what happens when you extrapolate from a multi-layered, paradoxical, adulterated, fictional, foundational fairy tale. And their poster child, I'm going to use it. Terrestrial refraction is looming. Everyone knows it, right? In this genre, everyone comes out. Bagak's looming. They don't know what it is. They've never known. I've asked people for almost 5 years now what looming is. I have never received this definition. Not a single time. And that's from Andrew Thomas Young. It's pretty concise. You'd figure it would just roll off their tongues. Right? But you'll never get the definition because they have this conjuring in their mind what it actually is. Right? Even going against what their pseudoscientists tell them. Like I said, we have right-wing factions of morons, right, that just make stuff up. But let's use the actual definition that he provides, right? Looming, the appearance above the horizon. This is Andrew Thomas Young, by the way. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it, right? That's his definition. As you can see in the definition right here, it's talking about the objects in reference to the horizon. Not the horizon. Not in his definition. Right? So now we have his Huckleberry quantum eraser that says that that's a load of crap right here. His definition. It's not lining up. Why not? His definition's not lining up. My definition of looming is nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving the appearance of said objects floating above a false horizon. So, I'm saying that my definition is complete and is demonstrable. Judge, I will now demonstrate how my definition is correct and Andrew Thomas Young is smoking shrooms. Exhibit A. This is the quintessential example of looming in their paradigm. As I said, if you use off-center vision, you can see where the horizon, I can almost see it now, just not because I've looked at this photo so many times, it just plainly I can see it. I can understand in YouTube land that it's probably not good enough detail for you guys to see it. I can appreciate that, but I'm telling you, if you ever look at this photo like in a magazine or on some other media, you'll be able to see it. But yeah, I can see the actual horizon off the bow here, right? So my definition is, remember, that the sky above is being inferior mirage underneath this object, giving the appearance that the object is floating above a false horizon. And that's exactly what's happening here. If we're unsure about this, then we have Mick. Here he comes to save the day. There's a fever in the funkhouse now, West. To make sure everyone is on the same page. There he is. Old Mick. October 2017. Now, to give credit where credit is due. Mick brought this out, and it's the same photo from above. We already went over that. He brought this out because the tabloid, he said in the caption below down here, the tabloid media called this a mirage, right? So Mick was right in calling them out and saying, hey, listen, guys, this isn't a mirage. All right? Obviously it's not, because that's not the definition of mirage right here. So he depicts it, not a mirage. The real horizon is near here, right? The one that I told you was there. You can see it plainly now. All Mick did was color contrast this. He said the false horizon was due to fog. Now, it's a false horizon. His claim due to fog, his cause is, that's a false cause fallacy. Why? Because if that was fog, you wouldn't see the boat. But that's why we love you, Mick. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. But, like I said, credit where credit's due. He called it out. This is not a mirage. Thanks for proving my point, because the sky's being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving the impression of the object floating above a false horizon. That's Exhibit B, Your Honor. Exhibit C, 2014 Scottish Open. Just look at the left photo. It's readily apparent that the real horizon is right here. Right across there. Everyone can see it. What's happening here? Well, the sky's being inferior mirage underneath this boat, giving the impression that the boat is floating above a false horizon, which is down here. Now, they color contrasted it and makes it very easy to see. That's Exhibit C, Your Honor. This is a landslide. The jury's laughing now. And I haven't even brought out the big whopper just yet. There she is. This is QE Cuties' favorite photo. Can I hear a shout out from QE Cuties?
Yay!
This is Betty's favorite photo when we first looked.
You calling me?
No. When we when we first seen this, but the first words out of her mouth was, "The boats are being raptured." I'll never forget it, right? Because it looks like that. But this is the quintessential example, Your Honor. This is the quintessential example, demonstration of my definition. So we have the sky being inferior miraged underneath these objects, right? You can even see some of the white clouds in here. There's a collage of the clouds in the water. You have the real horizon, the actual horizon right across here. I can see it plainly. These objects are floating above a false horizon. Folks, you can't get any more delineated for a false horizon than this one because it's fragmented across the entire transverse dimension of the horizon, of the false one, right? This is over. It's over. My definition is correct. And Andrew Thomas Young's looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it, he can't make that claim. That's not what this is. Right? But more importantly, he would need a second photo of these objects below the horizon. Even to make his definition coherent. It's a comparison. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object, this is the important part, that would normally be hidden below it. So show us the normally part. That's how stupid this is. Right? This is over, folks. Terrestrial refraction does not exist. They can't appeal to it. I just showed you why they can't do it. Now, I didn't say refraction doesn't exist, did I? I did not say that. I am saying that terrestrial refraction, would they appeal to for their ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, they can't appeal to it anymore. It's just that simple. I hope everyone gets it. I'm going to go over it about 10,000 more times. You guys are going to start puking, including ball-tards, right? Everyone is going to know this. Everyone in the genre, anyway. Comments, questions?
Yeah. Is that Andrew Thomas Young a real guy?
Yes.
How do we know?
I think Rumpus and another guy, I don't know his name, had correspondence with him. And if I'm not mistaken, I think 10th Man also had correspondence with him.
Okay. Because we can't find any pictures of him, huh?
No.
He's sort of like a hidden guy.
Yes.
Behind the scenes kind of guy. Don't mind the guy behind the curtains kind of guy.
Yeah. Yep.
Is he right about anything?
I don't know. I'd have to go through all his material and find something he's right about.
Is he an astrophysicist? What is he?
He works for, I don't know his degree. I'd have to search that. All I know is that he works for the astronomy department at San Diego State University.
Okay, so who is he to make definitions of terrestrial?
He has. He's the subject. He is the.
No, he doesn't have a face. How much of an importance is this then?
Well, like I said, he is the subject matter expert on the topic.
How? Why? It's just a guy with a name.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The most extensive literature is by Andrew Thomas Young. And he is even cited erroneously by folks like Mick West.
Yeah. Isn't that strange, huh?
Yep.
These people seem to find one another.
Yeah.
But if you would want to make a paper about this, then they say, hey, what's your degree? Which university are you sort of from? And whatever. And we can't do that, right? When we have a statement to make.
Yes.
These guys, they work for these universities, and I think, well, who's funding them? And what sort of outcome do you want from these universities?
That would be very different. See,
conspiratorial for you.
Yeah. You want to go deep into like their personal lives and what toothpaste they're using. I'm just on the outside taking.
Yeah, The thing is, I like truth, and I like and I think that usually the truth doesn't come from sort of democratic sort of institutions. Let me say it that way.
I understand what
where the most people are shouting that it is so when there is one speaking the truth.
I understand what you're saying. We just have two different missions on the truth side. I like to take the established words that they say. You want to get into what shampoo they're using.
No. That's making it dirty, right? No. I want to know what is their foundations, basically, right? What makes their foundations any better than ours? Why are they sort of established? What's that word established mean, right? That's sort of what I sort of get at.
It's a good point.
Yeah. I mean, we sort of revere that science and that the scientists and these people that with degrees and stuff. But come on, I mean, I think if you have a scientist talking about farmers things, right, and you have a farmer talking about things, who would you rather talk to? Right? I would rather talk to the guy that is the farmer because I expect him to know more about how things work than the scientist.
The organ player at the church?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Whatever, right? I mean, I think we are sort of prone to listen to these high voices we think that are high up, but who put them there and with what reason and what causes?
Can I jump in?
I have a quick
got
question.
Just a minute, please. Who do you want to go first, QE? Me or him?
Hold on a sec. Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. We're gonna go through everyone, so just relax. We'll just go right down the list. We'll start. Betty, you want to take the con and go down the list?
Well, if you insist.
Thank you.
We got almost exactly at the top. You have anything to add or to?
Hello.
Oh,
I just have a question.
Hold on a second. Wait 1 second before you offer your question. I gotta find you here. You just blew my eardrums out. My fault, not yours. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought my mic was really low actually. But can density layers be considered? I mean, the differences between them, could that be considered as a boundary?
No. Density layers of what?
Of the atmosphere.
No, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmos, air, airs. Yeah, you already know that routine. Go ahead, Adam.
I'll quote Andrew Thomas Young. With regards to rays, it does not cross any horizontal boundaries. A light ray when it's coming in between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. And I use that with permission here. Yeah. So Andrew Thomas Young is clearly stating that the stratified atmosphere does not constitute boundaries with regards to Snell's law. That would justify, which would be there, yeah? Otherwise, they say there might be some differences, but no, there's not that with regards to a stratified atmosphere. That's what I liked.
All right. Is that the question? Is that now resolved?
Yep. I'm satisfied.
Okay, you have something else you want to add?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, good. Then we got Drace. Drace, you're off mute.
Thank you. I got nothing really yet to add. It's just excellent. I always enjoy these presentations. Very good.
Okay, thank you. And then we got John P. Ryan. You're off mute.
Yeah, same as Drace. I really appreciate you guys going over this, even though it's ad nauseum at some points, but it's good to hammer it back in, because I kind of mentioned after show last week that I've been out of school for over 25 years, and so having to dig back through my really faded memory about all the lessons that I had to learn just to pass the school to begin with. I was kind of a slacker back then anyway, but having to remember all these details and then apply it to reality. And that's one thing I never really did, was apply what I learned to reality. And so, like, I really appreciate the details that you guys put into these breakdowns to kind of help break down the arguments and then, help me understand it, the simple mind. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. That was it? I think so. Okay, we got Lino Tomo. I'm taking you off mute. You have anything to add or questions? No? Okay, we got Neil Constantino. Neil, are you there?
Neil Constantino is very busy right now. Sorry, I can't talk.
Okay. We skip you and go to Phoenix Rising. Take you off mute now. You have anything to ask? To add?
No questions. I did miss the start of it though. I had to get out of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paul? Paul, are you there?
I'm coming. I was coming. I was trying to find the mute button. I was on mute. I dropped 2 pictures into the live stream. I think Huey just deleted one of them, but I was going to try to point out something. The first one is the actual Snell's Law bending light picture, and there's another one I actually showed the fish tank, but I think Huey deleted it. But I was actually going to make a point showing, like, on that one picture, there's a green dot on the picture, and it would show where if you was looking at that light from the position where the light is hitting the bottom of the tank or whatever, so to speak, that's where the light would be.
Oh, you're roboting.
Paul, you're roboting. Go to the next one.
Okay, we got Rob King. Take you off mute. You have anything to add? Questions? Hello, Rob. You there? No. Okay. And we got Grat, it's flat.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a quick question. Doesn't infrared knock out like 99% of all refraction?
No.
Oh, really? Okay,
It's the least refracted wavelength. But your statement, it knocks out? No.
Okay. All right. Well, then that answers my question. Thanks.
The higher the frequency, the more refraction. Follow? So the lower frequency, like infrared, that's going to be long wavelength, right? The less refraction.
Okay.
But you follow that one?
But I mean, yeah, I think so. But shouldn't it like clear? Never mind. I think I understand what you're saying.
You got what I'm saying? Okay.
All right, we go back to Paul. He's back. Paul,
Can you hear me okay now? Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. To make it sum up, in both the pictures I posted, there's there's one in a green dot in the actual Snell's Law simulator, and there's one in the fish tank, and it's a yellow dot. What I was trying to represent with the dots is where the position of the light you would see it at, right? If you were looking at the light from the point where it gets, if you was looking at the light, and they always say the light is curving around the Earth. Well, if that's the case, visually, everything would have to be lifted up when they argue that. Because visually, that's where you would see it lifted up, risen up. So you would never see, even in their own paradigm, from their own argument, the geometric horizon. You can never see it. If it's because it's always, you're visually looking at where the light would be hitting you. It looks like it's going to be higher than it really is, if you understand what I'm driving at. The pictures are trying to illustrate where you would actually see the light, or where it would look like the light would be. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? No, yes, maybe. Did I drop?
No, you didn't. No, sorry, I was on mute. What's the point?
Well, I'm just saying is even within their own paradigm, arguing that the light is bending around the Earth, terrestrial refraction.
Yeah.
Well, that means the horizon or everything would always look higher than it really is. They always use the fish tank as the illustration of how it bends around. Well, visually, it would look higher, always look higher. If you're seeing when the light hits you, if you understand. That's why in the fish tank, I put a dot where you would see the light. If you were looking at it from the point where the light on the other side of the fish tank, if you're standing there looking at where the laser's coming from, you would visually look like it's higher in the tank than it really is.
I'll refer you to 5A, and I'll also point out that that's water with shed loads of glucose in it.
I agree, Adam.
Whether you want to use it to destroy the ball is fine, but what you can't do is use it with regards to the atmosphere, which we talked about liquids, and this is a liquid bordering on solid point of view because of some of the saturation points within that, which is why you'll see the rate of bend is much lower, greater lower down than higher up. This is not analogous to anything with regards to light behavior in the atmosphere.
And I get that.
It's bad for us to use that because it defeats our point, doesn't it? It defeats our point. We're saying when they bring this up, that's nonsense. It makes no sense. So we shouldn't use it in the reverse because that's in a very rich glucose liquid, yeah, which is not in any way analogous to the atmosphere. So whatever it shows benefits us naught in our understanding of light in the atmosphere.
No, and I agree with you, Adam. The only point I'm making is if light is bending around and it hits your eye, it's going to appear higher than it really is.
Why is light bending around?
Well, I know. I'm talking about in their paradigm. In their paradigm. That's all I'm arguing.
They don't have a.
I don't agree with you.
They don't have a paradigm.
Refraction.
Yeah. Well, I know you destroyed it, QE, but I mean, they always say we always do the Muppet vision, the side view. But what will you visually see if that was true? And that's what I'm driving at. If it's true what they're saying, then you can never see it because it's going to be always higher than it really is. That's the only point I'm making if their argument is true. I'll leave it there.
That's why that doesn't. All right. So light's supposed to bend in their world at 7/6R. Number one, there's no R on that flat fish tank. Yeah. All you've got is some nonsense density gradient and then a light beam introduced at an angle. All it shows you is refraction. And not much, really, considering all the perversion you've put in there. Look how it straightens out. It's of no benefit to us, to me, right? That and using it, and there's enough demolition. We don't have to presuppose what their bullshit would turn out like, where we would presuppose their bullshit would turn out with our bullshit corrections of their bullshit. It's just bullshit.
I mean, I agree, though. I guess all I'm saying is if they start invoking refraction, they just shot themselves in the foot. And that's what we've been saying for a while now.
Yeah.
Ultimately, as soon as they do that.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. We need to tell them what refraction is because in their world, refraction is that thing bending to your yellow dot. in reality because of stuff, gravity, whatever. You know what I mean? That's why it's not worth entertaining anymore, because we didn't have the knowledge before to just say, "Don't be silly." Yeah, this is what refraction is. Unless you want to go away and define your terrestrial refraction, yeah, which is what's required for you to make this outlandish claim, then stop it, because you've got no backing otherwise. We don't have to, like in the days of the Isle of Man. Yeah, put up with the nonsense. We understand it now, and we don't have to humour it. And not the nonsense, they're ignorance in a lot of cases. They're complete ignorance. We're able to demonstrate and enlighten them. And that's what hurts them the most. That flat earthers are now enlightening them with the truth. The science in some cases, yeah? And also the bloody obvious in a lot. Why we can't get a decent conversation out of them anymore.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand. Do they actually say that everything we see is not where we see it? Is
Yes.
that what they're claiming?
Yes.
Okay, so if that was true, how would a sniper hit anything?
Listen, you're preaching to the choir. I already told them this hundreds of times that if what they said was true, that Adam called it bullshit, then all the world's militaries would be rendered null. That it'd be academic. It would be non sequitur.
Tell you what, let's have a war with them. Let them use their way. We'll use our way. And let's see who wins.
We can't be having wars, Neil.
Paintball.
Paintball. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Scrat. You're right on it. Yes. Good. Anything else?
I just don't understand how they can actually think. I don't get it. I mean, they completely abandon logic and reason, and I don't know. It's just frustrating for me.
No, you're all over it. You're exactly correct. It's frustrating, right? Because that's what it is. So all we can do is just show it in spades, and then guess what? A little later this afternoon, guess what I'm going to hear? Refraction. Did Betty do it?
Yeah, I
might hear it now.
Two voices.
Yeah, Scrat, you're all over it. Thank you. All right, did we miss anyone, Betty?
Well, Shines came in. Maybe she wants to chime in and has something to say. Let me see if I can unmute her. Hi, Shines.
Hi, everyone. Just
great.
presentation as usual. You are amazing. And I'm just tired of them claiming that this is just semantics and that words don't have any meaning. And we don't know the difference between bending and divergence. And it's so silly. And I know that this is just going to continue for a long time on. And I don't know if a lot of people will ever get it, because we are in that, anti-flat earth community. Like, they just refuse to listen to what's so obvious. So more great information, and hopefully maybe some people will become sane and come into reality. We'll see, though.
That's wishful thinking. I like that, Betty. Can you invite more people to come in, and then when they come in, say, "Hello, I'm here."
It seems that you have a sort of a hearing problem, in the sense that everything is too loud for you. Huh?
Yeah, it's showing everyone that comes in has their volume turned up a lot. So this is good.
That you have your volume for the income of the how do you say that? How your sound is transferred to you. That's too high up, maybe.
Well, there's a balance, cutie. Between...
Yeah, well, the balance, you crossed it.
Yeah, there's a balance. We're going to get into shop talk. Nathan will love this. There's a balance between what goes out to YouTube and then what comes to me. And I want it to what goes out to YouTube as reasonable. And
sure.
If it is reasonable, I have to turn you up because I can't hear people.
Yeah.
So my speakers are.
But everybody was too loud.
Yeah.
Usually it's too low, and now they're too loud.
Yeah, every single person that could. So just start inviting people in, Betty, because you like it. And make sure QE hears you.
Oh, let me see what I can do for you.
Oh, it doesn't matter with you, Shines. You could turn it down. It doesn't matter. If I have you cranked, I'm toast. And you weren't the only one. Every single person today. So it's been a lot of fun.
We got some other person, but he's on deaf and mute. But you don't want to hear him.
Yeah, that's where he's gonna. That's where he'll stay.
All right. Okay. Well, I think that we had all the people in here that could talk and have tried to talk, except for a couple of people. Oh, there we got Rob. Hi, Rob.
Sorry, I can't talk. I got a really bad mic.
So how's that sound, Quantum?
Yeah, it was loud. I was struggling to get him. Of course, I was right in the middle of a message to somebody. I'm struggling to get him, and he just stopped. But that's all right. I got him. I got you, Rob.
Sorry.
You should be good to go.
You want to add something?
Not really. My mic's really bad. It was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
All right. I got another super chat that I wanted to shout out. It's from Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. And he says, thanks, QE. And
Thank you.
He said it mid-presentation, but I think it's good at the end.
Thanks, Lump. He said, what's the name? Lump. I can go look 1 second.
Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum.
Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. Love it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, it was a long run this time.
Yeah, it was a longer one this time. Everything's going really good. It might be about 3 or 4 weeks, to get everyone in sound line, but I think that this was a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have said yourself anything to add? What's next Ballbusters about?
Next Ballbuster, I forgot to tell Adam and Nathan. That was I was gonna say something and I got it. It was in the morning. I wasn't thinking straight. They requested for Ballbusters that we, because there's a lot of new people, according to them, that's on the scene. So to go back into the science presentation, they wanted something, specific, and I'm not going to do the science presentation without doing the whole thing. So Adam, I'm going to do the whole thing, man.
Fair enough. If you want to, no, fair enough. I understand. You want to present something properly, sometimes you have to. So
yeah, I'm gonna present. Yeah, we'll go in for the next 4 or 5 weeks, and we'll just be talking science on Ballbusters. No problem. I don't have an issue with it.
On science now?
Say again?
Are we camping out with science now?
We're gonna drop anchor in science again. Yes.
Drop anchor.
Yeah.
Or camping out.
Drop an anchor in natural science. It's a heavy anchor. It's gonna be hard to lift up.
Mm. But didn't we do that hundreds of thousands of times again?
Yes, but it appears, like I said, we have new people in. It's not a bad thing to go back and review those principles and concepts. It's not a bad thing at all.
Right. Yeah, because you can sort of apply it to all kinds of other different things that they are claiming to be true right now in this minute.
Yes. Yep. So I'm looking forward to it. Anything talking about the scientific method and anything, the one that I created, I enjoy talking about that.
Oh, yeah. Your scientific method, huh?
That's right.
Yeah.
Might as well take ownership of it since
nobody else does.
Yeah. They're saying that it's mine. I've heard a number of times that it's mine. I appreciate that. Yeah. Drace is saying the same. Drace is saying the same thing.
Variable?
Oh, God.
Is it with the independent variable or the independable variable?
According to you, it's the independable variable.
You can't depend on it.
Yeah, so even Drace in the chat, he's saying that, yeah, they keep telling us it's my method, QE's method. So I might as well take ownership of it then.
Mm. Maybe you can put out a paper as well then, like that Andrew Thomas Young did. Everybody, begak you.
Bagok, you can't do the bagok right. You need practice on that.
Oh the hell.
Well,
I don't
if it's if it's your method, couldn't they just say you're just wrong?
They do.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, they just say it. That's the difference between them and I. I don't say it. I support it. And demonstrate it, by the way. That's very important. Anyone can say anything, right?
I got another super chat for you.
Go ahead, Betty.
It's from Peter Clark, and he says, Rumpus is an utter moronic sophist.
Who's Rumpus?
I don't know.
I don't know either. All right, let's wrap it up. Adam, any final thought?
At least he super chatted for you.
Say again?
At least thank the guy that super chatted.
Well, yeah, I thought it. Didn't I thank him?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Hey, well, thank you very much. And I didn't see it. Why that didn't pop up on my... Oh, there he is. Now it popped up. Peter Clark. Yep. Appreciate it, Peter Clark. Hope you guys got a lot out of the presentation. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. Let's get Adam any final thoughts, and make sure we get Adam shouting out his channel. He's got a couple good videos on there. Adam's starting to ramp things up, right?
Thank you, sir. That I did plan to do that. I'm going to post it in chat in a second. Yeah. On tonight, yeah, I've enjoyed it. Like I say, 5A for me is beautiful. You can seed all you like and then take them to 5A, and a priest says what they're claiming does not happen. Nonsense. So we can forget all about the supposed terrestrial refraction and concentrate on what we understand that's validated with regards to refraction. And I'm more than happy to accept proven understanding of refraction and what it is. Even if it includes the two-way speed of light.
Yeah.
As a ratio.
Yeah, that's a stumbling block. I knew it would be, and I knew I had to go over it. Yeah.
I'm happy. That's why I gave the prefix, the as a ratio. We're not invoking it. We're just using it both ways for everything, and then defining that ratio that we've applied to everything. So I don't have a problem. Like I said, that's why I interjected. I don't have a problem with it. It doesn't involve me questioning measuring the speed of light. It's a ratio within a device.
Yes.
Okay, so whatever that thing's doing, whether it's the speed of light, whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's a ratio within a device. That's cool, as long as it's each thing that we define the ratio's got the same parameters, and that's how it's been derived.
Yes.
The validating thing is that the angles
correct
have a similar ratio. So.
Correct. Yes.
So that I like it. But like I say, 5A for me. That's all I'd say on this evening. Other than that, yeah, if I could shout I've obviously got my channel, the Adam Meakin. I've had for ages, but what I've wanted to do is I've started a new one. What ? Is the world? And Nathan, all of that is in lowercase now. I've changed it thanks to Nathan's bequest. So I'm just kind of putting my thoughts down there, kind of trying to do episodes, just covering certain topics. The first one was kind of the instigator, really born out of what Brian was doing with regards to Wolfie and certain flights and stuff I've done in the past. The next one's a little bit more considered, and hopefully kind of highlights the two sides, what we've learned over the time, what we know, what's demonstrable, what's provable, and what the high priests of the globe spout as the rhetoric that's the reason you should think it's a ball. and it's a kind of a juxtaposition of those two things.
Cool.
Need to make your own mind up. Yeah, so that's what is the world, and I'll stick it in chat now and spam it a sec. Thanks, John.
That was perfect timing, honey.
Finish another banana.
No. I'm talking to my wife. She just came in and tore a piece of paper off the door in here. That's too funny. Perfect timing. Yeah, thanks, Adam. Everyone sign up for Adam. Adam, are you spamming that in the chat?
Done it once, I'm going to do it again. There you go.
Please, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, guys, and watch and please sub and share if you could. I'd appreciate it. I'm still on low numbers there.
Oh, we'll get that going, Adam. No problem. Everyone should be subscribing.
Yeah, I liked your last one, right? Where you sort of put Neil deGrasse Tyson, that other guy, what was it? The physics guy, Bill Nye, the physics guy.
Right.
I like it when you sort of let them talk and other people talk, and it's good. It's kind of nice to hear these people having these stupid representations of a boat going over the curve of the horizon on a table. It's so stupid.
As QE said, sometimes the best response is to just let them talk.
Exactly.
Good morning, Flat Earth.
Flat in this bitch, globe confusion with the drip drop. It's flat everywhere. I got facts up in my Ziploc. Flat up in this place, no globe model, that's for kid bops. You ain't on flat earth, you can kick rocks, okay? Flat, hey, flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flat, flat, flat. Yeah. Globe got no curve, bitch. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, flatten, smack, smack, flatten, flat, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, 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 flat, flat. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch, I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, I'm flat. Hey, take it off, yeah, globe off, yeah, live stream, yeah, everybody here, bringing up air, gas pressure, yeah. Flat is my fate, the globe is gon' hate, the truth I chase, and it don't break, we just killed space, yeah, it's all fake, acting the safe, now hand me that tape, 10 toes in the mud, measured earth, and it's flat, yeah, globe dunked on in its fields, and that's facts, yeah, I ain't tryna fight you too emotional, now take this flat smack like it's supposed to go, made it out the globe, had to bounce right quick, wonder how I drop out, learn to count like this, got a folder with no earth curve where I keep my shit, hit a bay first with a laser, ain't no curve in this bitch. Okay, I'm flat. Hey, flat, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, smack, flat, smack, flat. Yeah. Globe, no curve, Turn that flat into facts. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Hey, flat and I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Yeah, flat, smack. Yeah, smack. Globe gone flat. Got no curve, bitch. I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, I'm flat. I'm a globe destroyer. Yeah. F.E. Doyum. Doyum globe smoking ass nigga. In the live stream joking. Took his globe like it's stolen. Broke brain can't focus ass nigga. Pause about, we gotta call up. Call a nigga, he gon' chop his head off. Can't run the game round here, bruh. Cause we're hang no sphere, bruh. Little nigga, do you got a problem? What? Little nigga will come and solve it. Yeah. Facts coming in, can't stop it. We getting to the money, y'all jogging. Yeah. Good times represent victory. To the same globe's just dead to me. A washed up glove don't mean shit to me. Nothing. I'ma surf off the curve in a Tiffany. Globers do nothing for me unless you leave in BC where the curve be. I'm flat gang, savage free. Globers get smoked just trying to diss me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, flatten, I'm flat. Yeah, flatten, I'm smack. Flat, smack, flat. Yeah, flat. Yeah, globe gone flat. Ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Hey, flatten, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Flat, smack. Yeah, flat. Yeah, globe gone flat. Ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Yeah. CB. You know me.
Grace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? Our spears are strong, a formation of edge. It's time to push you to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield. The Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them. This is where we fight. This is where they die. And these shields rise. This is Sparta.
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated, thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clowns, subjugated, with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long awaited, your counters are unrelated. You're just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend. Are you medicated?
Calm yourself.
I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us were meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Your sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims and substantiated. That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated. Not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically degenerated, with hearts exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, black swan reverberated, percolated and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, needs to be updated. And thoroughly investigated with science invigorated. Its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find trust.
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated, and desecrated. The whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assemble know the truth of this.
and each among them search his own soul. And while you're at it, search your own.
Alrighty, MIDI HC.
Yeah, that's
a funny
me.
name. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server.
Thank you.
What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I'm just here to troll.
The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere. There ain't no curvatures, ain't there. That means it's not an oblate pair. NASA's lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the bloopers of sloppy as like they're not even trying to fool half the audience. You have to buy it up. You say it woke, but it's diet, yeah. Want to debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take out the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me to bug FE, give it me gravity, give it me philosophy, give it me pure comedy, give it me to bug FE, give it me gravity, give it me philosophy, give it me pure comedy.
You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. Go.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretending clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds. No ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your motor line, or scientific, or a sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the dot of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons, mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globetards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globetards wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into making it sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. It's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Leo Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy B, trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They win out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transformed into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron and not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Anti-astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerged in the water, what they claim that they orb. It's a circus, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies life on, hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try?
I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they?
Good morning, Sonny. What's up, Abdullah? Jimbo, you're probably asleep. All right,
Good morning.
Sonny.
Good
Oh, hey,
morning.
Sonny, what's up?
I
Good
walked to
morning.
the other side of my place, so I was on the other side of the room. But I heard you say hi, so hi.
Yeah. I figured you came in, and you're more of a talker than a music person, so I figured I'd clear the floor.
Sometimes I talk. Sometimes I'm busy in the mornings, and I'm kind of doing projects and stuff like that. Working on my bike, which is usually almost daily.
Yeah.
Just basic stuff around the house on a Sunday. I don't work, so I don't work a job. What's that?
I said I'm actually on my way to work.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been retired. I'm retired now, but I haven't worked in quite a while. 7 or 8 years. I haven't worked a regular job, so.
At least you got a hobby.
I am kind of a music guy, but listening, yeah, not so much a listener. I do enjoy it on here, but like when I'm at home, I'm usually not listening to music unless I'm actually got my guitar out and I'm studying or trying to learn something.
Right. No, I know you and Flat Earth Dude are guitar guys.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, Flat Earth Dude's more of a piano guy, really, but he does play guitar. He plays quite well, actually.
Hard to play. He's pretty good. He carries a tune really well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I wish I was more musically inclined. I'm not. I think this year for my birthday, I might buy myself like a little starter guitar and just practice the notes.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much focus on the any rhythm at first, because I'm sure I can create my own rhythm or learn rhythm along the way. The notes is what throws me off. Knowing how to strike it, when to strike it. It's a little tougher for me.
With guitar, in the beginning especially, what's most important is learning the structures of the chords themselves.
Right.
But some people have a different approach where they would start teaching somebody the single notes first. And that's not a bad idea, because if you learn the scales first and how they work with each other, how the notes, how those intervals work with each other in making a sound the way it does, then when you get to where the chords are put together, you're going to have a much better integral understanding of why and how those notes are used in chords and so forth.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Then I won't feel like my hand, I should say, is all over the place trying to figure out which chord I'm going to hit when I have, like you said, more intimate knowledge of the surrounding chords.
And how the notes are all structured.
Yeah. My cousin, he started off with bass and then transitioned into 6-string.
So did my brother.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna do that first. Learn the chords, even if I don't get it or understand it, like just to have that foundation, and then maybe pick up a simple song, like I'll start with some blues or something like that, and then work from there.
Yeah, actually, once you pick up the instrument, you'll find your way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because the physicality of the stringed instrument, it's once you start experiencing it, it's probably nothing like you thought it was going to be. For one, with the guitar, your fingers are going to start hurting in the first few weeks.
Oh yeah.
Most people don't make it through the first year because of this pain.
Yeah.
So you have to continue, even if your fingers hurt. You still need to try to do like 5 minutes, even if they're killing you. You do 5-10 minutes a day, no matter what, even when they aren't feeling well. You just keep doing a little bit here and there until you can't stand it. Put it down. And eventually it just gets better, and you're able to physically push down where you want to rather than stopping because it hurts so badly.
Right.
So once you get past that, then once your fingers gets tough enough, and you get enough callus where it doesn't hurt, then you're free to learn and move around the fretboard and learn all these different modes and things like that.
Right. I'm gonna start slow. I'm gonna learn like each individual chord, and then like I'll do something stupid like play them in alphabetical order, and moving up and down the, what is that called, the staff? I'm not familiar with the guitar.
Up and down the fretboard, yeah.
Fretboard, yeah.
So
I just practice, like not necessarily making like a music or anything like that, just practicing each note going up and down the fretboard, get my fingers acclimated to the movement.
Well, what I would say is I'll put this in the live stream. So there's a system called the caged system, and what these are is the shapes of all the different chord shapes. They're all the main ones. And once you learn all of those, It's called caged. The C shape, the A shape, the G shape, the E shape, and the D shape are all the shapes there are to chords. Those are the basic chords. So then you learn the modifications of those, but though all those chords are all movable anywhere on the fretboard.
Right, similar to a piano.
Yeah, so the shape would be the same exactly. So your shape would be the same as you move up, but on the stringed instrument, like on a guitar, you have a nut, right? That nut is the 0 location or 0 fret. When you're moving those chords around in different places, you have to create the 0 fret with your finger. It's called a bar.
Right.
So you have to bar your finger straight across. That's where the term bar chords come from.
Cool.
So yeah, so you basically make this bar or nut with your first finger, bar it across, and then use your other 3 fingers to create the chord in the same shape as you did in the first position. So these are usually the first things that I teach when I teach guitar.
Yeah. Oh, cool, man.
Yeah, because once you learn those, then that's kind of the way I teach. Basing that on a lot of mistakes I made in learning. I did learn this system first, but I didn't know that's what it was. They didn't call it that. I learned actually from the Mel Bay guitar method. Like it's it's just beginner guitar, and those are really great because the Mel Bay guitar system, or any one of these beginner ones, are going to teach you all the basics, how to read music and where the notes are, how they compare, how to make scales and things like that.
Yeah. Well, I eventually get to reading music. I need to learn how to strike the note first. I just have 0 musical ability. I have an internal rhythm, so I know I will be good at music once I learn the structures of music. But I have to start so fucking basic. It's like, for me, it's like learning anatomy all over again. You know.
Well, it's like this. Most people have some. Most people have some musical abilities. Like, here's the evidence of that is if you can listen to a tune and you get that feeling inside and you can tap your foot to it in time. Like you can tap your foot in time or snap your finger in time or any of those things, tap a table, like you already got the timing part. That rhythm part is within us, Right. So most people have that.
Well, most music is played off of like a 4-beat or 8-beat riff, isn't it?
Yeah, 4 time, 4 counts. Yeah, 4 whole notes per measure. A measure.
Yeah.
So basically, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and then the finer notes or the notes that are less time, then they're 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1E and a 2E and a 3E and a 4E. And then you get all the way up to 8th notes, 16th notes, 32nd notes.
Right.
And not many people use 64th notes.
Yeah.
That's just too, so.
But I've seen some amazing things on guitar. One of the greatest things I've ever seen was people playing the guitar at both ends.
Like with the fingers on top of the strings, both sides. Yeah.
Well, striking from the fretboard and from the acoustic section. Like you're getting totally different sounds out of it. It's really cool. It's like almost like a symphony in its own right.
That's true. Yeah, that's that's kind of a whole new part of guitar playing since like the early 80s, late 70s. Van Halen actually is someone who brought a lot of that out. But you know who did Segovia, Andre Segovia, the classical guitarist. He
Right.
would play harmonics too.
Yeah. No, I think that's who I heard playing. Like I knew about Eddie, but like it's all electric, and I'm like, oh, okay, like electric makes a sound, and I'm okay with that. I'd rather hear string. I find more. Find more peace listening to acoustic guitar versus electric. Not to say that electric doesn't serve a purpose. I like acoustic more.
Definitely a different quality to the sound. Yeah, I love the sound of acoustic strings, but I also like the sustain part of an electric guitar and all the other all these other alternate sounds that I get from my Stratocaster are just phenomenal. Like every little creak, even like my belt buckle hitting the springs on the back side of my guitar, or like literally how close the guitar is to your body makes a difference. How the sound reverberates out. Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, absolutely. Like that's what's cool about like music and how music is created. Hey, did I ever tell you about my I guess you call it my understanding of an old saying? You ever heard that saying, "The world is a stage"?
Oh yeah.
Did I ever tell you my logical reasoning into it?
No.
So they say the world is a stage, right? And you go to a theater. Is that stage curved or is it flat?
Yeah, flat.
I know, right? So if the world is a stage and the stage is flat,
yeah,
the world must be flat.
Yep. And you know where the let me see. Whole word's the stage. I don't know if that particular saying came from Shakespeare, but the original stage was called the Globe.
Really?
Yeah. The Old Globe. And the Old Globe Theater is in most cities have an Old Globe Theater. There's one here in San Diego, the Old Globe. And a lot of these structures that were made during the 1915 World's Fair Exposition here in San Diego, 1915, a lot of those buildings were destroyed, of course, like they do with most states and World's Fairs, all the structures, but a lot of them are still here. But almost every old globe caught on fire and had to be rebuilt. I think even the original in England. Now, the old globe here burned in the 70s and they had to rebuild it. So I think they're rebuilding old structures, just like talked about John Levy, Autodidactic, Martin Liedtke. Other people talk about these ancient architectures, right?
Yeah.
From the World's Fairs. And it's amazing to me because what used to be an actual part of the World's Fair, or even after they had a second one in the 30s here, they had a huge amusement park that was there year round. And now that's a parking lot for the zoo, just a parking lot. It's amazing. They destroyed all these really cool things. I mean, I don't know. I digress.
It's certainly
it pisses me off. Actually, it makes me mad. I'm like, I wish I could have seen that. Like now, I'm sitting there looking at these San Diego Historical Society pictures and galleries of all these places that were right around here. That's all gone, and I feel I'm like looking through those nostalgically. Like I try to find the area the way it exists now, you know, compared to the way it was, and look out where these old places were and what it used to be like. I'm always doing comparisons. I guess I'm like sinking into nostalgia when I'm doing that because I get totally lost in it.
Yeah. Super unfortunate.
Hmm. I don't know. I mean, there used to be actually fun things for kids to do, you know, and we didn't have this worry about being kidnapped or something, you know, less fear put into us. And
I know.
I feel bad for the children now.
And the worst part
That
is like,
didn't
you're like, oh,
didn't get
go
to
out and
experience.
play, and they probably would get kidnapped. That's the thing.
They might be, yeah. Actually,
You know what I mean? Like you really can't even trust. Where like I was a kid of the '80s, man.
That was a rough
I know
time.
you were a kid before that, but I was a kid of the '80s. I remember Halloween being on a Wednesday night, and we'd go out and trick or treat till 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Hmm.
Or those days where like it was common in a common agreement that like if a bunch of kids were playing and they were thirsty, they could go into your yard and get something to drink out of the garden hose. Just put the garden hose back.
Yep, lawn crawling, garden hose drinking. That's I've lived that.
We all did, man. Or like instead of playing video games, like everybody would grab up their bat and their baseball glove and they'd go down to the local park and play baseball.
Yep, yep. And they would have a little kid like me. They would have a little kid like me coming in, going and just running right into the game, like I was part of the game. And they're like, "Where did you come from?" I was just trying to be a part of, you know.
Right.
I just wanted to be a part of. I was always new to the neighborhood, so I was like, I didn't know any different.
Yeah.
I was like, people having a birthday party, breaking a pinata, like, and I was like running around getting them candy too, and they're like, "You're not in our party."
Right.
I looked stunned. I was like, but wait a minute, I'm in the neighborhood.
That's funny. People are a lot better about that nowadays, though. Like I've seen where like even with my own kid, you know, we're walking around doing stuff, and we'll get invited into somebody else's birthday party. Hey, come join. You know, trying to make the birthday party experience better for the birthday person. You know. But it seems that part seems to be a little more inclusive in certain situations. I live out in Texas, so I don't know what it's like out there in California.
I think it depends on. Yeah, it depends on where you're at, what area. I grew up in Missouri. It was like that there, you know. But
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I like what the neighborhood was open. Like you could go knock on your neighbor's door, your neighbor's door. You know, it's like, hey, is Johnny home? You know, or like people say, like you could walk right into people's house. Hey, how's it going? You announce yourself. Hey, it's Sonny from down the block. Hey, you want to come over and watch something on TV with us or whatever? I don't know. You know, there was more real stuff going on even when you were growing up in the 80s.
Or like the rule, you know, like when somebody moves in, give them a week to move in, and then go knock on the door and see if there's any kids there.
Yeah. I remember like sleepovers and stuff like that, where there'd be like like 8 or 10 kids sleeping over, you know. And then, like, I remember one time where now I don't know what happened in this particular one, but I was a little kid, probably 10. I think it was like 10 or 11. And we were having the sleepover in one of my neighbor's garage, and at some point, like in the middle of the night, I don't know when it was. It's hard to know what like time it was. I don't think it was that late, but for us, after dark is late, right? So the parents came in and said, "Everybody's got to go home now." Like, I don't know what happened, but something happened. I don't know if some of the kids were, I don't know what. It's pretty strange. And I remember some of those scenes from my childhood that seem otherworldly. Like, it's really weird. Like they've, I don't know, man. Could just be me.
You never know the things that we saw as a kid. And I try to remember too, like I look back on all the things that were going on, and like everybody was being brainwashed from every different angle, you know. Some people were trying to do the right thing, but like, you know, since even before then, but
yeah.
Well, hey man, I'm about to lose signal, but I'm heading into work. I just
All
want
right,
to
man.
wish y'all a good day.
Nice talking with you, Gizbo. Have a good day.
Yes, sir. You do the same.
El Boricua.
They lie. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second, I'm hammering on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah.
We the best music.
It's rock, yeah.
Another one.
It's rock, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Can have gas pressure and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curves in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog, C-top our lessons involved. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve, hopped in a plane but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows in a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know it's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The Like love don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show. The Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo. The only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo. The FE commando. With knowledge as ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation. Relative to the location, it's called exploration. Using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion. So seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, and supposition and superstition. We're all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real transmission.
Where's the speed?
Beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon sugars. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to tore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep ladder society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the T-Muts got you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play something. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, gold, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And, you know, the colors all look kind of weird in space.
People just research what your eyes do. Research what your eyes do. As soon as you do that, then everything, all the pieces start falling into place. Then you'll understand what you're looking at. And these globies just don't get it. Like, I'm like, well, it's scientific fact. I mean, you can Google it right now. I mean, look at how your eyes work. I mean, you're saying no, like we're taught no. Like, I mean,
the problem is, you know, I don't care if somebody doesn't believe me, but when you don't even look, and then you tell me how wrong I am, and it's like, dude, and it's like, I mean, you've seen some of my shows, and I've seen your posts, and you just as well as I and others. I mean, we break it down really simple for these people.
Schon gar nicht leicht.
Everybody put your hands up.
I wrote this out in 2019, dropping it for the end of 2020 and Agenda 21 for the Flu World Order. So let's go.
I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I go. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars. Tries I thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I go. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars. Tries I thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now shatter glass, ceiling strap, metal with degree. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that feed. For plant seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. From NG, Marshall, back to Rob Skiba. This age-old concept destroys a global object. Evolution turned to rubbish like this Star Trek. 2019, focus cameras, what we see. CGI images claiming to be what we be. No stars and no moon and no galaxy. Claiming space is real, flipping another 60. On this green screen, alter reality. You blindly believe in program. stand by the TV and Neil deGrasse says the tiny ass is not large, well enough to earth and notice the track. To notice any curvature but that up his flat. So go and drop the mic and watch these globes react.
Well, these sticks and stones and these shadows alone to prove the earth is curved. So why don't you go wrong? The fat tarts alone, the bastard, you're wrong. The why can't you see China outside of my home? Show me the edge and now show me the dome. I got proof where we came from this bone. Poof, we grown from this explosion. From poop soup to monkey goop to homo sapien.
This is ludicrous. Flying space is the root of it. Pagan sun god worshipping ritual Jesuits. Sundog, Masonic, Nimrod, the Illuminate. Fallen gods take charge, then they end up ruining. Just before God cracks open up the firmament, you sound the trumpet loud. It's a turn of the permanent, and ain't no stopping it. God's word is the ultimate. You're testing all things, in the end it'll be positive. Gospel to the opposite, hostile environment. The apostles stood for the Messiah, now we're honoring. So go and bound wonder, the true God of thunder, with more power, more powerful than any other one. Yo, I shatter glass, ceiling strap, metal with degree, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that feed for plant seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true trooper squad up. Send G to carry weight around D-box. Theoretical philosopher, true trooper officer, radical, tactical, even lateral, the monster. The wild ball, the globe god would even be on it with your worthless, pathetic, redundant, circular argument. Playground bullies with your loser asking tactics, grade 2 attitude, high school antics, and I don't talk about it, I mean all about it. Crooked cows ain't got nothing, verbal showers every hour that you want it, teaming up with some of the most incredible. Streaming live shows straight to your telephone. I know what you know and what you refuse to know, and all my views are on mine and on mine alone. In time will show with all these lies they throw and how they compromise your home and how your child will grow. Indoctrination, globe told operation, my control, occupation, stay woke and tell the nation while these kids is getting raped and killed in the pavement while you meet in the street and debate out your enslavement. Divide and conquer is what they gonna aim with. Religion, skin color, history, you didn't name it. Mystery up and hidden from the public. Retelli in the Vatican and the Queen's got all of it. Locking away providence, God's documents, his promise to his creation, which is us, and we should honor it. Shatter glass, ceiling strap, metal with degree, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that feed for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. From Zen G, Nathan G to Ross Skiba. Let's Blaze Jones. Right. Yo, I love this hip hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I got while we sip and collide. While the listen of us tries to thought, Roddy started, gotta keep it behind bars. Now I love this hip hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I got while we sip and collide. While the listen of us tries to thought, Roddy started, gotta keep it behind bars. Now I shatter glass, ceiling strap, metal with degree, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that feed for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true trooper squad up. From Zen G to Johnny B to Rob Skiba. And I would like to end with some of these, so please, geez. 50 years of NASA-derived technologies, web-based mapping the world at your fingertips. CGI cartoons, spaceships made out of paper clips, curtain rods, tin foil, scotch tape, and bacon bits. This is how it sounds when I see you be faking it. Paper mache, while you laughing in my face, telling me you got robots searching out up in space.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Prosthetics again, health and medicine, I'm sorry, what again? Just a minute on Reddit, said some shit again. Now they admit it can't go the moon, my friend. I don't get it, this is ludicrous, every bit of it. And if you're new to this, stop the track and get in with it, cause we be winning it. True trooper who be killing it. Globe gob, little toms, acting like Olympic kids. I wipe them on some little bombs, tighten up the kitty bits and give them the globe and distract them like it always is and throw them off the edge. It's the only thing they know of it. Who you kidding? When you acting like your little bricks, this is my music, stuff that I might can see where it is. It's just in my name, and problem is we weird. Nothing but a flat tall bombard me an idiot. The joke's on you, though you're real tough talkers. Someone already told you globe model was caca. Flat earth experts, I might hit you where it hurts. Between the skirts of faux retold and dippity dirt. Belong call cruise dirt. See the stars deserve, the globe Mars be hurt. Flat tall be birth, with what you meme and lurk. The 3D band to work, to vote a clan victory. To here we go, globe birth, so let's go. I'ma jump off the ropes, I got a choke hold on this globe, choke on my skull. Shatter glass, ceiling strap, metal with degree, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that feed for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. From SNG, back to me to Rob Ski-Ball. You globe callers ain't got shh.
Check 1, check 2, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. They say, they are immature, like jumping on the couch. They say, they are immature, like jumping on the couch. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. They say they are immature, like jumping on the couch. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Tell me the reason for all the big season. Tell me the reason for all the big season. You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Tell me the reason for all the big season. Tell me the reason for all the big season. You should watch your mouth. 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 Towers it flat. Towers it flat. They're chatting about. Towers it flat. They're chatting about. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Very clever. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. They're chatting about. Towers it flat. They're chatting about. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Very clever.
Yo, I've been hearing a lot of talk about refrigerators and whatnot. 2020. MIDI-HC. CI. Rovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Rovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Grovers be freaking out when they act like they're speaking about some test for you to do to prove all of their doo-doo.
Oh, hell no.
No. It doesn't work that way. If you're gonna make a claim, you gotta back it up. Prove it. Or we just throw it away and call it a day.
It's a wrap.
They tweaking and peaking, looming and sinking, got them all reaching. Did you just say atmosphere? You ain't got no sphere. Get this globe head out of here. Black Swan, nightmare. Turns out the horizon is over there.
Look at that.
Globers be like, yeah, but it's just not fair.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Cause the earth is not a sphere. Got 'em. If you ain't been peeping the Gleason, but you still asking about seasons, I got a million reasons why I think you're not a genius. You tweaking if you ain't been peeping the Gleason. Got these globe heads sheeping and weeping while we out here speaking and preaching. Peeping the Gleason. You ain't proved shit. You a bad debater. Serving up another red herring. Someone get a moderator. Second law of thermodynamic violation. Refrigerator.
Wait, what?
Natural phenomena observed, please.
The Terminator will now terminate ya.
Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV.
You are sitting in a second law of thermodynamics violation in your ball tart spinning space monkey religion.
Okay. You happy with that?
Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
We just showed that the ball tards are actual science deniers.
For the glower to move over, there's no rovers on Mars or the moon or the stars. Space is fake, he's scoping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about debate. Yeah, I was just like you on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you thinking's buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof. You should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last place. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? Another track is still flat.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting. reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I can kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mr. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. Chocolate scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like low arsonists. Y'all get dissed, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist. Always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies. Begging the question and never saying please. Claiming flat earth is only archaic while you sit back and paint these mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years and still sight 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius, it's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game. It's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane. The cartoon world will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only want to help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home in your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globe charts scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time, throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
Had to make a song for the Globers, they ain't even know what they told us. It got flight smacked in October. It didn't go as smooth as he hoped for. Earth don't move, didn't notice. Heart gone cold, get a frozes. Need somewhere to cry, we got shoulders. A fraction can't move mountains, Flat Earth move boulders. Kick 3 points, we got holders. Midwest when it be snowing. Better wake up, need the Folgers. Got the win in hand, no folding. Earth don't move, I told him. Globers stay mad, head exploding. Hold up. Now Flat Earth got exposure. All we doing is exposing Globers. Get him, Sasha. Listen this. Andy and Crypto got fish and chips. Netflix and chillin' out with your chick. I told her the earth is as flat as it gets. Once you go flat, you don't go back again. Bodie saw curve on me, left, right, it hit. Flat met the Glover, got mad, cried and quit. Globers all over by the sounds of it. It's a limp dick just like Sally's bridge. Got them cold cuts just to need a fridge. Flat Earth jab, get them needles quit. Platform, Hill House, you can clearly see it. Swallows gonna need to concede and quit. Evidence, but no, he ain't seen it. Dirty globe, we cleaned them. Flat Earth laser, we beamed them. Shout out to Dave, this is not a fakes. Yeah, Globers be slaves. Stay in them caves, homies got played. Yeah, space is all gay. Yeah, Globers getting paid. Stop the globe and press play. It's flat up in this place. Take my facts and I spray. He fell to his knees to the globe he prayed. CJ, Indio, Globers be got cameras silly out. Probably flash make it a million. You goofy some X a million. Central, Martov. Globers be got cameras silly out. Probably flash make it a million. You goofy some X a million. Flatty, Kiwi. Globers be got cameras silly out. Probably flash make it a million. You goofy some X a million. T-Watt, Timbo. Globers be got cameras silly out. Probably flash make it a million. Goofy, some X a million. You know what I do at the end of the song? Shout out to all of my dogs, yeah. Yeah. And a special shout out to Lobby Squad, yeah. CB. Flat in this bitch, globe confusion with the drip drop. It's flat everywhere. I got facts up in my Ziploc. Flat up in this place, no globe model, that's for kid box. You ain't on Flat Earth, you can kick rocks, okay? Flat, flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack. Globe got no curve, bitch. Yeah. 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 Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, flat, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack, smack, smack. Flat, flat. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch, I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, I'm flat. Hey, take it off, yeah. Globe off, yeah. Live stream, yeah. Everybody here, bringing up air. Gas pressure, yeah. That is my fate. The Globers gon' hate. The truth I chase, and it don't break. We just killed space. Yeah, it's all fake. Back in the safe now. Hand me that tape. 10 toes in the mud. Measured earth, and it's flat. Yeah. Glober dunked on in his fields, and that's facts. Yeah. I ain't tryna fight you too emotional. Now take this flat smack like it's supposed to go. Fade it out the globe. Had to bounce right quick. Wonder how I drop out. Learn to count like this. Got a folder with no earth curve where I keep my shit. Hit up Bay first with a laser, ain't no curve in this bitch. Okay, I'm flat. Hey, flat, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack, smack. Flat, smack, flat. Yeah. globe, no curve. Turn that flat into facts. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Hey, flat, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Yeah, flat, smack. Yeah, smack. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch. I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, I'm flat. I'm a globe destroyer. Yeah. F.E. Doyum. Doyum globe smoking ass nigga. Huh? In the live stream joking. Took his globe like it's stolen. Broke brain can't focus ass nigga. Huh? Pause about we got a caller. Call him nigga, he gon' chop his head off. Can't run the game round here, bruh. Cause we're hang no sphere, bruh. Little nigga, do you got a problem? What? Little nigga will come and solve it. Yeah. Facts coming in, can't stop it. We getting to the money, y'all jogging. Yeah. Good times represent victory. To the same globes just dead to me. God. A washed up blurf don't mean shit to me. Nothing. I'ma surf off the curve in a Tiffany. Globers do nothing for me unless you leaving BC where the curve be. I'm flat gang, savage free. Globers get smoked just trying to diss me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, flatten, I'm flat. Yeah, flatten, I'm smack. Flat, smack, flat. Yeah, flat. Yeah, globe gone flat. Ain't no curve, bitch. It's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Hey, flatten, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Flat, smack. Yeah, flat. Yeah, globe gone flat. Ain't no curve, bitch. It's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Yeah. CB. You know me.
Captain. Battle formation.
Grace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? Our spears are strong, a formation of edge. It's time to push it to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield. The Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them. This is where we fight. This is where they die. And these shields rise. This is Sparta.
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated, thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clown, subjugated, with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long awaited, your counters are unrelated. You're just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend. Are you medicated?
Calm yourself.
I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us were meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Here, sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims and substantiated. That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated. Not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically degenerated, with hearts exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, black swan reverberated, percolated and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, and needs to be updated. And thoroughly investigated, with science invigorated, its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find trust.
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated, and desecrated. The whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assemble know the truth of this.
that each among them search his own soul. And while you're at it, search your own.
Alrighty, MIDI HC.
Yeah, that's
a
me.
funny name. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server.
Thank you.
What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I'm just here to troll.
The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere. There ain't no curvatures, ain't there. That means it's not an oblate pair. NASA's lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the bloopers of sloppiest. Like they're not even trying to fool half the audience. You have to buy it up. You say you're woke, but it's diet, yeah. Want to debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take up the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me, debug FE. Give it me, gravity. Give it me, philosophy. Give it me, pure comedy. Give it me, debug FE. Give it me, gravity. Give it me, philosophy. Give it me, pure comedy.
You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums. No demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all. No specificity. Get with me. Get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please. Bring no wall to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for you more tonight. Or scientific. Or a sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth. That's just terrific. My hypothesis. You know. Paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up. Like a seamstress. You never see this. You ain't chilling peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons. Mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable. No physicality. Factually you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globetards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest. No need to panic. Problematic. Anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done. It's so tragic. You end the sneezing. All snotty nose the wheezing. You globetards wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. It's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell can we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about about the speed of sound. 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy B, chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try?
I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plotting derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah.
We the best music.
It's rock, yeah.
Another one.
It's rock, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Cap gas pressure, and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curved in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no globe. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind and flat smack into all of my muscles. So asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog, C-top our less is some fog. Ask for curvature measurement, making go claims without no evidence. Globe too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump up, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Think you measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up? This is flat as little baby, you CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
There's gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Oh, let it go, oh, let glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show. The Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo. The only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo. The FV commando. With knowledge and ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation. Relative to the location, it's called exploration. Using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion. So seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FES no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, and supposition and superstition. We're all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination, with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition. Regardless of the optics and previous conviction, that's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition. On a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the most highest opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Okay, I've stopped the bot. That's a good playlist. But I was going on like the third time. I've heard it. 15 tracks, great tracks. Check out that playlist by Gizbo.
You don't really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. And try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
Journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati, all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
Debunking the clowns at one at a time. Vengeance and bumping and punking their lies. The globe side crashes, their ass froze up. Derping and perping, they learn nothing much. They swiftly get pummeled, their arguments tank. Fools falling flat in their numpties stank. Feckless and vile, they purport the earth turns. Their silence is golden and distinctively heard. As they put on a clinic, the globe is crowned. The ballers fed up, and they're all shut down. The arena is empty, except for one man. Flat smacking, wig snatching, as fast as he can. The loser bows down, and the loser looks up with a hole in his soul. Flat Earth takes a cup. But he's thriving, deriving, and arguing words. Debunking the nonsense that he still has heard. And he's mowing resistance. And he's flowing with ease. kill the globe, curing the disease. Because he's tracing and placing the magnetic north. He's guiding, abiding, and riding on discord. He's seeing long distance. No ball. Yeah. No trophies, no Newton, no planet, no gas balls. He's haunted by something he heard from Einstein. All the spooky action at distance, not force. Effect, not a cause. He knows this, of course. In his mind, he's still driving. The ballers are slayed. They're hoping in time that the memories fade. But he's tracing and placing no magnetic north. He's guiding and abiding and riding on discord. The loser bows down and then slowly looks up with the hole in his soul. The flat earth takes a cup, but he's thriving, deriving and arguing words. Debunking the nonsense that he still has heard. Cause he's mowing resistance. He's flowing with ease. He's killing the globe, curing the disease. Because he's tracing and placing the magnetic north. He's guiding, abiding, and riding on discord. Tracing and placing the magnetic north. He's guiding, abiding, and riding on discord. He's mowing resistance. He's feeling the need. He's seeing long distance.
of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first. Unfortunately,
because of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Dead of sight, dead of mind, news believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Busting through your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Regurgitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. Inject your poison where your mask. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes sir, no sir, free backs full. You television watching fool. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is 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 extremely dangerous to our democracy. In their world forever locked. Into their world forever boxed. Reality you leave behind. A prisoner of your own mind. Forever you will be deceived. Never, ever to be free. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
You don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Glowbusters taking over. Bye-bye, moon man and rover. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Glowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Get the shovel for the spice hubble. Piecing up the puzzle. Need to burst your bubble. Evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down and be humble. Got the ball, you better fumble. You'll get mad cause at this fight involves your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Vibes at the president, Jaren got the evidence. Arrows slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Glowbusters taking over. Bye-bye, moon man and rover. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Glowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
My name is Joshua Silva. I am a licensed commercial pilot and flight instructor. I have had a lifelong love of aviation and aerospace, and when growing up I even fancied myself an amateur astronomer. I would drag my family and friends, anybody I could, to every air show I could possibly find in Northern California. I was the only kid you knew, or anybody knew, that knew the various components on aircraft, spacecraft by heart. I absolutely loved anything to do with flying or space. But my love of aviation and aerospace never stopped. I continued studying, had an entire library full of aviation books of various military and civilian aircraft, military history, every aviation campaign and theater in almost any war. I studied religiously, and it was just out of pure passion. Later in life, many years later, I decided to become a pilot. As strange as it may sound, it hadn't occurred to me to become a pilot up to that point. I just simply loved aviation and aerospace, but I decided to become a pilot, and I began attending a prestigious flight academy in the Midwest and attending university at the same time, and to gain a degree in aeronautics and aerospace. Shortly thereafter, I began flying twin turboprop aircraft out of Northern California for several nonprofit organizations, and years after that I found myself flight instructing for various small flight schools, both in California and in Arizona, and then on to large academies that trained for the airlines and even some military flights. Shortly thereafter, I began flying regional business jets, and that's when the story of me finding the topic of flat Earth started.
been a military brat all my life. However, I've been in the industry of aviation for the last 21 years. And I became an FE somewhere around 15 or 16 when I really started looking at conspiracies. I looked into Benghazi because I happen to work on government contracts abroad, overseas. But I've been in aviation for 21 years. Anything from helicopters to aerostats to big birds, little birds, fighter jets, things with engines, no engines, big blades, little blades, compressor blades, which, by the way, that one's not a hoax. Jets do not run only on compressed air. Contrary to popular belief, it takes compressed air in a blended ratio of air to fuel to drive the now heated gas and rotate the compressor blades. This has been a topic of discussion between FE and, not everything's a hoax. Coriolis effect. With that ties into, obviously with no spin, around the axis points that they say exist at 23.4 conveniently, 66 off the 90 degrees, right? Everything ties into 666 with NASA and all the BS scientists. Our aircraft have things called ADIs, attitude direction indicator, which gives correlation between the aircraft housing or the shell around the gyro itself. The ADI is nothing more than a gyro that will always reference level. I don't care what any pilot says. I don't care what any mechanic tells you. There's a reason that pilots have one book called a Pilot Operating Handbook, and there's every other book, right? From structures to avionics to wiring diagrams to the actual components that make up these systems. That is a standalone system. The ADI does not lie. You don't care how cold it is, how high you are, and some of these guys are pretty damn high. It doesn't matter where you're going. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter where you are over the realm itself.
I woke up to the truth of the flat earth, shape of the earth, as an engineer and a pilot. So I've studied engineering, physics, 3 different ways: basic physics, electric physics, and construction physics. And also as a pilot, as a rotary wing pilot, that is helicopter pilot, I studied aeronautical physics as well. So I can cover and discuss just about any factor of flat earth. Not that I'm any smarter than anybody else, but I've studied quite a bit of factors that analyze shape and motion of just about any object. That's physics, also aeronautical physics, and principles of flight. I can tell you this: airplanes fly straight and level. That's even an aviation term, straight and level. Airplanes will fly for hours at the same altitude, never dipping their nose down to follow the curve of the earth. An aircraft on a 12-hour or even 18-hour flight from Portland, Oregon to Seoul, Korea, that would have that aircraft starting at one point and then flying so far around the earth that it's flying downwards with its nose vertically downwards, and then starting to go around the curve of the earth so that the airplane is now flying upside down. Would have to make that kind of a flight path on a globe, which is, it's such an absurdity. So that being said, I come into the true shape of the earth, the flat earth, as a skeptic, like most anyone else. I'll tell you my story. My buddy told me about this. He said, Rob, you need to learn about the ice ring. You need to learn that the earth doesn't move. This globe is garbage. And I laughed at him. I said, are you kidding me? I'm not even gonna look into that. He said, that's fine. He said, that's fine. You don't have to look into flat earth. But until you do, he said, until you do look into flat earth, you will remain a slave of the matrix. And interestingly enough, at this point, this was more or less November, December 2015. I had already mentally resigned from the U.S. military for 3 years. I had already resigned because of Benghazi. I realized, and I saw for myself, I'd been working with U.S. as an Army officer, working for State Department for a good 10 years. And so what I did, I turned my physics awareness, I turned my studies into analysis of the shape of the earth.
I have a bachelor's degree in English and international business
and a master's degree in emergency management. Emergency management is an area of study that deals with lessening the effects of a natural or man-made disaster. Areas I had to study related to emergency management were meteorology, geology, geography, hydrology, and oceanography. You have to know well how Earth works in order to prevent or lessen the consequences of a natural disaster. In 2019, I wrote the book called 16 Emergency Landings Proving Flat Earth. Not many people know that when I was younger, I worked for an international airline. I worked at the International Cargo and Logistics Division of the company at São Paulo International Airport. I had to know all international routes in order to provide our clients the precise information about import and exports, as well as the logistics of transporting cargo internationally. Our company transported from a simple parcel package to cars and helicopters to anywhere in the world. Having access to all areas of the airport in 1988, the Brazilian soccer team was about to board their flight towards Australia to take part of the Bicentennial Soccer Cup in Australia. It was a tournament to celebrate Australia's 200th birthday. 2 South American teams were invited to take part of this tournament, Brazil and Argentina. At that time, we had access to several maps, all based on the Globe Earth model. The Brazilian squad left to Australia, a natural conclusion is that this charter flight was going to Australia over the Pacific Ocean, as the global model suggests, perhaps stop in Santiago, Chile, and then head to Australia. To my surprise, the flight went to Los Angeles. For several days, I could not comprehend the reason why that flight went to Los Angeles in North America to then go towards Australia in the Southern Hemisphere. This thing kept alive in the back of our mind for all these years.
I'm a merchant marine. I've been sailing 15 years. I graduated from the Paul Hall Maritime Center out of Piney Point, Maryland. I primarily sail on container ships, tankers, drill ships, military cargo vessels, you name it, I can sail on it. I sail in the capacity of bosun. My whole title is AB Unlimited. That primarily sail deep sea and coastal, meaning up and down the coast, west coast, east coast, and deep sea is out deep sea across to other continents. What led me to the flat earth was actually my sister. We've always been into the conspiracies and the 9/11 and Sandy Hook and all that stuff. And one day she said, hey, you want to see a conspiracy? You should look into the flat earth. And I looked at her and laughed because I had seen the videos come up in the feed and they showed that disc thing in the space and I laughed at it and whatever. And she showed it to me and I laughed at her. And I went and pulled out my phone and I looked up a video. You can look it up. It's called Dragon Link FPV to Space. And what you'll see is basically an RC airplane that's been taken up about 80,000 feet and they release it and then the airplane comes down with power. And it has the Dragon Link system which is capable of making control and video. Anyways, but they had a GoPro, so you see this curved globe. And you know, that said it for me. When I saw that, I was like, oh wow, look at that. So I brought that down to her, put it right in her face and said, look at that. And looking back, I remember her smile on it was like, you know, okay, she wasn't gonna argue with me. And she said, okay. Later on, I don't know, a couple days later, whenever, I seen it in there and I said, all right, I had nothing to watch. I hit it on the YouTube and I knew within 10 minutes of it. I forget which one it was. I think it was probably one of the documentaries, but it was almost like I instantly knew. And then what happened was a lot of the proofs that I had were before I was a flat earther, such as seeing contacts at 30 miles out with the naked eye on the horizon, which is impossible on the globe model. So much so, it was me, the third officer, and the lookout. We were standing our watch, and I believe we were in the Mediterranean Sea. Look out, look and watch. I say, okay, we got a contact out there. We look and we try and get it on the radar. We get it at 30 miles out. When the chief mate came up, we had told him, hey mate, we got a contact earlier 30 miles out. He said, bull crap, I don't believe you. And we all looked at each other and shook our heads and said, yep, they got it. He stormed off the bridge, ran down, came back up. He had the Bowditch, which is a thick green book that's everything you ever need to know about being on the ocean, sailing, navigation, everything. And he comes up and he says, "The math doesn't lie." And he slams down this piece of paper and he says, "Our bridge height is at 100 feet versus how far? 30 miles. It should have been behind like 600 foot of curve." I remember 600 something foot. He had all the mathematical, of course I didn't know, okay, that's good. All right, he must know what he's talking about. But we're looking like, well, I don't know. We got it on the radar. Then the radar must not know what it's doing.
You can just call me Jay. That's what my friends call me. That's what I go by. I just go by Jay. My work experience, I joined the Navy when I was 17 years old. I had a secret security clearance. There's different levels of security clearance. There's like a lower level, then there's a secret, which is what I had, which is like a mid-level, and then there's a top secret. I did not have a top secret clearance, so there's a lot that I don't know. But I did have a secret clearance. So it's basically the mid-level security clearance for the government that I had, and I did that job for 8 years. I worked in operational intelligence specifically. The radar navigation, there's a limited scope of what we're able to see. Now, granted, this is 15 or 20 years ago. What I mean by that is, with it being 15 or 20 years ago, the technology nowadays on the new warships, I would imagine, are just off the charts advanced compared to what we had, 20 years ago in the early 2000s when I was doing deployments for the Navy. We're looking at the scope of the radar. Now, this is just going off of the actual screen that we can see. Now, there's 3 different screens. There's the basic radar screen where we have this limited scope where it only goes out like 25 miles, right? Then there's this other bigger screen, and I forgot the name of it, but it goes onto this huge projection in the Combat Information Center. Basically is where all of the information is housed. And on this huge screen, we can actually zoom out and see a significant portion of our area of responsibility. I can't say the exact number. Again, a lot of this is classified. Basically, when we zoom out onto this large projectile screen, it goes in and out, right? So the reason why we're able to zoom in and then pull back out is just for accuracy. So if we're looking at something that could just be like a buoy in the water, right? Just one of the little tiny buoys that the ships can use as kind of placements to track where they're going, that can be mistaken for an actual like small watercraft. So we have to be able to differentiate between that and some of the ships that we're looking for, because some of the deployments we're on, we're out there looking for drug ships, we're looking for other types of ships, submarines, basically just to keep a track of everything. That's basically what the Navy and Coast Guard do. They want to make sure that they know what's going on in the seas, and that's kind of the way the United States Navy operates. They're basically dictating what happens in international waters.
I will be providing my in-depth experience of U.S. Navy submarines and how they prove we do not live on a globe Earth. However, due to the nature of my job and the security clearance that I hold, I wish to remain anonymous. I've worked for the U.S. Department of the Navy as a submarine quality assurance specialist for the last 5 years. My job is to ensure that each submarine is built properly, safely, and to the engineer's plan. I have an intimate knowledge of every aspect of each submarine being built in the shipyard I work in. Now that you've heard a little bit of my background, let me explain how I arrived at the crazy notion that the Earth is visibly and observably flat. I have always questioned the reality around me since I was little. I never followed anything mainstream, and I was never interested in what the news had to say. As I got older, I started looking into more and more things out of my own curiosity. 9/11, school shootings. I eventually started researching the moon landing because it just never sat well with me. And it didn't take long for me to completely unravel that for the hoax that it is. starting to realize that we have been lied to on so many levels. What else could there possibly be? Then I saw a video about the flat earth pop up on my YouTube recommendations. At first, even with my awakened mind, I thought this was absolutely ridiculous. I decided that I'd look into it simply to disprove it and move on. It should be easy, right? That was over 6 years ago, and I still can't disprove the flat earth. In fact, the more I research it, the more it reveals. This leads me into my submarine experience. Looking back on everything I had accomplished while on active duty with eyes to see, has only served to solidify my stance that we live on a flat and motionless plane.
Also, there's a semi-classified naval communications device. When ships are communicating ship to ship on the ocean, U.S. Navy, semi-classified laser communication NAVCOM device, which also does data as well. So if they're communicating with ships 70 miles, 100 miles or more, like I said, every 100 miles is a mile of curvature. So it wouldn't work because lasers operate line of sight. They operate in a straight line. There's no curvature to the laser. So the bottom line here is the naval NAVCOM classified, semi-classified system that they use to communicate ship to ship, that operates on a laser, and if there was curvature, anything over, like I said, 100 miles is 5,280 feet of curvature, and the ship's diameter is nowhere near that, which you know. So there's another example, the naval NAVCOM communication device. Also, there's a woman, female KLH pilot, KLH Dutch Commercial Airlines. She got fired from her job a while back for questioning this issue. Now, they didn't throw her out of the company, but they gave her like a desk job, so this way they kind of keep her around and quiet so they can control. But she's a very sane and rational woman. If they ask her, what happened, she starts talking, it's going to raise serious questions. So we got the KLH pilot, we got the laser NAVCOM, U.S. Navy. We've got my personal experience flying from Long Island to Hancock. That should be at least 5,280 feet of curvature, added to the 4,000 altitude average while heading easterly. So there's something very wrong there. The numbers don't work.
Could the Earth actually be flat? I began to see opinions and arguments that seemed logical, but I heard several arguments, which I now know were most likely disinformation, easily disprovable in the aviation world, but there were some that stuck with me. And so, myself being the way I am, I ran quickly, metaphorically, to my old textbook, and I opened my old textbooks, found them, unpacked them, cracked them all open, and even downloaded brand new copies in PDF form offline of all these books to make sure that nothing had been changed. I thought for certain that I knew exactly what compensation pilots are trained while flying to compensate for the spin or the rotation of the Earth, for instance. As far as falling around a globe, that I assumed in my mind would be an aircraft's angle of attack. But upon more study, I found that not to be true. The angle of attack being the angle between the aircraft's flight path and the relative wind, which is something that pilots are very familiar with. And it's the idea that an aircraft has to be slightly pitched up, essentially to stay airborne, or a surface of that aircraft has to be pitched slightly to create a difference in air pressure to hold the aircraft aloft. And that is assumed, or was assumed at that time by myself and other pilots, to be the compensation one would make for falling around a globe while flying, period. But upon further research, I found that this was not the case, and it was not even mentioned anywhere. This compensation was not mentioned anywhere I could find in any resource that I had gone to flight school with. And they were extensive. There were many, many books, especially as one progressed towards the commercial flying side, especially elective courses, especially if you're going to university as I was studying aerospace, then you would assume, and I had assumed, that this was calculated for.
Again, as far as ADIs in every aircraft, it references the level horizon or references sea level always. There's no way that you can convince somebody of sound mind that if you take off from New York and immediately flip upside down, now your housing or your ADI is referencing upside down to you because you're upside down. It's right side up. It cannot deviate off level. It doesn't matter how much fuel you got in your tanks. It doesn't matter if you're a helicopter or an aerostat or a fighter jet. That gauge will always reference level. It has to, because otherwise it would be a poor reference. And if you could manipulate it, why would you even have it in the airplane or your aircraft? But if you go take off 2 miles away, do a barrel roll, you're now flying upside down. At what point does that gauge show you back right side up? A half a hemisphere away? Is that what we're led to believe? Is that what we're supposed to believe? At what point does it right itself if you never flipped back over and continued flying level? You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous to think that thing compensates for curvature in straight and level flight.
The big one that is oftentimes quoted is compensation for Coriolis effect while flying. And this is something I'd even taught my students about, and it's always assumed to be correct. We just assume. We're given the narrative from a young age, and everything is built upon that assumption, upon that theory. And so I thought I had the silver bullet. Coriolis effect. We always calculate for that. Well, as I began to look through the books and to look into the calculations given for Coriolis effect, the narrative began to fall apart even further. I began to see things I didn't notice when I was in school, such as Coriolis effect is actually never calculated for, but is assumed to be a part of wind correction angle. Wind correction angle is one of the many calculations pilots of all kinds make while flying to correct against winds in whatever volume or section of air they're flying through, which it could be from any direction and you're flying through it, so you have to compensate a certain angle into that wind to hold a straight line.
Interesting side note, I worked on aerostats for several years, and I always ask people who try to bring up gravity, well, how come my 4,000 pound, 74,000 cubic foot aerostat isn't getting pushed towards the ground? It weighs more than you do, which you believe gravity is pushing you down, right? Because these are some dense ass people. But how come the aerostat's not getting driven into the ground? It weighs more. It's definitely larger than the size of a house. It's more than size of most houses. So why isn't it getting driven to the ground? Well, that's because it's displacing less weight than the atmosphere or the medium that it's in. And I try explaining that. I don't know how many times you've probably posted something on this. I don't know how many times we're going to have to post something on this. But every time that little kid lets go of that helium balloon and starts crying.
Radar is simply another form of radio transmission. Radio includes anything within the range of the electromagnetic spectrum. Electromagnetic spectrum, also known as light. Radio is the transmission of light, whether it's visible light or radio waves which are not visible. When it comes to radio transmissions, there must be a transmitter and a receiver. There can be a reflector or a transmittal unit along the way. However, in the end, there's got to be at least transmitter and a receiver. And in the case of radar, radar transmits a signal and it bounces off a reflector and then it comes back to the receiving station. Or it can go to other stations if they're set up in the network properly. Long story short, radar emits a signal, it bounces off something, and then it returns to a receiving unit, and the receiving unit maps that reflection accordingly. If there is no reflector, then there's no return signal, and then the object does not show up on the radar, for example, off the screen. Notice, there's no curving around anything. It goes out in a straight line. Radio signals always travel in a straight line. So the transmitter sends the signal out to the target, bounces off, and it comes back in a straight line. Radar cannot travel over the curve, and hence radar is dependent on line of sight, direct direct beam from the transmission to the target. It reflects and it comes straight back. There is no curving around anything, thus is radar.
Also, radar. Radar works in straight lines. The radar is incapable of curving around a curve, picking up and bouncing back the reflection of what it's picking up. So if you can imagine a ship on the other side of the curve, we'll say 30 miles, 40 miles out, it sends out the radar beam. The radar beam is supposedly curving around this ball, bouncing back, and then bouncing the reflection, curving back around to be picked up by the radar. That's not happening. It's flying out straight, and when it picks up something, it hits it back. It's not going around any curve. That's plain simple. That can be looked up on your YouTube and see how radar waves work. They don't go around the curve. Every diagram shown will show you straight lines. They don't show you curved lines.
As we zoom out to look at the larger scope of things, once we verify that, we're able to zoom out over a large distance. Now, over this screen, at the time, I was like 18 or 19 years old, all right, when I was doing this job. I wasn't thinking about flat earth and any of this other shit. I was still indoctrinated and under the assumption that the earth is a spinning ball. I never thought about flat earth or anything like that, but I always thought it was weird that as I'm looking at this massive radar screen, I always used to think, how come we're looking at this and I can see, like, we're off of the coast of Argentina, for instance, right? Like, how is it that I can see this far out and it's not like over the horizon or curve, because it's so far? Like I said, we use a lot of these other link signals, and they're called links. They go by different names. I can't say the code names. Some of them I forgot. Some of them are, again, this is classified information. I can't give any specifics on these. But some of the links that we use, not only do we speak to the actual ships and track them, but we speak to aircraft, 10,000, 20,000, 30 and higher, 30,000 feet and higher is what I'm saying. It's not just a matter that they're 30,000 feet directly. It's not like they're directly above the ship. This is what's interesting, is this aircraft could be 50, 60 miles away and 30,000 feet in the air. So you understand, like, the angle that you have to take to be able to track this aircraft from a ship that's moving on the water. Think about that for a second.
I served on board of a United States 688I fast attack nuclear submarine.
Yes, having a good time here.
Personally attest that we never constantly angled down during our deployments.
Happy day today.
One of our longest trips went from the Gulf of Oman around the southern tip of Africa.
Because yes, we're all doing great today. Yeah.
We were underwater.
Flat Earth, yeah.
Flat Earth Discord. I pause the bot when I hear people speaking.
Yo, Sonny, the guy.
What's up, Swamp? Did you have a different name?
Nope, that's the name. Don't wear it out.
All right. Well, you're VC verified. Welcome to the server. How did you find the server?
I wanted a place to voice my thoughts and feelings.
No, I asked you, how did you find this server?
So, like, I don't know.
I see you were a member of Discord since 2019. So probably from another server, or was this the first place you found?
So I was actually put in detention. They detained me.
Oh, okay.
So I came from detention. I'm like I'm a newly released like felon.
All right.
I'm becoming part of society.
So previously in Cogdis, and now you're here. Well, welcome back. We hope you have a better time of it this time, and you don't have to go to Cogdis or detention.
Yeah, I don't want to go to detention. It was this guy named Old Dude there. He was kind of cool. He was from Scotland, he said.
Yeah.
This other guy now, his name like John or some shit. Oh my gosh, he was such a joke.
No worries. Anyway, we can just move on, you know?
Yeah. You know what? No, I want to have this. I'm having a great conversation. I really want to move on. end of this conversation that we're having.
I didn't catch that last part.
Never mind. You guys continue just a little bit. Yeah, I'm having great times. It's quite entertaining.
Okay, good. I guess I got that.
What do you know, Sonny?
I know Earth is flat and stationary. I know that for a fact. And contained, might as well go with all three. We know these things. Yeah, I know this.
True. Speaking of facts, man, thank you. Preach.
Yeah. I've been up very early. I get up at about 4:30, 5 o'clock every morning. Sometimes it's kind of difficult because I don't sleep all that well. And, but it's good. Tire myself out. Then I have a good meal and I fall asleep really quickly after sunset.
I definitely can relate.
But I heard you're working nights. I used to work nights when I was in the Navy for, I think, a year. I worked nights.
Yeah.
So that's different. I used to, after work, me and my buddies that worked the night shift would go to my apartment at the beach and play rock music for a couple hours. We were just getting off work, you know, so it's a whole different lifestyle. Boy, what a strange to think of how different things are for each one of us during different stages in our life.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. But yeah, I think it's interesting today happening. Anybody come in?
No, not really. The bot has been playing most of the morning since I got up, and not really much conversation. There was a couple of short ones, but yeah, not much. I was cruising around in some of the other Discord servers and just checking out what was that. I go through all of them, see if there's any activity. So Earth Awakenings, that's usually pretty active. And I was in Tartaria, Cosmology Tartaria. But I got kicked because there was a Glober in there telling me he could read minds. And I asked him how he got inside here with me, and I got kicked. Or I got put on timeout. I guess I was posting too much stuff. I don't know, man.
El Boricua. What's up, Boricua?
Yeah, I said hi to El Boricua earlier. He didn't answer either, but so I guess don't tell Globers they can't read your mind. Okay.
Yeah, he's probably got a lot of family around him, so he doesn't open his mic because then you'll hear all the background noise. Usually around
no
this
doubt.
time.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
Because usually around the holiday times, it gets busy in his house, and when he unmutes, it's like you hear everybody in the background.
Yeah.
But you know, Swamp is in here. Swamp is was in the Cogdis room for a while.
So he's back. Yeah, it's actually good to know that, you know, some of those people that we think, sometimes they appear like, and I'm not really saying this derogatory, just figuratively, like without hope, kind of hopeless cases, you know, like I know no one's a hopeless case, but it's good to see people come back that got cog disc for whatever reason. You know, we all go through changes. We all grow from day to day, and hopefully we can open our eyes just a little bit, change our perspective. It doesn't take but less than 1% of change, and you can have a totally different perspective. So, yeah. Yeah, we have cold weather here, man. It's dropped. Now it's dropping 5 degrees every day. So the high today is only 64. Yesterday it was 71.
Yeah, you guys experience winter or fall weather a little bit later than we do. We got it like a month and a half earlier.
A little differently too. Like we do get cold, these cold northwest winds blowing from they're actually from the Alaskan current that comes down, and sometimes that current comes further south than it normally does, and we'll get winds to go with it. And the water, the ocean temperature of the ocean temperature goes down drastically, and the whole weather pattern completely changes. It's amazing how drastically it changed. It literally, in less than a week's time, it can go from literally tropical weather, 95 degrees, to, you know, like it usually changes kind of gradually, but at certain times of year like this, it can go from 90 degrees to 50, 55 during the high during the day, you know, and so that's like a 50-degree difference in a week. But it's nothing to you guys. It changes that way in minutes out there where you are, huh?
Yeah, it does.
I remember in where I grew up near St. Louis, and it literally could change from a summer day to hail, and it did that quite often. Or even tornadoes. I remember tornado scares. Like a tornado went right by our neighborhood, and my father took us the next day to go look at this neighborhood where we used to live, and literally a 10 or 12 square block area completely flattened with nothing standing but anything more than like one wall per structure. And some of them, no structures at all standing above the ground except for like the bathtub or the shower stall. It's like really weird. Really bizarre stuff I saw as a kid. Total destruction from tornadoes. Now we don't worry about tornadoes, but I feel the earth moving all the time. And part of that might be a mental thing. After experiencing earthquakes, it gives you this syndrome where you think you're feeling it shake again.
Yeah, that's something like it's like a ghost.
Yeah, man.
that usually happens too if you have like one of those watches that those smart watches and they buzz.
Mm-hmm.
If you take it off and you're not wearing it, you'll feel it buzzing, your wrist buzzing.
Yeah, a memory.
Yeah, the muscle
Memory.
keeps the memory of the buzz feeling.
But now listen, there's been times when I was laying and going to sleep, laying down, I'm laying there still, it's as quiet as it can be. And I thought what I felt, there's one of those emotions again. And I go, no, I felt another one. And then there was an actual earthquake. And I go, wow, I was actually feeling a tremor. And a couple of times I felt earthquakes and I had to look the next morning. One time there was, one time there wasn't. So pretty strange. But I think the ground is basically moving here all the time in little tiny increments that us as humans, I think we can sense. I think we're that sensitive as far as motion, changes in inertia. Hey, so now I look at these vegetables whenever, like, sometimes I get bags of food, like donated food, and I get these bags of vegetables, and I'm like, I don't know what to do with all these vegetables now. I don't feel like eating them.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yeah.
I got a banana. I'm like, that was a good looking banana, but like, and now I'm like, I don't think I want to eat that banana.
Yeah.
I might eat the fruit that I found out in the park in the wild in a place that is like undisturbed. I might eat that fruit.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that like the stuff we get from the stores where it comes from. Like all I gotta say is, man, just do a little research on that stuff. You'll start to you'll see. It's almost like the truth that nobody wants to look at because it's like if you look at it, you know that it's gonna make you like turn away from that stuff.
Yeah. I'd almost like there's this edible flower that grows. It proliferates in the springtime. It's called nasturtium, and it's edible. The entire plant's edible. It tastes like a spicy spinach with kind of a little bit of a okra kind of texture. And I mean, it's supposed to be very good for you. And so I'd rather eat that out in the wild than go to the I stopped getting greens at all after I discovered that. But I don't know. Then someone was saying, what about Roundup? And that is a little bit of a concern.
Yeah,
Like,
of course. Well, they do use pesticides in some of the things, so
yeah. So I think, I don't know how.
it's just something to consider. Really, is what it.
Right.
Just
So I think if I look, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say is like all the foods that you eat. I'm not saying that everything's got pesticides on it, but I would just strongly caution that most of the foods that you eat would probably be treated.
Yeah,
So.
that's true. Depends on how far away from any runoff, though, I guess.
Yes, yeah, you're right. Yep.
And so if it's far away from any properties, I don't know if the ones that are growing right on like downhill, not everything downhill from those properties would have that because things leach through the soil basically vertically, right? Mostly. I mean, they would go along structures in the soil, of course. If those structures are following closely along the surface of a hill going down, then I suppose they would be right there too. Or if they were blocked from going deeper, they generally would try to reach the level of the water, the what do they call it? The groundwater level. I'd like to find out where the natural springs are here. I know there must be. They've all been buried or something.
There's a natural springs finder online, Sonny. Type it into Google. Where is the spring nearest me, and then it'll show you like a map.
Okay. There's a San Diego River, so there's Mission Gorge, this big, huge gorge where this water cut through, really steep sides to this gorge. It's huge, too. I think that's where the flood let out. I mean, there's lots of places. We have these valleys that are in California that go from east to west from the foothills. Like there's a coastal range, and then there's the ranges that are further inland from the coast, like going to the Sierras. But the coastal ranges, there's these big valleys that come down from the coastal ranges going east to west, basically, or northeast to southwest. And They're really huge. They could be 10 to 20 miles wide and have really steep sides where the sides are basically vertical, 300, 400, 500 feet high. And these things are like 10 miles wide.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the text chat. Yeah, check
Good.
it
I
out.
appreciate that. I look at these creeks and stuff that I know used to be seasonal because I've seen pictures of fish ponds and canoes down at the bottom of this valley this one canyon before they put the freeway through there, which they also obviously just put a bunch of culverts, directed all the water downward so it goes out to the harbor through sewer channels, right? But
Best water you can have is natural spring water, for sure.
oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sure some of these places that where the water stays, I think some of those areas there probably are springs, but they're just a deeper level than where the level of this particular creek is.
Yeah, that link will get you there. I think it's got the map on it. First link in the front of that top of the page, top left. Map of springs. Then it'll show you all the springs in United States, Canada, Mexico, all over the world. It's a concentration.
Nice. No doubt there's some. Yeah, I'm gonna mark that.
You have a lot of hot springs over there where you're at.
Yeah, they're far from me because, well, there's probably some close that I don't know about, but I know there used to be some falls, but a bunch of people came in there and spray painted the rocks. So stupid they ruined the place. Here's the map of the springs. Here we go. I don't even mind going someplace if I have to dig a little bit somewhere.
No, I don't think so. There's a lot of places in California.
Cold Springs. Yeah, let's see. Free. I don't like how these large companies like Nestle are buying up all the smaller water companies. So they have control of all the resources of water. That's ridiculous. Map of springs. Hold on. It said no results. Wait a second. North America. Here we go. Let's just look at this map. Okay. All right. Let's see. Shoot. You can find a place with water. Wait a minute. Why is it doing that?
I mean, you got your free and your paid for springs too.
Every time I click on the map, oh, here we go. What's that?
You got free and paid for springs. Like some
Yeah, I
springs
see now the blue ones. Here we go. Here's Curuvungna Springs in Los Angeles. Let's go a little further south. Valparaiso Day Spa. Hold on, it doesn't count. Hold on. Wait a sec. That's Agua Caliente County Hot Springs. Huh. Most of these are spas. Palomar Artesian Springs. That's up in the mountains.
Yeah,
it's
you
about
can
90 away.
on the bottom left hand, you can click whether free or paid. You can find all
Yeah, I
the
see.
paid ones and all the free ones.
Yeah, it's actually listing. It's showing them the red ones.
Hello.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, for your paid, right?
It'll filter them out.
There we go. Yeah, that did. I'm surprised there aren't any listed closer than Palomar Mountain.
Well, you got
That's
some hot
about
springs
90.
where you're at.
Yeah, let's look at the hot springs. I doubt there's any free ones. Yes, they're not showing any down here in my county, but I know there's got to be some. There's some paid hot springs. Yeah, Agua Caliente. Where is that? I'll look it up. There's a Agua Caliente County Park hot springs. It's a county park out in the desert. It's winter time. I could even drive to the desert in the winter time. Yeah, that means it's not 115 degrees.
I make sure you use a glass bottle to store it.
Glass bottle, huh? Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. Don't store it in a plastic bottle.
How far is this?
And then you're gonna need I would take a vehicle by there.
I have stainless steel. Yeah, I couldn't get there. It's way out in the mountains. It's kind of a lot of mountains to go through to get there. What is this? There's freaking. Is that a county line or a trail?
We got K96 that just joined us. What's up, K?
Oh, that's weird.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's up?
What's up?
Yeah, what's
people?
up, boss?
It's an honor to meet every flat earther that's ever existed.
Well, they're not all in here. Just some of us, but not all of us.
Oh no, we just having this group thing. I just happened to be in the Flat Earth app, and I didn't know there was this update that's came, and you could actually chat and do the video chat. And actually, we got some people from Sweden, United States, UK, and we have some 3 groups. Also, we made it for ourselves so that it'll be easy for different people from different backgrounds. So, introducing myself, I'm originally from Nepal. It's in the middle of India and China. Right now, I'm living in Irving, Texas. So, I wanted a little bit truth to my community too. And where I came from and where I was grown up, it's a multilingual thing, It's not just one language, just like English or Hindi. It's different language and different culture.
You speak Hindi?
I speak 4 different languages, brother. I speak Nepali, Hindi, English, poquito Spanish, and poquito Punjabi.
Oh, nice. I only speak 2 languages.
I can understand the Pakistani and Punjabis, but I can't reply them back because I don't know the vocabulary.
Yeah, sounds good. So what's your stance on the topic of the shape of the Earth?
Sorry?
What is your stance on the topic of the shape of the Earth? Do you think the Earth is a globe, or you just want to be
it's
on some?
It's a flat plane. I'm a neo monk too. I'm from East, so we know about the locus and Rome concept. So Earth is a plane. It's totally plain, bro.
Speaking facts.
Okay,
It's a fact. It's a fact. And a meditation. So in a meditation, in Eastern way, we don't have a concentration meditation. So it's being still. So looking this way, if Earth was rotating, okay, how would I be still? It's just every meditator, if he goes, that's what enlightenment or awakening means. He goes to new reality. He functions with the 5 senses. That's how I knew the moon has its own light, because I meditated under the moon.
Okay, so you came about flat Earth in a spiritual sense, or how did you acquire the knowledge that the Earth is flat? Like, did somebody tell you? Then you looked down some research.
My journey began when I was 13 years old, when the moon concept and the star concept came up to me. And what I was brought up, I was brought up in Buddhist and Hindi tradition. Okay, so we have this concept of locus and beings and all the extraterrestrial species and everything. And I was grown up with Rockefeller's education. So I used to always have this conflict with my parents, my school teachers, and what are you talking about? There's nothing over there. It's just a rock. We landed on the moon. And then when I realized we never landed on the moon, and slowly in the same process, I was meditating and doing my spiritual research on my own. And there was two of the expression that was out of body expression and intuition. Like there was one time when I was meditating under a park and it was full moon night. It was colder in full moon night than in the new moon night. And that didn't make any sense. I can feel the temperature. I can really see the moon is right there. And that's what made me suspicious. And suddenly there was this what's his name? Icard Dubay? Dubay? I don't know what's his full name. The Dubay,
Eric Dubay.
Eric Dubay and David Weiss. When I found those videos, and I was like, okay, here's the person I'm searching on. So gravity was fake all along.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, having some videos that lead you down the path of truth and research, that's good. But usually we don't in this forum, this particular Discord that you came into, we lean more on the idea that we have to convey the message of flat Earth to other people. So we don't.
I have a YouTube channel. I have an Instagram channel.
K96. Oh, hang on just a moment. Let me finish. Give you what we stand on in this forum, okay? And then you can chime in. Which is just wait just a moment. So basically, in this forum, what we do is we instruct people how to talk to people about the flat Earth knowledge, right? So whatever it is that we discuss, we make sure that the physical and material reality that we live in right now, that we discuss with them how to approach having a conversation with somebody. So it's not easy for everyone to just wherever you are in the world right now, to have the conversation with your peers, right? Like just people your neighbor. And what happens then is that because other people might go at it through a spiritual conversation, they're not going to get the physical application of the teaching over. So we're not going to be able to tell people about flat Earth through a spiritual means, because everybody has a different spiritual means, right? Like you might say that you are whatever religion, and somebody might say, well, I'm not from that religion, so I can't relate to you. Therefore, whatever your spiritual experience was, that's your experience, and I don't have that experience. So therefore, we have to make sure people understand a more applicable way to talk about the flat Earth versus a spiritual way. That might be your way, right? I'm not discrediting that, but I'm saying what we talk about in this forum is how we can approach the topic through a physical and natural means. Does that make any sense, K96?
Yeah, I appreciate it, but I'm sorry about breaking in part. I didn't know how.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine, brother. I have a YouTube channel, to clarify. I have a YouTube channel and an Instagram channel. I have one of the Discords that I made with my friends, Level Communities and Red Pill. So in Level Community, just like you guys do over here, we are trying to add people from the Flat Earth app and let them know all the alternative theory of universe, alternative videos and alternative religion, ideology, and other things. And in the Red Pill, we talk about in person. We call people and we talk to them in person. In FE East and West, what I'm trying to do is, because in the East, brother, most of the people are not good at English. Even for me, it took me 1 or 2 years to get the accent. It's not the language that's the barrier, it's the accent. People will try to get you, but because the accent, they have this segregation mindset. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get this Eastern theology or Eastern idea, Western idea, saying, hey, look, it's just East and West. We all are humanity. It's just a plane. They were making fun of you from this Einstein, from Rockefeller's education. You don't have to believe it. You can just talk to it as a person. And that's what I'm trying in my personal life, brother. And in YouTube, I've been striked already, so I can't post nothing right now. So I'm just searching for other channels, other people, so that I can talk to, I can collaborate. And plus being a neo-Sannyasin, so what that means is, in my tradition, I'm like a neo-monk who stays in society and helps people meditate and get along with the problem. And I'm trying to do it all together. And Flat Earth is so important, brother. I mean, it's really deep. I appreciate you guys having over here And for me, you guys are the arahatas. In Buddhist terminology, they are called the one who know, but who is trying to let other know that those are the arahatas. For me, you guys are those. So appreciate for being here. Appreciate for truth, bro. Thank you.
No, absolutely. We, like I said before, K96, definitely this is an open forum. And I would say this: we lead with the physical side of our known reality into this conversation. Like if we're talking in this forum, we want to make sure that people understanding that we're not all about just like people coming into it through the spiritual sense. Although there are many who have come in through, like, let's say, biblical knowledge, or like maybe you're like whatever religion you're on, like that could be the way that you learn. But definitely the foundation should be our physical and natural reality. So when we go out and tell them, look, when we go stand on the beach and we see a flat level horizon, that's what everybody experiences. Nobody experiences a curved earth, a globe earth. So that's what we the foundation is that. We can have those other conversations for sure. Yeah, I mean, definitely you might find some people that relate to your specific religion and so forth. But in this forum, it's usually catered to people talking about the physical and natural world. But what we're doing right now is just talking about what's important, right? The physical reality which we all see together collectively, right? We experience this world together. And so that's what we're talking about. And then, of course, you can have whatever faith background that you come from. That's okay. Maybe some other people might relate to it, but that isn't what we lead with here. We got to make sure, because like everybody's asking the question, is the earth curved or is it flat? Like when they're in here. And we're not going to get to that point talking about our spiritual, things that we go through. So it's got to be, it can't be the spiritual experience that they understand flat earth through. It has to be through the physical way, when we're all experiencing with our five senses that this earth, that this realm that we're in, it doesn't measure any curvature. So that's important. That's paramount in this forum.
I'll learn, brother. I'll try to learn as much as possible from you. Just one more thing. Are you from the Jerusalem or the YouTuber? Are you that? Are you him? No.
No. I'm actually gonna start up a channel, but no, I'm not that guy you're probably thinking of.
Your video icons is similar to him, so I was like, is it him or no? It's okay, bro. I'm gonna teach too. I'm gonna learn too, because I posted in my YouTube channel about Eric Dubay, David Wesses, and I also want to take this in a scientific way. I've done my research too, and I'm trying to get this in very user-friendly way that I can. I want to learn too how to speak and take people on this topic without having an argument. Just like you said, I also want to help people learn the physical reality as from the scientific perspective.
I agree.
Don't worry about the spiritual one. Don't worry.
Yeah, a lot of what happens here is, and I talk to people about it. There's levels to being like as far as like in the conversation. If you're out of the loop, like if you just heard about flat earth and you started talking to people about flat earth, you might not know like how far advanced in the conversation we are. Like there's a lot of things when you come into flat earth that you think that are necessary. Like having an AE map, or a Gleason's map or something to show as a demonstration to other people what you're talking about as a concept. We don't do those things anymore. Like it used to be in the beginning of the movement, everybody was like using memes and pictures, and I sent a balloon up. Check out my balloon footage, and it's showing, with the rectilinear lens that there's like no curvature, things like that. Like people are using images instead of having to talk to them about methods they can do to actually go out into the field and show to everybody that the earth isn't curving like they tell us it is. So the most important thing is that you start understanding what people are saying in this forum. And instead of like, I don't know what ideas you cling to right now, being that you're new to this forum, but there might be some that you are still holding on to as, let's say, a beginning flat earther, or maybe you've been in it for like a year or so, and you don't know, like people in here aren't using like those maps, the ones that look like a pizza, or a top-down version of Earth. Like nobody has that knowledge. No one. There's not a single person that can give you a top-down view of the entire flat Earth. Do you understand what I mean, Kay? Like, obviously, there's some things going around on the internet, but that's not. Nobody can stand on that.
I know. You're right.
So,
you're right. absolutely right.
I'm using that as an example, but that's just one thing. Saying things like there's an ice ring that surrounds the entire flat Earth, then if that hasn't been verified, how are you going to stand by it? Like no one. There's a lot of things that people might bring up as assumptions, being a new flat earther, but then we're like stand to show you like, well, if you're going to stand behind a claim, you're going to have to be able to verify that claim. And if you can't verify it, then you can't stand behind it. So anything, it doesn't matter what it is. If you bring something up in this forum, even if you're a flat earther, even other flat earthers will ask you like, how do you know? What did you do to verify that? Is there something that you did so that we can know? Where did you get that knowledge from? And if it's something that you can't verify as a claim, then you can't use it in like, because this forum it's like these guys from the other side, the globalist mind, they're gonna ask you like 1,000 questions about like how you got there, and it's important like how you carry yourself in a conversation. It's really
for that. I have an argument for that. My friends here in Dallas, there are two of them. I don't know, like we have a flat Earth DFW in Telegram too. And we did an experiment just here in the lake for the laser light. If they want to check out the video, we got the videos too. If that counts as evidence.
Yeah, well, you have to. I don't know. You have a video of that? Like maybe you want to post it or something. Hang on a second. I know you don't have any roles. Let me give you some roles so you can post. I do that now. It's gonna be in the live stream voice text channel, so that's where you're gonna post.
Okay. I'll get into that. Don't worry. Appreciate them.
Yeah, you said okay. Well, I'm just gonna give you the flat earther role for now, but just so you can hang out in here and.
It's okay, brother. This is my first day. I don't know what's going on, so this might take 1 or 2 days to get in.
I will tell you what. Yeah, you're right.
But we gotta spread the news, bro. So you good? I'll hop into one by one. You talk to other people. I'm just gonna research what's going on over here. Thank you.
Yeah, if you want to, down at the bottom of this Discord, there's a lot of information that we've collected. Mind you, there's still some things that are lingering residual information from like where people were still using the AE map, or how the sun goes around the flat Earth in a circuit from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn in a spiral motion. Other things that you might see that we don't stand by anymore. If somebody does bring it up, I'll ask them how they know that for sure, because then we'll start asking them, and it can't be any assumptions like, well, that's just how it has to be. That's not an answer. If you verify the sun goes in a complete circuit around the flat Earth all the way from Cancer to Capricorn, then you're going to be asked, how did you verify that? Because if you can't verify something, or magnetic mountain in the center of flat Earth, or anything, if there's any claim that comes up, not just UK, but I'm saying anybody that says these claims right in here, they usually get asked, well, how do you know that, right? So if you can't respond,
historical books be okay?
Say again.
Historical books like historical event books or any scriptures book, is that gonna help, or that's not evident at all? Evidence.
No, well, it's the same. Like you got to think of it two ways. When you say that, think of a person of the globalist mind doing the same thing you're saying. If they can say the same thing you're saying without any evidence of themselves, just showing you history books, then where have we gotten to the truth? If that's what they're saying, like, because they can think, if you can do it, so can they, right? And if they're
right. I know what you're talking about. Get a scientific so that they can reply back, rebuttal it. I got you.
I mean, the thing that you're presenting or whatever it is that you're talking about, how has it been verified that it's been done? And so the method is important, right? That's ultimately what everybody wants to know. What did you do to arrive to this conclusion as to what you're saying, or bringing up this point? In a logical discussion, people that are talking about things like this, like where people are going to ask you questions, right? And so you're going to have to, it can't just be like, well, just go look at the book or go look at and you have to tell them, this is how I understand this to be the case. And you have to go through it and, speak about it.
I got you.
And then bring your citation as to how you came to find out that that's the true knowledge and so forth.
Okay. I got you.
But it gets very hyper specific at times. Okay. And like a lot of people aren't used to that. Like on the flat earth and the globe earth side, they're not used to that. So when they step foot in this forum, they don't know what to respond. I can go through 3 questions with a glober and they will not be able to respond anything intellectually to me. They'll say things like, if I ask them, how do you know? They'll say things like, science. Oh, really? 1-word answers are the way we do things. No, my friend, you're going to have to expand on that knowledge of what you got to tell me how, when, and where. A lot of the questions that anyone would ask, if you know how you know something to be true. So yeah, this forum is definitely very much something of a like intellectual discussion. We can't have people just making claims and just saying, well, just because. No, that's not going to work in here. Flat Earth or Globe Earth, it doesn't matter who you are. Like if you say a claim, there's going to have to be some information to back it up, and then we're going to have to find out how you came to that conclusion and so forth. So and that's why like this forum, K, is so important. Like you'd want to keep it close to you. Like you almost want to be somebody in this forum because it gives you at least a better understanding of what people think, why they think what they think. And then you find out if they're standing by truth or not. Usually people come in here, we have well-known globalists, right? You got like Bob the Science Guy, who's got 22,000 subscribers on YouTube. He doesn't know much. He thinks he knows. He's like a teacher or whatever, but he stands by the globe. He doesn't understand a lot of things.
Professional indoctrinator.
Yeah, he's going through his ways of teaching and so forth.
Midlife crisis.
But we do have like others that are in here that can go through intellectual discussion and be able to like the thing about this, and I would say because of the fact of the nature of the discussion, it's very controversial. It's people can get standoffish when you're talking to them, and it gets harder and harder for you to like have a civil discussion with someone because both sides can get really upset because the other side's not getting it or understanding. So
there's just one thing. Okay, so if there's some engineer, all that just say a qualified MA in physics or computer science of those people, and I have this conversation with plenty of them, and they have this conversation with curvature. I know there is no curvature because my friends did an experiment, they didn't find it. Water finds its level, water will never curve, gravity is fake, and we can know there's a California research where gravity, they have this research paper in 2018 why gravity doesn't exist. There's a whole reason why the whole thing about gravity is a fake and hoax. But how do I say, or this is my question to you guys intellectually, how do I convince an engineer graduate that gravity was just a theory? How would I say it intellectually?
How would you say if gravity was what?
It's fake. To an intellectual person. Yeah.
Well, there's always okay. So, what would you need for gravity to exist, Kay? I'll ask you a question or two, and then see if you can understand like the mind behind why they would say that. First, we'll understand the question, right? What would have to be in place before you talk about gravity? What would have to be the foundation for gravity to exist? What would you need?
Big Bang to happen first of all.
Well, okay, let's follow the logical conclusion of that. What happens after the Big Bang? What do you get after the Big Bang?
All the energy scatters, everything boots up, and then suddenly the particles swing around the center, and the galaxies and everything is formed.
Okay, and then after galaxies are formed, what do you get inside those galaxies?
A sun or a star.
Okay, and what are we on right now? Allegedly.
This is, as they say, it's a planet that is spirit.
Okay, so the planet exists, and then what happens on this planet? With the conversation that you're bringing up, we're going all the way down to the conversation that they're bringing up with the gravity, right? So in order, like you just finished saying, right? Look at the steps that you took to get to where gravity is the conversation now. So now they're talking about gravity. You're like, didn't you have to have all these other things first happen before you talk about how gravity even exists, right? Hello? Did I lose you?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the issue. When we engage in questions that are already begging the question about how what they're standing on is a globe, then you're skipping the part where the foundation of the conversation should be, well, wait a minute. How do you know you're standing on a globe to have gravity anyway? Do you understand? So this is the issue, and this is the way we go about the conversation. Instead of talking about something that's a derivative topic like gravity, we need to talk about how did you get to the place of gravity if you can't even demonstrate that the Earth you're standing on is a globe in the first place. You need radius, diameter, and circumference to arrive to the conversation of gravity first. Just the first thing you need. You got to know if you're standing on a ball or not. If it's a ball, then of course you're going to talk about how things are working with Newtonian, Einsteinian. We'll get into those topics, right? But they're irrelevant if you can't talk about how curvature was measured on this ball. Do you understand, Kay?
Yep.
So this is the conversation we need to have. So when they say, well, you got to talk about gravity, you got to tell me how gravity, do you guys believe in gravity? Then you have to halt the conversation. Hold on a second. We can't talk about a derivative topic because that's begging the question that the Earth is already a globe, and it's not. So we need to go a step back and talk about how is curvature measured. Because if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, then we're going to definitely talk about curvature. But we're not, because we haven't measured that. Now, the burden of proof is on those who make the claim. So let's just say that you're talking to somebody that's got a mindset that the Earth is a globe. What you do then is you start having the conversation. The very first thing you should say, and they're going to want to take you to different topics. Well, what about satellites? Well, what about pictures from space? Well, what about this and that and on, right? You have to say, just wait a minute, because we're not going to hop onto a lot of other questions until we find out how you can tell me how the Earth was measured to have curvature. That's the very first thing that you got to tell me. The onus and the burden of proof is on those who make the claim. And so maybe you didn't make the claim, but you certainly stand by it. So if you stand by that claim, then you're going to have to tell me how you measured curvature. Either somebody taught you how to measure it, or you can tell me how to measure it yourself. And if that conforms to this Earth having curvature, then we can definitely have the conversation of gravity. Once you start talking about gravity first, you've already given them the globe. That's like usually the fallacy that happens in this chat room. Everybody wants to jump onto the other topics, the derivative topics. The essential one, the capstone, is the curvature. And so they can't go anywhere, and you shouldn't go anywhere. Any other topic is really, it's kind of just like into the weeds conversation, because they're going to tell you about gravity. You're going to tell them how it doesn't exist. They're going to have their quote unquote science, and you're going to have the debunk of it, and they're going to bring some more information, and you're just going to go back and forth. Where you want to stop them so they can think about it is where they don't have an answer to give you. And that's the very first question of how curvature was measured. That's how you stop them, because if they can't tell you how they've done that, then everything else that's built on top of that is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. They can bring up gravity, Coriolis. It doesn't matter. That's all begging the question that the Earth already is a globe in the first place. Do you understand?
Oh yeah, you're teaching me a lot today. That's not how I thought.
So what I'd say, Kay, is that a lot of people don't have this information. That's why I'm kind of going through it slowly, and I do kind of want to make an impression of like what is being said in the conversation with the people and the psychology behind the mindset of a globalist. The globalist doesn't know how to reconcile this information. So in order for them to stop and think, they have to be stumped enough to where they can't give you an answer. And here's the thing that you don't do, Kay. Don't jump to another question that they're asking. Yeah, let's not talk about that right now. But what about pictures from space? What about gravity? Well, you think gravity doesn't exist? Now, what they're doing is fishing. They're fishing for you to like get to another question, and it's called gish galloping. They want to skip on to another question so that you can ignore the very first one that they couldn't answer. So you have to dig your heels in Don't move from that question. Stay right there. They have to give you a sufficient answer for the measurement of Earth curvature. They will not be able to provide that for you. I know that because I've been here doing this for 8 years, Kay. They're not going to give you the answer to that question. But that's what they need. What they need is to be stopped. They need to be stopped. And because they're going to continue. But you have to be the one that brings them back. No, we're not going to talk about gravity right now. You have to tell them this. You haven't told me how you measured Earth curvature. And we're not going to talk about what the moon is or what the sun is, or because, you know, those are good conversations to have, like with the speculation chat. But as far as essentials, no, we need to know how you know the Earth is curving. And so that's why that important question is the foundation for your future conversations and every engagement. Every engagement. You have to make sure it's paramount, Kay. And like, the thing about this is that it's not easy, okay? Because there's a lot of psychology behind that one question. And you're going to have very slick opponents. The slick opponents will be ones who were like, dude, why do you always want to talk about curvature? And I want to talk about how rockets work in space. And you don't want to address my question. You're going to hear a lot of psychology coming at you. You have to be able to withstand that, go back and redirect them to the first question, and show them how they don't have an answer for that very first one, which is the foundation for all other questions. If they don't have radius, right? Because that's what a ball should have. You know, if you're measuring with geometric, right, of an oblate spheroid, you need to have radius, diameter, and circumference. Radius, diameter, and circumference. So the R value, right, the radius value, is in almost every formula for what they use, like in refraction. It's in for like, sending the rockets up into space, the orbit around the Earth. They need radius. They need to know how big the Earth is so they can send a rocket that goes around it with enough fuel to reach escape velocity. It can go into outer space and such. They need radius. It is essential. They need radius for the distance to the sun. They need radius for the distance to the planets. Like all these things are measured from how big the Earth is. So they need to know radius. So that's the most important thing that they give you from the very foundation of like how they're going to prove to you that the Earth is a globe. They first have to tell you radius, diameter, and circumference. And if they don't have a measurement for the Earth's curvature, then they don't get to go to any other topic. You can end it in that one single question. You're like, well, we would talk about gravity, but you don't even know if the Earth is a ball or not. So how would we then be able to talk about gravity, Coriolis, rockets in space, if they landed on the moon or not? Like once you do that, once you bypass that very foundational question and you go to another one, you've already lost the art because you've given them the globe. They're gonna dance all around like saying, oh, well, you don't know what you're talking about, or they'll hand wave dismiss a lot of the things you say. So it's important, right? It's very, very foundational, okay, for your future conversations with a globalist.
I'll need this because it's not that I'm right or wrong. It's just the way they say it and the way they implement it. They're two different things. They imagine it in one way, and reality works another. And you can't just break through the indoctrination that's from past era.
Yeah, it's and the issue is that's not okay. So your job is not to convince anyone. And everybody in this server understands one simple fact: we're not in the convincing business. This is the challenging business. We're going to challenge everybody that comes in here on what they think. 100%. Every time somebody comes in here, it's game on. It's like now you're going to realize that you don't know anything that the way you thought you did. So it's not up to us to convince them. It's up to them to convince themselves. What you do is you carry the truth. You carry the truth and you speak it. You challenge the person, and then it's up to them. You're not going to wait there like, did you understand what it like? No, fine. If they don't, at the end of the conversation, the Earth's still a globe. Well, that's fine. You can still think that. Have a nice day. You don't have your mind is not set on trying to convince somebody because you never will. And if you do convince somebody, I would be leery of it because in a conversation, somebody to be convinced without doing any research, that's kind of, it's a bit wishy-washy if you ask me, without somebody actually fully going and investigating themselves. Does that make sense?
I got you. You're right.
So this method is tried and true. It's simple and effective. It gets the job done. But because we're not continuously badgering somebody, we're not going to chase them down. This is the forum that the intellect actually can thrive. So if you're in intellect, we're definitely going to welcome you in here and say, like, you know what, this is great. More people to the fold, because what we need is more people that are not just going to say, you're stupid, globalist. Like, that's, of course, that's just not going to get us anywhere. But if you could stand here and you could take somebody on with their, repetitive words and what they're saying, then we can see that you're somebody that is able to handle the truth. It's not easy, my friend. It is not easy, because you're going to get a lot of people who are sophists, who will say that reality is not real, and kind of just a whole bunch of stuff. You're going to have to be able to put yourself in those conversations. So anyway, it's just I would say like a proving ground for how what your stance is.
I got you.
Yeah, if you seek that, Kay, like, I guarantee you, man, this is going to be one of the best places on the internet for you to be hanging around. And
I was searching for people, to have intellectual talk with, about vision, about books, about meditation, about holistic medicine, about flat Earth, and other truths like sun and the moon. Because there is a thing in the East that sun and the moon affect the whole collective consciousness. The sun is like the operating system of everyone, and the moon is like a profile, individual profile. So if there's something going on in the sun and the moon, there's something going on in collective consciousness. There's going to be a disaster, maybe, or something similar. So I was into other topics, to get along people.
You can, like, there's people in here that would have that conversation. That's not anything wrong, Kay. Trust me. But I was just showing you, like, within like what we do here and challenging people.
Okay, brother. It's my first day, right? It's just my first maybe 30 minutes or 40 minutes. So I'm just gonna listen. I'm just gonna learn. I'm going on with your channels and other topics, and it seems just pretty amazing.
Hello? What happened? You quit?
No. It just I clicked the other. I was clicking on the channels to look at, and I forgot that was just another, like, a group again. So yeah.
Yep.
I'm looking at everything here, to be honest. So that's fine. You guys are good.
Definitely welcome to the channel and whatnot. I'm pretty sure people are going to want to have conversations with you about it, because I always say that within the context of Flat Earth, we talk about mind, body, and soul, and how it affects your intellect, how it affects your health, and how it affects your spirituality. So we're creatures, right, of a very physical and a very spiritual nature. We're intertwined. We can't separate the two. That has been the idea, that people want to separate the two, but we're one and the same. We're physical and spiritual. So it does need to be discussed at times, Kay. Don't get me wrong. That does get talked about. So that's very much welcomed here. It's just I'm getting you used to, like, when we're in here, we, like, different people, and that's not just me, but different people in here, they can carry conversations with people that we allow them to have, like, a thorough discussion with, like, others that come in here with a globalist mind.
That's even good. In that way I can practice. I can know how people think, how I can accomplish it. Because in my daily life, I gotta be with them in every single day. I will have a conversation way or another, because I can't stop myself these days. I will have it one way or another. So by here, listening to people is going to help me on my life and how I perform better, to get along the filter out. I'll have a filter to what to not to listen and what to listen.
Yeah, no doubt. But welcome to the group, and enjoy your stay here, man. Get to know everybody in here. Be in here as much as you want. Like, you could call this your second home if you want.
And there's one more thing, guys. We got like 3 Discord servers: the Red Pill, FE East and West, and Level Community that we made from FE app after we got along with one another. So over there, we are open to any conversation, any medical therapy or alternative medicines or anything that you are not open with in the mainstream media, we are free to talk over there too. So yeah, I'm just saying the truth needs to be out. It's global flat. So if you're open to it and if you're an intellectual person, we welcome you on the other tweet. I will send you a link. You are the Maggie, right?
Yeah, put it in. Actually, K96, put it in live stream voice text, the channel, so that everybody can see it if they want to click on it.
Okay, brother. Appreciate it.
Just like to say what's up to the crew. What's up, guys? Grim, Matic. What's up, Matic? What's going on, guys?
Greetings.
Hey, man. Red Eye Jedi, what's up, brother? Ball Kicker, what's going on, bro? Abdullah. Just hanging out, man. Beautiful Sunday afternoon.
It's an honor to real Miggy. That's I heard your the three questions which you guided a Glober to saying that what he was saying was beliefs, and then at the end he said, actually I didn't say beliefs, but it was still funny just to hear it. But yes, I've heard you. You got great skills, man.
I made I can't say it's like a vow, but the moment that once I found out that the earth isn't what I've been told, my story is kind of pretty simple, but it's my testimony. I it was 2 weeks of just disbelief. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Like from the time that I just stumbled upon the topic till the part where I fully understood that the earth isn't a globe, I was engulfed with anger because of the fact that this was something that I was deceived. I never thought I could be to the level that I was deceived, that I was looking at the idea that he put into my mind. So it was like a vow at that point that I was going to do everything that I possibly could. Like this was going to be my passion and my zeal that was going to be the thing that I was going to put into every heart and mind, the truth. As much as I could possible, not convincing them, but just challenging them with everything that they know. And so I constructed the 3 points. I went over the questions that would actually be the most important to ask. So the 3 points were the thing that I led with. And then I further went into different ways of having the conversation with somebody, how to start and having a conversation with somebody. But I was anybody that wants to, I was going to help them become just an obliterating conversations. Just all you got. I wanted to design a method so that all you have to do is take this method to somebody and they couldn't give you answers for it. They would probably give you explanations, but they weren't going to be sufficient to answer the question, So that was my gift to you guys, to the truth community, because I felt that nobody should be deceived the way I felt I did, coming out of it. I was so upset, dude. I was so pissed. I was angry, and it was now I can see that I'm channeling all of that energy into now what it looks like. People are going out there and the 3 points are being spoken of, and I can see the results. All these globalists are just spinning out of control, because they don't know how to answer these questions. And that's my my way of giving you guys the questions that can't be answered by anyone. And they're not able to be. If they like I said, if they do give you answers, their explanations, they're not sufficient to get to the bottom of the question that is asked. The curvature one, it's Eratosthenes. You always get that guy, and that's neither a globe nor flat because it can be both. So that doesn't answer how we understand. So, and clearly, because you heard the conversation I had with the fellow, that he was no, I don't know. And see, just getting somebody to be honest and not knowing at the end of it that they really don't know anything. It just gets you to see like the psychology behind it. Think about it, whether or not they believe the earth is flat or not, like that's irrelevant, just so long as that they're not able to, that they know that they're not able to answer the question. That challenge will remain with that person forever. Like, so yeah, that was important for me. And then plus I'm not done yet. I'm gonna make a morning show that I'm gonna start doing pretty soon. I'm getting my channel put together. You'll probably see my ugly mug in the mornings.
What is morning for you? Like what time zone?
I'm central time in America, so if you stay with central time in America, it's 1:28 p.m. at the moment. So I would say like 7 or 8 in the morning, somewhere right there, 7 or 8. I would say around there. I'm not gonna, and I would do it for like maybe an hour or 2 hours sounds good to me. 2 hours sounds like a really good time frame.
On what platform?
Well, here. I told Helio that I'm gonna be streaming on his live stream, and then I'll put mine in here as well. But and I'm already saying this as a kind of like a forewarning. My channel, as I'm gonna have like, I'll dive into mind, body, and soul, because that's what I think Flat Earth encumbers. It encumbers us having conversations that are legit, that are about like what the Earth really is and how we are to be connected to the Earth. Like, because we are supposed to be. We're so disconnected, man. Like, so freaking disconnected. Like, you don't even know how badly disconnected we are. Like, we don't even, the way to know how to become connected, because either you have one of the three, right? You're connected intellectually, with health, or spiritually, one of the three, but the other two are lacking. So you don't know like how to go about it, right? And it always seems like maybe you need to be more educated, like in some way, like through a classroom or something. But I think the Earth has always been providing the answers, and also what people have known in like trial and error back in the days, like the ancient, the ancestors that we have. They've taught us a lot, but we have amnesia. Like we forget. We don't look to our ancestors. We don't see how like they lived the life, and some of them lived long years, like 90s and stuff. So we glean a lot of wisdom from their older years, like how they live long lives and all these kind of things. But at the same time, our hidden history, there's a lot of hidden history and things that we've been taught like today that's just so malaligned with truth, man. Like, it's just everything. Like, so what they're teaching you, that's your mind, right? What you're feeding your body, that's your health. And what you're going to connect the earth with, that's spirituality, right? And so all those three things like encumber what makes you alive, or thrive, I should say. It's a difference between being alive and thriving. So once you find the key to actually unifying those three, you become, I would say, like the best version of yourself. It's the best version of yourself. And you're more in tune with nature. You can find peace within, like, in the midst of, like, having troubles. There's a lot of things that come along with like being in tune with all three of those. It's not, and the thing is, it's not easy because we have to go through like the garbage of like mainstream knowledge, which is indoctrination of the worst kind. So bad. It's just so bad stuff. That's why I don't mind like having conversations with people that are challenging, because it's like I can understand why you think that, because you've been taught your whole life. You think that's the right way. What I do is I open up the conversation so you can think about it at least. And I mean, you're not going to hear to sway you one way or the other, but just to think. Maybe you can see another perspective on something that you previously thought was the way.
It sounds like your content is going to be wider than just Flat Earth.
It is. It needs to be for me, because I think I've grown past the, like, because for me it's like once you get to a place where you understand that the people don't have the answer, and they don't, Matic. I mean, like as far as like I can push this, I've gotten to the point where I can talk to a globalist of any intellect. Doesn't matter if it's the most common or the most intellect. Doesn't matter. They won't satisfy the question. So I'm just like, I'm moving past that now. I'm like, if somebody does want to get into that conversation, we can do it. But I don't find like, that's not where I'm like really like, I'm not longing for the debate anymore. I used to want to get in a debate with these guys, right? So I can like show them that I could hear that they don't have an answer to my question. But now it's like, I don't care anymore about those guys. I'm more concerned for people searching out the truth. Now it's time for me to like advance to the next level to where I'm bringing people to at least the challenging state. So the ones who are seeking truth, we can start talking about how all this relates to, their life here on this earth versus it being just, about the physical, natural reality that the earth isn't curving. And that to me is like, I find it's exciting. I love talking. It's my passion now. Because everybody's so different, aren't they? Everybody's we meet at the table of where we understand the reality that we're in is not what we've been told. And it's definitely, the earth is not curving anywhere, so it's flat. And it's definitely not moving either, so it's stationary. So we're all sitting at this table, but the thing is, there's a wide variety of like colors, right? And everybody's coming from different places, different backgrounds, religions, and all that. And I think, all of us having that conversation opens up those topics so that we can have, without like shouting at each other, like, well, you're just a such and such religious person or whatever, and we can kind of have these civil discussions. Like, I respect everybody from whatever standpoint that they're in religiously. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to talk about like what effects we have with challenging ourselves. That's important to me. So, I mean, if you can respect that kind of a content, that's what I'm going to be putting out.
You mentioned Helios chat. Is that like, because I know this is a 24/7 Discord. I don't know much about Discord. Discord server. So is it like one of the subheadings Helios channel or something?
Yeah, he's got two of them actually. One of them's got like 3K subs. And the other one's got like 2K or 1K. I'll put it in live stream voice text, Matic, for you. Let me see. That's the one that we're on right now. That's the live stream. That's up and running at the moment. And I absolutely want everybody that wants to be there to show up. Like if you're an anti-flat earther, like sitting in the YouTube live stream text chat, be there. These conversations are for you as well. Even though you're so against flat earth, it doesn't matter. You'll still, planting the seeds is the most important thing. So even if you rail against what I'm saying, it doesn't matter. You're still there hearing me out. So that's all that matters to me. But everybody that's in here, Matic, is important. Like the people that have built this server, they are the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The actual Discord isn't like the thing that makes this place. It's not the actual program Discord, It's the people in here. They are the building. They're the ones who made this place what it is. So, and we like, I say the people that have been here a while, they're the ones that have made me be who I am today, as far as like sharpening my arguments. And so yeah, it's most like appreciative to the community type of thing.
I'll make sure to keep my ears open for this for your show, because at least it'll be something, another piece of information to help me through a day.
Yeah, you could keep us on like a podcast or somewhat, like just tune us in or whatever. It's all good. Once I have to design, I'm still looking for a good. I'm in the search for a good design for YouTube, kind of like a, I want to put a nice background to it and that, so it can look good. I don't know what the name's gonna be yet. I'm still kind of like, there's been a couple of names being shot to me, like getting jiggy with Miggy, but I don't know. It's got a nice ring to it, but I'm not sure yet. It's just if it's gonna be tailored to the content that I'm gonna be putting out, you know. Because I don't know. I guess I'm relaxed in a way. Sometimes I do like having a good joke and like just hanging loose with my friends in here. But sometimes I know it's time to get serious, so you know, time to do that too. But I'm not above having a good laugh, you know. Like that's for sure something that we have to be doing. And that's a really good one, Grim. Damn, dude, I didn't even think of that. Well, that we actually here, check this out. This was done by somebody that gave it to me. I'm not sure who. Guys, if somebody did this for me, I apologize. Like if I didn't know who you were, but they made this GIF for me. Scroll down. I put it in my favorites. There it is. I mean, it was really cool. At the time when the 3 points were just coming out, man, it was really catching on, and somebody made that GIF for me. It was really cool. I appreciate it. And what's good, I think, with the content that we're going to be doing, is we can help a lot of people, like in the anti-flat Earth community, listen while people are actually coming and reconciling that the Earth isn't a globe. Oh, it's going to be splendid. I think that's going to be the best part. For the anti-flat Earth, they're going to be writhing in there trying to, you guys are so stupid, blah, blah, blah. I'll be like, that's fine, man, but you're going to hear live when people are coming to the truth. I'm going to put it on display just for you guys. Because you're so opposed to the truth, and it's not even funny, but that's why you guys are going to be witnesses to this. It's a movement, guys. You're on the wrong team. I'm telling you, anti-flat earthers out there, you guys are on the wrong team. From eruption to philosophy, that's a good one. I mean, well, the Kessler fallacy was saying that the eruption of the volcano from the Tonga eruption was sound waves were carried around the Earth like a, you know, around the globe Earth. That's how we know the Earth is a globe, because of the Tonga eruption. Miggy's Wiggy Shop. Miggy's Wigs. Here's that I mean, he brought up the cartoon ball, for goodness sakes. Look at that. Chris V, what's up?
Just to ask, is it from your experience, is it true that, at least, have you ever heard an argument from a glober that didn't involve a logical fallacy?
I had so many conversations, Matic. I don't want to say no and then I remember one later, but not that I can think of. Not that I can think of. They usually involve logical fallacies. Because they're always, well, one way or another, they're begging the question, first of all. You know, most of the times. Trying to think of what there's. How can I say? There's no such thing as an honest glober, but I would say to the fact that they would agree that it's a belief. That to me would be like the way of them saying that it's, it's just a belief. Which I'm fine with that. You can believe whatever you want. Like, doesn't matter to me. Believe it. Believe the Earth's a globe, but it's not something that you can actually demonstrate to anyone that it is. You just can't do it. And that's fine with me. I'm just like, fine. If you just want to believe it's a globe, happy trails. But it's not a globe. Provably not a globe. And to think about these anti-flat earthers, it's kind of crazy, but I'm always putting up the offer for those guys. Every day they come in here, I'm like, hey, you guys, you're in the YouTube live stream text chat. You can come in here and tell me how you think the earth is a globe. If you have the answers for how it is a globe, and just tell us. And if it really is like you say it is, then it'd be over with. But you guys live in ambiguity and you don't want to come in here because of excuses. I don't want to go in there because you'll just ban me. That's not the case. It's an open forum. If you are banned now, you want to be unbanned, then come in here. That's the thing. You won't. With the invitation, you won't come in here. And there's all these witnesses here listening to me tell you that you can come in here and I won't ban you. Just because you think the earth is a globe. I want them to hear how you're going to stumble upon your words and not be able to have an answer to the question that I'm going to give you. That's important for me because you're in there every day typing and saying things and, oh, you don't know nothing. Well, come in here. Let me know. You can't do it. You won't do it. You guys in there, that's your safe space in the text chat. Just fine by me. I don't care. But that's all it'll ever be for you, is a text chat. I usually, probably what I want to do though, Matic, is I want to open up the forum for everyone. It's like, hey, if you guys are anti-flat earthers, you don't believe, just come in here, have a conversation. Bring your friends. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me if there's 5 or 10 of you. Does not matter. With my style, I usually open up everybody's mics and just have them speak.
Who are you talking to?
I think I'm in Discord talking to everyone. I don't know. Do you guys hear me? Is it just me and you, Satoshi?
No, I'm wondering if you're talking to someone specific.
Oh, specifically? No, this is a general conversation, man.
Yep, I'm right here with you, Mickey, man.
I mentioned Matic, but yeah, there's people are silent usually, Satoshi, because I'm a big talker sometimes, but they're usually silent. I know that they're there in the background, so
yeah. The big thing for well, when Miggy's here, it's the opportunity for anybody really to come forward and engage with just honest to goodness questions and answers from a standpoint of like anybody, right? YouTube chat, whatever. And it's literally bring anybody and throw it on the table. Let's talk about it. So, we appreciate the free mic on that, man.
Yeah, it's like critical for people to know that we're opening up a forum for anyone. It's not just like, oh, we only want those who are intellectual to speak about the earth. No, just if you want to talk about why you believe the earth is a globe, it's good because it's even therapeutic for you to come and talk about it. Maybe there's something you want to like think that the earth is a globe about. Maybe arguments we haven't heard. Like I just heard like recently, the Kessler fallacy brought up the Tonga eruption with the sound waves being a way to prove the earth is a globe. That was new to me. I've never heard of that argument, but of course he brought it up as in like that's something to talk about. And what we found out is it wasn't proof of anything, according to him. I say according to him because he's like it can work on a globe and on flat Earth too. By his own admission, he said that. So it's like, well, I mean, there you have it, right? It's not proof of anything. We're gonna need a bigger box, T-Wad. I'm gonna have to start renting out storage spaces for these wigs. That's why Bob don't have any hair. I took his toupee. It's in that box. Yeah, you see them in the text chat, Sasha?
Professor Phil has been de-wigged.
Yeah. Bendy Light is asking who said the data from the Tonga eruption was possible on a flat Earth. The voice in Miggy's head. No, it was the Kessler fallacy.
Yeah, a Glober.
Yeah, Kessler fallacy.
Glober named Kessler fallacy.
Was it like 2 nights ago? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe 3 nights ago. But yeah, you can look it up on the it's on the one of our streams that have been logged, so you can go back and listen. No, he said that. By his own admission, and he was trying to bring this in as evidence for the globe. But it wasn't evidence for globe because he said it's evidence for globe and it's evidence for flat earth too. So it can work on both. Oh, really? Well, they do that with Eratosthenes, don't they? Can work on both. Okay. Gotcha. Hey, I'm not saying I believe him, but he's the one that said it, you know. He apparently is an advocate for the globe, so I would put him on your side, Bendy Light. He's on your side. So anybody who advocates for the globe is a globalist to me, no matter who they are. You advocate for the globe, you're a globalist. So yeah, any globalist. That's why it's like, if you have a better argument than them, come in here. Tell us about it. If not, then you're going to be listening to those guys instead of you coming in here if you have the right answers. So I don't need to, man. It's not my. This is the thing, Bendy Light. I'm not making the claim that I'm supporting the Earth with the Tonga eruption being a globe. That's his claim. He came in here with the data that's not supported. And by his own admission, I told you that he said it can work on a globe and a flat Earth. Go look it up. That's what he said.
Why don't you test the data yourself?
That's what he's saying.
And if I taste the data, what will happen?
I have no idea. Bendy Light thinks that that's something. What does that mean? Test the data. What conclusion? You test the data. Now what?
Now what?
Now what? Bendy Light. Yeah. We tested the data. Now what?
Yeah, we tested the data, and it can happen on both flat and globe. So, these guys in the YouTube chat, they must have the right answer. Why would they be in there every single day, clocking in at like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning? Every single day. They must have the right answers, wouldn't you think, Miggy?
Yeah, like this guy says, I don't need to test evidence, as in like that. He's quoting me, like I'm saying. The thing is, though, what are we going to get by testing the evidence from like the weather stations? Like what? Okay, you tested the data. Let's just say, let's indulge the fact that there was a spike in air pressure at the time. Now what? Now what? What does that mean?
You have another one. Is that saying you're such hoot, Miggy, the nonsense you speak is unparalleled?
Yeah.
Can you repeat the nonsense about curvature, horizon, stationary, and gas pressure? To Moxie.
Yeah, Moxie. Yeah, he's that guy. I don't know about that guy.
Fear the data. It might lead to the truth. That means if data are truth, Bendy Light, look, I believe in data, that data. let's say the data is correct.
Yeah. Well, look, hey, Sasha, he's saying that Bendy Light's saying this. Pressure waves travel in predictable patterns. That's why it's useful, Miggy. Okay. Like, what? Okay. Now what? Finish what your thought is on that or what?
Now that will curve the water.
Yeah. So what does that mean? Pressure waves travel in predictable patterns. That's why it's useful. Okay. That's great. Now what? What does that mean?
Useful for what?
No idea. Let's take what you're saying to its logical conclusion, so that even the people in the live stream text chat and the in the YouTube live stream can see what you have to say. You don't even have to be in here for me to actually engage with you. Take us to the end of that, whatever your thought is. Pressure waves travel in predictable patterns. That's why it's useful. Okay, now what? Yes.
What's the next step?
Hold my hand to basic physics right now. Hold my hand to basic physics and geometry.
Yeah.
Go.
Walk us through the very next step. What's the next step right after that?
What's next, Bendy Light? Go for it. Let's show Moxie what you got. What's next? Walk me through your basic physics and geometry. Go. Let's see if you got what it takes to put your money where your mouth is. Or you're just going to sit there and spin everybody's wheels like you do every day. Go for it. You want to go ahead and take a shot at the title? Go for it. Let's see what you got. I'm going to take you out of your little hidey hole for once. Your little comfort zone that you're always in there high-fiving all your Globey buddies. Go for it. Or you're not going to respond like I thought you would. That's what I thought, Bendy Light. You're all smoke and mirrors, dude. Bunch of hot air. Got nothing to say, do you? Just what I thought. You guys are like amateur hour. That's why you stay in that chat. You got nothing.
Well, they are the best flat Earth proof. Absolutely.
Yeah, they are.
They're doing what they're doing.
Bendy's Light is response. This is his response. Get a load of this, dude. This is amateur hour. Waves travel in circled patterns. Show us the circle patterns on your FE. What? Dude.
It's claim. How did he switch the claim all of a sudden? No, you made the claim that it's useful. What's the next step? Okay, circular patterns. What's the next step?
What's the next step? Go, Bendy Light. We believe you can do it. I know it's amateur hour, but I think you got a little something left in the tank.
Next step after circular patterns. Next step is dun 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 dun.
I do, Bob. I do want more power, more fame. But you guys are giving it to me, man. It's like I'm not asking for it. You guys are handing it over to me. Like, here you go.
That's right.
Well, I have to tip my hat to you guys. You guys are making me the famous person. Like I just want to talk to you guys, but you don't want to. And then on top of that, you give me some bad information and I can only demonstrate it to the whole world that you guys are wrong every time.
It's so rewarding.
It is.
Well said.
Look, guys, somebody has to do it. Somebody has to show you guys that you don't know what you're talking about.
Keep bringing it up, though. Keep bringing that information up because we love it. It's the best thing ever for our... Thanks for supporting Flat Earth. I mean...
Hey, so he's like, it's like they have zero understanding of anything. That's not perfectly flat. But, dude, like, he still hasn't... You see how he's got his ice skates on, man, because he wants to skate around what he said. He doesn't think that... Like, we got amnesia. Like, oh, well, we forgot what you just...
Yeah, they think they can say skate... No, you said skate. They think they can skate away, that they have cloaking on or something.
And no, I'm still waiting for him to actually demonstrate how those...
They switch on the cloaking. Glober cloaking. Enact.
And then we got old Bob in there, research flat moon. Why debate reality?
Wow.
I don't know, because you guys are debating it. Like, for some reason, it's like
They don't like reality. They or something.
Something's up.
Can't face it.
I told
reality
you
is too harsh for them. I don't understand. Like the spinning ball thing, it seems like it's much more hazardous. Even just thinking about it in your mind. What a weird thing.
I'm at to call upon you guys who are watching this chat with me. Check this out. Now, if you've seen something that I didn't, let me know. This is his response. I told you how to test it and you laughed it off. Typical FE response. What?
He told you how to test what?
Yeah, what?
What was it you were trying to... who said we ever accepted that we were going to be testing anything? Nobody ever said we were testing anything. We're just going on your claims. And we're waiting for the next step. Circular waves, then what?
Yeah.
Go ahead. We're not letting you off this, even though how hard you try to detract from it. So, next step.
Is it just me, or do they always say, like, when they're getting to the part where they can't demonstrate any further, they're like, I already told you. It's like, you know, when you get into an argument with somebody, like a good friend, you're like, I already told you already. You're like, no, you didn't. We never even discussed it. Like, you're freaking lying to me. You never told me. So, yeah, Bendy Light, you haven't said it about how you stopped at the part where you're talking about circular waves, and then what? Laugh aloud. This is why it's pointless to go in VC. No, it's not. You can actually speak and we can hear your thoughts as you tell us. But it's also beneficial for others to listen to your voice for once instead of being in your hidey hole. It's all good though.
They must be really bored in that office. Can you imagine what that office is? Probably dreary and drab and like no life in it. Like they're running out of answers. It's just getting really mundane and just painfully ridiculous. And they just keep going. Because they have to. That's their job.
You got to clock in those 40 hours a week.
They had to get out of grandmother's basement somehow. So the first thing that came along was be an anti-flat earther, and they jumped on it.
Bob is like the Pied Piper of that group. Lead him out of there, Bob. Take him to your channel. Your 22,000 subscribers. Maybe they can add to your subscriber list and pay you $50 for your Patreon, so you can teach them how the astrolabe works.
Yeah.
Yeah, ask those guys. They'll help you out.
I wonder if Bob's astrolabe has a bendy, a warped plumb line. Is it made with a warped plumb line? Look, Plumb Bob. Is that him? No, he's a flat earther.
Oh, Bob-a-Rooney. Trying to tell us how half a mile is measured with an auto level.
Half a mile. Yeah, good job.
Oh, yeah, and the astrolabe shows us how the Earth is a globe.
Looks worried. Look at those deep worry lines under his eyes. Get some sleep, Bob. Dang, you look tore up.
Yeah, he's all right. He's clocked in too many hours in this chat.
Bro, I'm living in this chat.
Satoshi? Yeah, I know you're always here. Whether you're speaking or not, man, I see your name's always in here.
I was here before Satoshi this morning. Righty. I think it's time to go for a ride.
Going for a ride, huh? What up, Gemsy? Sasha, what the heck is that thing? That's supposed to be like Neanderthal man or something? Is that like when humans first stopped being apes or something?
Well, this is the famous scene from Odyssey 2001.
That monkey's trying to beat on some bones or something.
You don't know this scene?
Oh man, I barely you sound like you're far away, Jemsy. Might want to try again. I didn't hear what you said. You're just like blurping in. Might want to try again.
I just said greetings, my fellow flatties. Greetings.
Greetings.
In a kind of trollish way, but yeah, greetings. Where's the new people? Let's pull some people. Let's pull some people from I don't know other servers. So the lobby.
Let's get him from the lobby.
Release prisoners.
Release the Kraken. I don't know,
Open
man.
the gates.
If anybody wants to come in here from there. Cog Disc got any bodies around? Oh shoot, Swamp's in there. How do you wind up in there? He went back into Cog Disc? Oh, Grim's in there. Grim's always in. Grim, I always see you in the Cog Disc room, man. You're hanging out with those guys. Wasn't Swamp out? He just went back in? I didn't put him in there, so I don't know how he's in there.
Just gave him 15 minutes. He should be out by now.
Oh, Swamp's gonna... Yeah, he was saying something in the chat. I think that's probably why he did that. See, who do we got in the lobby? Radwin's in there. Let's see. Adam's in there. Degaz. Let's see who else. There really isn't anybody in the lobby.
Sometimes in the Cook This channel, you could ask if anybody want to talk, and if they join the VC, we can bring them here to the live stream and unmute them. And if they want to have a conversation, that's cool. If they just troll like some of them do, just mute them back and send them back in.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think Grim was asking them if they wanted to come out. I don't think anybody responded yet. I think he asked.
Yeah, I tagged the whole Cook This role. So probably hundreds of people saw the text.
That'll get some people to want to come in here. It's like a jet. It's like a get out of jail free card. Right now. It's the Black Friday deal for the cognitive dissonance room.
Yeah, if anything bad happens, you can blame Jamesy. It's all good.
I don't think we got some really bad ones in there. They're just like a little bit trollish, but that's about it.
I think sometimes some people get into the cook this way too easy, so it's good to sometimes point it out and try to bring them some out. Try to bring some out.
How many people do we have all together? Is there a number that we can look up? Is it in the bot audit log or
in the whole chat, in the whole server?
In like how many does it tell you how many we got in Cogdis? Or
no, I mean there should be some type of numbers, but I haven't seen that. Maybe India or the admins know that. It will be like how many people have that role, I think.
Oh yeah, because when you get in there, it's like it gives you the role automatically, no? Or no? No, I don't think that's how it works.
The bot, you can use the bot to give him the role with the ban command, but you can also just give him the role from the edit roles. So yeah.
Okay. I thought it automatically gives it to him, but no. No, I'm just curious, man. Like, I wonder how many people we got in there.
I think there's if you go to edit roles, if you go to the management of the server as a moderator, and then you go to edit roles, and you could check the cog this. Don't save any changes, but I think you can look which people have the role. Let me see if I can look at that.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
I just did look at that. There are 285 people with the Cogdis role.
Oh snap!
They're currently still in the server, right?
It's right on side. It's right on the side. It tells, doesn't it? Hold on. It doesn't say on the side of all the
Let me see.
different on the right side on my PC. They're all listed. Hold on. Where's?
Yeah, but no.
Yeah. Globe Earthers 39 has them all listed. Then On the Fence has them all listed. Concave verified. BC verified.
What the heck is? Why do we got two rooms? One detention, one cognitive dissonance.
Detention is the bot will normally give detention to someone that said certain trigger words that the bot will pick up and give them the detention. And yeah, they will once they have the detention role, they will be able to speak text in the detention text chat.
285. Martots pulled it up. They got the Cogdis roll. But I think that's including some of the Flat Earth guys that want to go into that room.
Now, there's actually a separate role for that, Cogdis VIP.
Oh, shoot. All right.
Yeah. The Cogdis VIP is if you want anyone to have access to the Cogdis VC voice channel and the Cognitive Dissonance text channel. That's the Cogdis VIP role for that.
Kind of wondering, like, what happens if we would just open it all up again? Just open it all up. Release the hounds. Let all 285 out. See what happens. I don't know if there's some really bad people in that place or not. Like if we could say like they're bad or whatever, but. Oh, wait. No, we got Bob in there, don't we? I'd say like there's some, well, the ones who are like banned on site, those are the only ones we'd have to worry about. That one guy stopped coming in here, like with his sock accounts. Like he got tired. The one that you guys refer to as P Drinker.
Yep. That's true.
Yeah, he remember how even when I first came back, he was still coming on here quite a bit.
Almost every day.
And now he's just like, he's not doing it anymore.
Well, it's pretty hard to squeak by when people like me can recognize him with one syllable.
You or freaking Gospel Bear, man. You guys like
syllable. I was like, that's him.
No, he actually goes like, and he's gone. It's like, damn,
Yeah.
how did you freaking ban him that fast, dude? Like, hey, look at Bob in the YouTube live stream text chat. What he just said. Check that out. Oh, Bob Rooney.
Baba Rooney, don't be so loony. Baba, 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 Baba Rooney, Baba, Baba, Rooney.
The globe is an imagination. It's a measurement. Whoa. Look at this guy. Sometimes when you think Bob wouldn't say something that's really dumb,
He just said all measurements are calculations.
he says this and he totally redeems himself. Here,
That is a ridiculous thing to say.
look at this. Oh, did it post? Yeah, it did. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, that should be on billboards.
It should be on billboards.
Just said it should be on billboards on every screen. Bob said that calculations are the same as measurements. These are what your modern day educators think. Good job.
Way to nail that one, Bob. What else are you going to put all that magic hat? Because it ain't going to be a rabbit.
Who's Research Flat Moon?
Bob Aram. Bob the science guy.
That's who he is?
Uh-huh. He goes by that. He goes by observatory something.
He just said something very ridiculous in chat.
Yeah. It's like every sentence. Yeah, Indio sees him. He's just like banned on site. Like, it doesn't give him. He's like, guy shouldn't even be in here for no reason. He's just a liar.
Is Bob banned now, Mickey?
He came in with a sock account, Ball. He came in with Research Flat Moon. And then we're changing his name to Research Flat Earth. But I was like, yeah, just leave it there, Flat Moon. It doesn't matter. Like, just so people they know who he is, like what his name is.
Oh, so he can't come in here anymore?
Well, he's a ban on site guy now, I guess.
Oh.
I don't like. He just like when he speaks, he just builds our case. Like we don't have to do it. Like
Yeah, I don't know why he would be banned because he's great to have around.
Yeah, he's great to have around. Love it, dude. Like, it's like the kinds of quality conversations we have with Bob is something that you don't get, man.
He's like a snarky, less honest version of Matt Learns, bro. Where's he been at? Where's Matthew been at, anyways?
Oh, he rage quit the last time, bro. We were talking about.
You got him angry, bro? What'd you do?
Yeah, I did. Like, well, because that dude, we're talking about the Blue Origin, like the Dude Perfect video. You know, the Cody went up to space and that. So we were talking about that thing, and I was like, dude, so where do you think the Kármán line, or like when can somebody say that they're in space? Because obviously, when Cody came back down and he was saying, oh, it's one astronaut and 5 or some civil. I think he said 5 civilians or something. one astronaut and like a bunch of he said one astronaut and a bunch of civilians. So obviously he's not an astronaut, but supposedly to go into space, it would qualify you to be an astronaut once you go to space.
Sure.
Right? I mean, we all know that's kind of like what the rhetoric's saying, that once you go to space, you become an astronaut. So everybody technically would be an astronaut. Yeah. But apparently he didn't say he's an astronaut. He said one astronaut and the rest civilians. But anyways, so I told Matthew, I was like, so where do you say the actual space begins? So we got into the topic, and he was saying things like, well, if you go around the Earth once and in orbit, that's considered going into space.
Huh. Cool. So you guys got a brawl over that?
Yeah, he got upset because I was challenging him, and I was like, dude, so we're talking about the Kármán line being 62 miles. Or what are you saying? That that's not the where you go like from atmosphere to space? Like, because that's what everybody's saying on the where it's supposed to be. And he's like, no, it's not what it's like. There's a gray area. He said. I was like, oh, there's ambiguity there. So you're saying that we don't know when somebody's going into space, and according to him, or I would say mainstream, but he didn't say this, but mainstream would say it's where the place where jet propulsion doesn't work anymore, or starts like to become less effective. So, but he was saying one orbit, but if Dude Perfect went up to that area, like that could consider it being space. And I was like, come on, man. So there's nobody, if you just go to Cody was at 198,000 feet, according to his little, numbers on the side of his thing showing how high they were going, and that's as high as he went according to them, but that's nowhere near the Kármán line. And
didn't they move the Kármán line recently or something? They moved it by like 10 or 20 miles or something.
It's like not 62, it's 50 miles now. But
okay.
Ball kicker, here's the thing, they're moving the goalpost, right? Always. Even the rhetoric's moving the goalpost. So it's like to Matthew's credit, it's like what I was telling him was like, so then we don't know where space begins and the atmosphere ends. And so he's basically saying there isn't like a line, it's just like an area where it's ambiguous. So I'm like, then how do they know if they're in space or not? Like, to qualify them to be in space, like that doesn't make any sense. But of course, you know what I mean? Like, and then I pulled this up because I still have it logged in here. I want you to see this. I gotta paste this. 1 second. I want everybody to check this out because this is. I even saved it. I put it in 20 minutes after the hour. Check that article out, and it explains thoroughly everything, all the questions that I've been asking about that. Check this out. I'm gonna read you a little piece there that I found interesting.
Oh, yeah.
But the whole thing is great. It's all great. Okay, so let's see. Yes, right here. It says, the truth is, defining space could make international relations and regulations a little murkier. If there is an internationally agreed upon solid line for where space begins, then other countries would cry foul if the U.S. flies at super high altitude above foreign territory, but below the space line. Technically, the U.S. could be flying through another country's airspace. As it is, there's nothing to stop the U.S. from doing that. They want to keep it undefined, primarily because the U.S. military feels it gives them flexibility to do things at any altitude, says Gangle. You can't break a law that doesn't exist.
Yes, the Chinese have made the sun. They have several suns that's in orbit right now. I don't want to say the exact number, but China has been making huge bank off these products.
Yeah. So and I read this off the article that I just posted there for you guys to know. Thank you for that, Night. But like this information is what they're saying. The reason why there isn't like a line, like the Kármán line to be exact. So that's just to let you guys know. Check the article out. It goes deep into like what we've been talking about. But Matthew, nonetheless, to finish up what I was saying, he rage quit afterwards. So I don't know when he's going to be back. If he's going to be back, he probably will after he cools down. But anyway, but I'm probably going to go ahead, Ball.
I was just saying, what is that, a couple weeks ago or something?
Yeah, like maybe a week and a half, something like that.
All right, anyway, yeah, I see.
So the thing though is he's an educator. He should at least rebutted me with this article. He wasn't the one that gave me this article. Somebody else did. But anyway, that's why he left upset about. Anyway, I'm probably gonna have to head out here. I'm gonna catch you guys later. But yeah, check that article out. It's really good.
Go Beans.
Yeah, check it later, guys.
Thanks, Maggie. Have a good day, bro.
See ya, man. Hello?
Yeah. So. Hello? We got any live conscious humans here?
for almost 3 months straight. My job on board as a radioman meant that I spent a lot of time both in the radio room and in the control room. The control room is where they navigate and drive the submarine. I never once, in my 5 years active duty, heard the officer of the deck or the diving officer give the order to consistently change the angle of the submarine to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. The primary task of the diving officer and the helms and plainsmen is to maintain the submarine as level as possible while in transit. If the Earth had any measurable curvature, I am certain we would not have been able to make this incredibly long transit without accounting for it.
And then the big one is given after that. Well, GPS auto corrects for it. And that sent me down yet another path. GPS auto corrects for it. If it's a satellite-based system, how is it correcting for spin if it's also spinning over the same body? And why are there large gaps in GPS coverage over large oceanic bodies? Do they just turn them off? It's just not worthwhile? There have been enough aviation accidents at sea, very far from shore, that would say otherwise. And if you gave the American taxpayers, the ones funding these satellites that are supposed to track aircraft, the information that, well, we're just shutting them off because it's not worthwhile, those 3 or 4 jets full of hundreds of passengers just have to use other navigation methods such as dead reckoning, which is basically using a stopwatch and guessing to the next checkpoint, essentially. If you were to tell them that, they would be infuriated. So that could not be the case. Coverage was a problem. Even over large and non-densely populated areas, you would lose GPS coverage, even in jets at times. So this began to unravel the thread of satellites and satellite timing, and the fact that many reels of footage show these satellites being launched by balloon rather than by rockets. How the concept of these rockets doesn't even work to make it past the atmosphere, much less leave something in perfect geosynchronous orbit. I actually had the privilege of working a short time at a satellite manufacturing company in Northern California. Got to see the assembly and participate in the assembly of satellites. Space-based satellites, or so they are said. There would be small bottles encased in these structures that were encased by another structure. The small bottles were the fuel cells. These fuel cells were incredibly small, smaller than a diver's tank in most cases, much smaller. And this was supposed to be all the fuel that the craft needed to run and operate, as most are not actually electric, they're becoming electric now, and sustain itself in a perfect orbit by just small bursts from its propulsion system.
Was that you, God Rockin'?
Yeah, it was. So you can hear me? Thank you so much.
I've been to many countries, done many things.
Hey, yo, old man.
I can say with absolute certainty, and I can attest, the plane does not dip nose down to follow the curvature of the Earth, ever. Matter of fact, most planes have an airfoil that are 3 degrees nose up in straight and level flight. And the reason that is simple. If the
that's the bot. How you doing, buddy?
At 0 degrees or level flying through the air, then it would porpoise, right?
Good, I'm listening to the bot.
Because some of the air would go over the nose and some of the air would go under the nose. And it would cause that nose to go up and down, which is literally like a porpoise or a dolphin out of water. And that's exactly what would happen. So it's the wings are designed, when they are level, the nose is 3 degrees nose up. The fact, proven from multiple points, that there is no Coriolis to the motion of the Earth. And I'm speaking from a pilot's perspective, also an engineer's perspective, because I obtained a degree as an engineer before I went to flight school. So I'm both a pilot and engineer at once. So, number one, there is no rotation of the Earth, proven by the fact that a helicopter pilot can hover the aircraft indefinitely, motionless, above a single point of the Earth. If the Earth were spinning, as soon as that aircraft left the ground, the Earth would spin out from under it. Now, somebody may say that the air of the atmosphere rotates along with the Earth, which is one of the most absurd concepts imaginable, because if that were the case, then all wind would travel with the Earth. There would be no alternating
wind currents, when we know that the jet streams fly overhead, clouds move in multiple directions overhead, and a kite flying over the stationary Earth, the fact that a kite flies because of wind passing through, that proves that the Earth does not, that proves that the air does not move in unison with the Earth. Number 2, airstrips do not rotate away from a landing aircraft. Anybody who's seen a pilot's view when an aircraft lands, well, the aircraft lands to a motionless airstrip. If the Earth were rotating, the pilot would have to turn to the angle at which the airstrip is rotating away and land at the speed of the airstrip, which is absurd, simply absurd. Airstrips do not rotate away from the aircraft, and on an east to west landing strip, if the aircraft is landing to the west, the airstrips do not land moving towards the airplane. That's insanity. Okay, simply stated.
If the Earth was a spinning ball, it is virtually impossible for a ship to be moving at 25 to 30 knots on this curved spinning ball while tracking an aircraft that's probably going 300 miles per hour, 50 to 100 miles away. Really, I mean, these like P3 aircrafts were pretty far and 20,000 feet in the air. It's just virtually impossible. It doesn't make sense. Again, at the time, I wasn't thinking like this, but looking back on the information that I had, I'm like, yeah, there's no way. There's no way that was done on a curved Earth. Literally, the only way that could work is if we are on a flat, stationary plane. We're cruising along. The boat is cruising along in the water. Like, think about it in terms of like a large, like, you know, like those backyard swimming pools. Picture the swimming pool filled up, right? And then your ship, you put a little boat on the swimming pool, and then, you know, you put like a little fake aircraft in the air. Now, from that ship, you're able to see the aircraft. It doesn't matter where you are in that pool, you can track that aircraft. If you're on a spinning ball curve, how the hell can you track an aircraft that could be in a position that's 100 to 200 miles away from you, 30,000 feet in the air from a different angle that's around a curve? It's impossible. There's no way that you could, there's no radio frequency that could track that.
I'd like to point out that I see now that I didn't see before is that you have a magnetic compass and you have a gyro on any ship. And I'm not talking about your little Crabberman show fishing boat, what are the deadliest cat? I'm talking about a real deep sea going, unlimited tonnage boat. It's going to have a gyro. And it is a big, huge box that sits usually behind the bridge or in the chart room. It's a big box and it's basically the gyro compass. Now, if you had two models, I guess, wouldn't you have to have one making the corrections? Because it almost never matches the magnetic almost never matches the gyro. It's very rare that we're steering the same course. And they say it's due to deviation and variation is where you know, like the metals of the ship causes it to differ. And then you have the variation of the magnetic fields over the Earth is, I guess they change, you know, true north and magnetic north. But the way I look at it is, man, they got two different machines. One is a machine and one is from God. The way to get around the Earth. God's not a dummy. He put the way to get around the Earth with the compasses. If back in the day they had motorized vessels that can get them around, they would probably have got around a lot better. But they were at the mercy of the wind. People say, oh, they didn't know their way, or, you know, they were using the stars and stuff, and they, you know. So I just believe that the two compasses, the gyro compass that's electronic, and then our regular compass is because they are switching the ways, you know, the maps. There's two different ways to get around the Earth. They're tricking us.
Here is another flat Earth proof that I never noticed while I was on active duty, thanks to years of indoctrination. Periscope observations. When the submarine is at periscope depth and the observer is looking for ships on the horizon, they will start to see masts at about 8 to 9 miles, depending on atmospheric occlusion and sea state. The hull of the ships won't be visible until about 5 miles, depending on atmospheric occlusion and sea state. At 9 miles away, the target should be 26 feet behind the curve, but this isn't what's observed. My final flat Earth point on submarines is with regard to the AN WSN TAC-7 ring laser gyro. that is used on board of U.S. Navy submarines. A typical gyroscope, like the ones used on board of an aircraft, is a device used for measuring or maintaining orientation and angular velocity. It is either a spinning wheel or disc with a counterweight in which the axis of rotation is free to assume any orientation by itself. When rotating, the orientation of this axis is unaffected by tilting or rotation of the mounting, according to the conservation of angular momentum. However, a ring laser gyro doesn't have any established weight. They use light as a point of reference. It spins up a disc that shoots out lasers, and it has a digital encoder that deciphers where the laser strikes inside of the gimbal system. No make-believe gravity required.
Let's just say we're like 30 miles away. These missiles can shoot much further than that. I can't give you the exact number, but say we're 30 miles away, okay? 30 miles is far. So from our ship, we can track on our little, we have like a missile projectile. It's like a radar, but it's a little bit different. It's specifically designed to track the missiles. You actually input the coordinates, latitude and longitude of where you want the missile to strike. Really, really high precision accuracy. I mean, really accurate. We hit that launch and the missile, and it will hit that target 30 miles away, even longer than that. Now, here's the thing. Again, that's not possible on a curved Earth. These missiles are huge, 50 caliber project that are carrying massive amounts of explosives in them, okay? Each one of these missiles are probably worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. So whenever you're lining up these missiles to shoot at targets that are 30 plus miles away, if the Earth is spinning. Again, now think about this. We're not sitting like on land holding a gun, all right? So picture this. We're on a ship, like actually in the middle of the water, okay? And the missile is shooting off of the bow of the ship. So if the world is a spinning ball and we're on this curved Earth with water and we're spinning 600 miles per hour through infinite space, I'm pretty sure that it would be physically like it wouldn't even make any kind of sense on a physics type level to be able to shoot a missile from a spot in the water on a spinning ball to pinpoint accurately hit another spot.
And at night, we were going on one ship, on a military ship, and this is with night vision goggles, 50 miles, and these guys were on the bow. They were not even on the bridge where you'd be 100 foot up. They were on the bow, which is barely probably 40 feet off the water's edge. So these guys, and they have the latest state-of-the-art. This was in 2015. 2015, they had state-of-the-art, what do they call them, night vision goggles. So these things are capable of seeing that far if we live on a plane. You can't deny it. It was so obvious, but not to everyone else. I guess the programming's harder than other people, so they don't want to hear it. But over the years, I have learned the model. I know the model like the back of my hand. I can show proofs. I have ammo now. So when I go out there and I tell somebody, hey, that's impossible, and I'm talking to a third mate or second mate who's an officer who went to college, meaning they paid for their education. Because when you pay for your education and you're making a handsome salary on it, you can't be wrong. How could I be wrong? I'm making a salary, they're paying me, I paid for this career, everything's working great in my life. You are obviously wrong. All the math works. So with that, it's hard. But when you stump them and you start showing them stuff, it's hard for them to say. And then they start saying stuff like, oh, well, what does it matter anyways? I don't care.
And there is the 8 inches per mile squared. But you guys can't look at it three-dimensionally. It is two-dimensional. It is the amount of deviation that's required for you to come back inward. If you are walking east from north, meaning you are going around north equidistantly, and you walked in a straight line east 1 mile, you're going to have to deviate 8 inches back to the left to get back on the equator, right? Look at it on the flat Earth map, and clearly it makes sense. If you walked 1 mile in a straight line east, you have to deviate 8 inches after each mile to stay on the equator. The 8 inches per mile squared is a real measurement. if in fact we consider the equator to be a real place, a real location, ever, always.
In 2015, I came across YouTube's suggestions for flat earth videos. My first reaction was to laugh off. After seeing flat earth videos in one of my favorite channels, I decided to watch one. When I came across a flat earth map, which I had never seen before, it immediately sparked me to look at that flight route, Rio, Los Angeles, Sydney. And I could then understand why the Brazilian soccer team went to Los Angeles and then to Australia for the tournament. The earth is flat, no doubt about it. The following weeks and days were followed by more research and disbelief. I had been a NASA fanboy my whole life, paying 2 visits to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Huntsville, Alabama, besides spending so much money in science and science fiction related documentaries, movies, merchandise, etc. But a waste of time.
I also tell mates about they lay down and we use all our charting is done on flat maps, straight lines. They never draw a curved line. Every line is straight lines, straight lines everywhere we go on a flat map. And I try to point it out to them. And what they tell me is, Mr. Mercator has put all that in there for you. It's all equated in there for you. You don't have to worry about it. All the curvature calculations for it and everything's figured right into the map. So the straight lines and everything are actually bending somehow. I don't know. So these are just the proofs that I see. Along with, you can see the corpuscular rays are much betterly observed out at sea because it's nothing. It's like a desert. And so you can see the sun like a flashlight just shining down in a cone. Everywhere, if there's a little bit of clouds are right, it looks like a cone, and I point it out all the time to these guys. And I get them thinking, but you know, the programming goes hard on people, and if you're not ready to wake up, well, you're not ready to wake up. You'll just have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You'll be back in the illusion before you know it.
The narrative began to fall apart. I would continue studying and finding that what I fear to be true is reality, that we have been lied to about just about everything. Upon researching military history and then military training and speaking with military gunners in both the Army and the Marine Corps that I know personally, I would ask them about Coriolis effect. And it was always assumed that, yeah, we compensate for the Earth being, you know, a curve, that it would drop. We calculate for the Earth curvature. But even upon asking and having them look into their materials further and my own personal study, again, it found to be an assumed truth with no actual basis in reality, that they would calculate bullet fall based upon angular velocity, drop, friction, amongst other things, and curvature was supposed to be just corrected along with it, just like flying, wind correction angle corrected for Coriolis effect.
I've done many of them personally. I've flown more than 1,070 hours in both helicopters and airplanes, and I will tell you factually that aircraft meet their checkpoints, they take off, they meet their checkpoints, and they land exactly as planned on a flat stationary map. No pilot, I say again, no pilot has ever accommodated for the rotation of the Earth when planning flights and takeoff to checkpoints along the way, and then landing. Pilots can plan so well that they can take off and land hundreds of miles away down to within 30 seconds of their planning because the Earth simply does not rotate.
A waypoint would be like this. Like, let's say we're out in the middle of the water and we want to hit a target that's like directly to our west, 15 miles away. But that target is able to track our missile coming at them. We don't want that target to know where the missile's coming from, so we can put in waypoint. And a waypoint would be like putting a point out like 20 miles east, and then another point like 15 miles north, and then another point like 10 miles south of that, and then put in our target. You see what I'm saying? So the missile doesn't go directly from the ship to the target. The missile will actually fly to the latitude and longitude of the waypoints that are put in, and then it will curve from there, and it will hit all the waypoints and then attack the target. how is that possible on a spinning Earth? If the Earth is moving at 600 something miles per hour or whatever they say it is, there's no way that missile could stay. There's no way that missile would be able to keep track. Do you understand what I'm saying? At least that's how I'm looking at it. It may be a little bit harder to visualize if you actually weren't seeing it the way that I would see it, or there, or understanding and putting in the coordinates or seeing how this actually worked out. But I'm telling you, like, from my perspective, that is one of the things that makes it virtually impossible to accept the globe as this. Well, it's a fake lie. It's a theory. It's garbage, is what it is.
So that began my journey down the flat earth. And since that point, I've only found more and more voices, more and more educated people, educators, professionals who are beginning to shed light on this subject in ways that I can only begin to imagine. But I'll never forget the day that I realized my plane wasn't falling around a globe, that I could look out the cockpit window, 185 degrees plus field of vision at 40,000 feet, and not see one iota of drop, but nothing but a flat, beautiful, motionless plane. The assumed calculations that we made that were compensating for Earth rotation were just a part of a calculation based upon wind speed and the angle we had to hold in order to fly against that wind and go in a straight line to our destination. It's one of the most freeing truths I've ever experienced, because in some small way, the idea that these other conspiracy theories and things we've been lied to about are true. But this biggest one is the biggest truth of all. We've been lied to about everything. It means we can start over. We can start again. At this time, at this point in our history, we are uniquely positioned to make that change.
And if I can make one statement to the people out there, it's simply this. That's it. That it's level. You cannot fall off the edge of an in-ground pool. It is level. Where you put your feet in the water in France, it's the same height that you're going to put your feet in New Jersey and Brazil. Do some research. This is not the only thing out there that needs to be researched, unlearned and relearned. The Department of Education, founded by Rockefeller in 1908, did a good job of proving that the mode of ignorance that he calls his education board, you are the proof it's working. The mode of ignorance widens every day. It gets bigger and bigger every day because people keep believing what they spit out. Unlearn. Thinking outside the box. The box is the cap that you got at graduation. So understand that for the first 18 years of your life, you didn't learn the truth about anything. You were simply told, and you got a reward for repeating it. Now it's time to think for yourself. It's time to do research and do your own testing. Be your own white coat.
Knowing the Earth is flat has placed me in sync with our Creator, His creation, our hidden past, and with the future we hope to build. A future where we should not have an organization called United Nations governing the world. When there is no globe, there should be no globalization. This is my message to all of you. Peace.
So if you're able to actually open up your mind, look at things objectively, allow yourself to break free from the indoctrination bullshit that you were taught, you'll feel more free. You'll see the world differently. You'll love more deeply and compassionately. You'll appreciate life more. That's how I lived my life. A couple years ago, honestly, I can tell you this. I just hope and pray with all my heart that, as the years go on, this is probably not something I'll see in my lifetime. But, as my children grow older and my children's children, as the generations go on, the truth will start to emerge. And it is starting. I mean, it's incredible, that so many people are starting to really awaken. But, 10, 20, 50, 100 years from now, hopefully we can break free of the chains of indoctrination and really see the world for what it is and actually appreciate it and love the world and love each other. And I think if we all understood that there is a creator, people would be less inclined to be so abusive toward each other and the earth. So that's my big message for the people. Just think for yourself. At the end of the day, just be a good person. Don't be so quick to just believe something and stand by that belief just because it was taught to you at a young age. Question it. Make sure it makes sense.
In closing, I'd just like to say that these are my own personal experiences. I never ask anyone to simply just believe everything I'm saying. In fact, please don't. That's how we've gotten into this whole mess to begin with, by blindly following others who say they've already done the research for you. You allow deceptions to occur. Please do your own research and test all things.
The fact of the immobility of the Earth has an immense advantage over the theory of the rotation, in that it can positively be recognized as such, and it can safely be said that if the Earth cannot be seen to move, there are 100 chances in 100 that it does not do so. So trust your eyes and trust your experience. Trust your feeling, trust your intuition. Look out, see the horizon, flat. Feel for yourself. You're not moving. Just sit still.
Hello, boys.
Just sit still for a second. You're not moving. You're not spinning around an axis at 1,000 miles per hour. Rotating around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, spiraling around the galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour, and shooting off from a Big Bang at 67 million miles per hour. You're not. You're motionless. You're just sitting there. Just sit still. What does that even mean, sit still? You think you could sit still with all those motions? Does it feel like you're moving? Feel that? Same thing you've always felt? Nothing? Ever? Nobody's ever felt movement. Nobody's ever seen the Earth move. Nobody's ever seen the Earth curve. Maybe you just got fooled by some Masons. Mark Twain said, "It's easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled." That's why it's so hard to convince you you've been fooled. You can't possibly believe that you and the rest of the world could have been lied to and deceived by these Masons. The oldest and largest secret society in the world, over 5 million members, all over the world, existing for hundreds of years. But not you, right? They couldn't fool you. Of course you're spinning around. Of course you are. That's what they told you in school. They don't lie to you in school. Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects, providing another proof the world is a plane, not a planet. Canals and railways, for example, are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature. One surveyor, Mr. T. Westwood, wrote in the January 1896 Earth Review magazine stating that, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature.